Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I am currently trying to figure out how to get the controller to work. Lego Marvel Superheroes. Well, I guess you guys can figure it out with me. So we got my controller. You press the Xbox button. Which game with controller? Bah. Going to full screen. An error occurred. Here we are. Okay. There we go. We got it, chat. I won't be playing like an absolute great chat.
All the snow gear's a waste of money, huh? Well, who's laughing now, Mom?
A reminder that one lucky citizen can win themselves a tour of my citadel by finding the elusive golden ticket hidden inside the wrapper of a regular delicious Kang bar. As an added bonus, you will then be enlisted in Kang's army for the rest of your existence. Absolutely free.
Oh. Okay.
Three-man.
Listen. I'm so confused. There was a change device. I think we broke it, chat. Okay. Third time's the charm. Right, chat? Right? Right? What the Wait, it's binding them. Finally. Oh, hey, it binded them. Hit pause, enter. We're gonna need a down chat. A down. Star will be down. Please. Oh, we don't need hints. Oh. Okay, we're done. Wait, okay, it's not working. Oh, wait. That just, I don't. Why can I press escape to cancel, but it won't? Nothing. Oh my god, chat. This stupid fuck. Haven't even gotten to do a proper intro. I don't even remember what the fuck I did. Oh. Fuck, I did it again. What? Why did I quit? What the? Wait, what? No, player twos. Chat, we just have. What the fuck? Okay, we're just gonna restart the game. One more try, chat. This shit is inward. Well, we started up the regular way and yeah, just control. Well, oh, cool. Okay.
All this snow gear's a waste of money, huh? Well, who's laughing now, Mom?
Do you have a problem with constant
Yeah, let's
tree
go chat.
invasions? Then why not sign up for a crash course in the ancient martial art of Kung Fu, held at your local Kangmunity Center?
Alright. Now after that rough start, hello everybody and welcome back to the stream. We're back playing Lego Marvel Superheroes 2.
Kang didn't bring that into Chronopolis.
We're on
Guess he must have had a budget
Crimson
to stick to.
Crusaders straight back for... Yeah, 4. And on part 11 now. So we could either do some Sakura prep. I think we should do some Sakura stuff first before we get to the missions. Wait, what? That actually... Now I won't totally stuck at races. What the fuck is it?
I could have totally been the Iron Fist.
Give me your car.
Maybe I could have dared.
A van?
Something must have gone down in the Cave of Dragons. That disembodied voice isn't yelling at
Yeah,
me.
why don't we, You go with the Reese's, I guess. I feel like I don't really puzzle. My brain ate a puzzle. Huh, I guess. Hey.
Three Manhattans. Ha ha ha.
Ugh, if I have to listen to one more of those Kang announcements, ooh, I'm gonna do something.
Apparently there's some kind of exhibition happening up in that one building. And I cannot get
I like how it has a spider web on the back. Oh.
The bad guys sure are keeping.
Any citizens having trouble dealing with their
So shit. What?
Is it odd that I'm really craving ice cream?
Ugh, if I have to listen to
Oh my god. No. 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 There we go. That. Fuck. Okay.
Cave of Dragons did have an actual dragon inside. Somebody owes me a blue stud.
I just want to go home already.
My training never
Oh.
prepared me for this. Probably because it was in some sort of outfit.
Well, to be fair, it's just a cheat. Huh. I didn't expect this.
At least she doesn't look like your mom this time.
What?
Imagine being outside. Enslaved by so-called freedom. That is she. Or was it a he? Maybe I should have done.
I was doing so good, chat. And I have to do this shit in a van.
President Zola.
Not
not sure who's behind it this time, but there's more trouble on your doorstep. Go get him.
Mm.
At least she doesn't look like your mom this time.
What does that mean?
And as far as silver linings go, that's a
Brother. Chat, it's not looking good for us.
Hail Hydra!
Isn't Hydra Square just beautiful?
That is she! Or was it a he? Maybe I should have...
Damn it, chat. What's up?
To that effect.
Somehow. Oh.
I know we've got a whole new bunch of problems now, but I have to ask. Did anyone ever sort out that poor guy's tire fire in the last game?
Chat, did we? I can't remember. Chat, did we do that in the last game? You know, we played the last game 100%.
At least she doesn't look like your mom this time.
Citizens complaining about the so-called...
That is she! Or was it a he?
No!
Maybe I should have done my research.
Chat.
Hail Hydra, immortal Hydra, we shall never be destroyed.
I've noticed some criminal activity not far from where you are.
Oh no
You know
shit,
what to
we're in
do.
Hydra territory. Come.
It's Rest All Tuesday. I can't wait to see the parade.
Reason I found
Gracious.
Citizens are reminded that every waking moment of their lives is being recorded for quality and training purposes.
One. What was it? Oh.
Citizens are warned not to approach the Kang surveillance drone.
Do we have a... Oh, wait. We need to get the watershed saw about?
Kang spies with his digital eye something beginning with C. It's
Yeah, this is
Chronopolis.
over here. Captain Stacy. Necrocrab. Oh, this way. Stacy's. Oh, pretty sure there's another window that shows up right there.
Kang surveillance drones operate in this area to ensure all citizens are living up to the expectations of our glorious leader, Kang.
I want to get in the boat. It's right there.
Kang surveillance drone now approaching. Please move aside. Tampering with a Kang surveillance drone is a punishable offense.
Oh my god, Chad, this is gonna take forever.
Tampering with a Kang surveillance drone is a punishable offense.
Yeah, we did it. Okay, now time for Captain Stacy's boat again. But
Kang is watching you.
right there.
Always watching. Citizens are reminded that every waking moment of their lives is being recorded for quality and training purposes.
Blasted machine is broken.
Oh,
We are joined to so many
we're
people's
not
location.
Sorry to bother you, but yep, you guessed it. Some crime near you needs fighting.
Kang surveillance drones operate in this area to ensure all citizens are living up to the expectations of our glorious leader, Kang.
Blasted machine is broken again. That's the third time this month. How am I going to bring in the lobster cages?
I tried to buy a pizza while I was in Manhattan, but the vendor didn't take Wakandan studs.
Chat.
Kang spies with his digital eye something beginning
This
with
is just
C.
gonna fuck me up every
It's
time.
Chronopolis.
Let's go, Chad. There you go. This has 2 races.
Detected a crime pretty close to you. Hey, wouldn't it be great if this was the last crime ever? Nah, a girl can dream.
Hmm?
Kang spies with his digital eye something beginning with C. It's Chronopolis.
Do you ever get nervous when you walk on those transparent sidewalks? What? No. Me neither. I keep getting parking tickets. Honestly, you'd think the public eye were conspiring to make some sort of profit from people parking.
But I never got to finish that scene.
Take down the crime that's happening right now, and you could win a fabulous prize. The prize is satisfaction at a job well done. Same as all the others. Sorry.
If I were the cruelest version of my dad, where would...
don't know who the fuck Vormund is, but we got him, chat. Alright, anyways.
Perhaps I've been a little overeager this time.
What are these sandwiches?
The formation of Chronopolis has given me the rare opportunity to expand my collection beyond that of my universe of residence. Obviously, I was thrilled about this, but in my frenzy to add new specimens to my collection, I may have... No, my assistant may have left open some of the containment chambers used to keep them safe and secure, and unable to escape.
I see.
There would be a handsome reward in it for you, should you agree to return what is, by all accounts, rightfully mine.
Whatever, dude. We're the Crimson Crusaders Special Task Force, anyways.
You must hurry. I cannot stand my collection being incomplete. Also, the specimens could have some adverse effects on their environment or something, yada yada.
Bro, what? And all your subjects, whatever.
Where in tarnation they go?
Hey! It ain't much better out here after all. You came looking for me? Aw, Tanaleer really does care.
A reminder that one lucky citizen can win themselves a tour of my citadel by finding the elusive...
I am a strong, independent, exoskeleton-bound woman!
You got the wrong guy, see? It's all a setup, see? I hope there's at least something good for dinner tonight.
What are you doing here? I'm not the guy who escaped from Tivin. Are you implying that we all look the same or something?
No, I just have a picture of you.
Fine, it's me. I escaped. I'd put up more of a fight, but the rent in Chronopolis is eye-wateringly pricey. At least with Tivin, I get free room and board.
Now, time for her to hypocrites and bears.
are the guys at the office.
And now to take an inventory. Item 4123 3DA Series 71 seems to be a little bit scuffed. But I suppose expecting him to remain in mint condition after running off like that was a little optimistic. And, President Bear, voted the best United States president of the 20th century in his home realm, which I believe was the confused memory of one Sergeant James Barnes. A fine acquisition, if I do say so myself. Yes, it all seems to be in order. You can leave now. Though I suppose you'll be wanting a reward of some sort first. Very well. I consider this to be one of my greatest treasures. Or rather, a dupe of one.
The barrier surrounding Kang's citadel appears to have fallen. Could someone truly mean to overthrow him?
Why the fuck is he so far away?
I've picked up a crime taking place near your location. Can you go take a look?
This was so much easier with the helicarrier.
Where's the fun and easy?
Somewhat unsurprisingly, crime rates are through the roof under this new Kang controls everything and everything is linked together physically regime.
Okay.
Who'd have thunk it, eh? Take a few predatory species, add the innocent naivete of the average human, and multiply it by a megalomaniac tyrant with authority issues, and you get what we in the biz call a crime wave.
Without Coulson's eye-in-the-sky crime-detecting superpowers, we've not been able to cover as much ground as we normally would in crises like this.
There are purse snatchings, car chases, people playing rock music too loud. All sorts of crimes we just can't seem to stay on top of. We're too thinly stretched. Or at least we were until you showed up.
It'd really help us cover more ground if we had an extra field agent or two to share the load with. So, what do you say? Great. We'll split up and take a bunch of these guys down at once.
The incidents assigned to you should be marked on your compass.
Remember to stay in radio contact. If you don't hear anything from us, assume the worst.
Clint. He's right, though. At the very least, we'll be in some variety of mortal peril.
All right, let's get to it.
Catch you guys later.
You should be coming up to your first incident about now, right? You see it?
What are you talking about? I'm already on my second.
No, I was talking to... Never mind.
Sup?
Another wonderful day in Chronopolis?
Whoa, what the fuck?
Or anything, but Mr. Stone said hello to me when I met him on the street. Or at least I think it was Mr. Stone. It was a
Good work. Head to the next disturbance as soon as you can.
Give me a chance. I'm still not finished with these guys.
You know I wasn't talking to you.
Yeah, I know.
This is a public safety alert. There are currently...
Where can I find the simple life, man?
You made it to that second incident yet? Don't forget to smile. It's part of the full shield service after all.
What would you able to do without us, Max?
Bruh.
Probably rely on some inferior races like Star Fujikawa.
Service with a smile. Right, Nat? Natasha? You there?
So, remember how we laughed off the whole symbiote thing at Oscorp since it could obviously never happen again? Well, I'm kinda sorta trapped by a symbiote right now.
Really? That's so embarrassing for you. I can't.
Will one of you just get over here? Just being near these things makes me want to take a bath.
I'm afraid I'm a little tied up here. Gonna have to leave it to our part-timer.
busy, busy, busy.
Hey, if you're finished up, could you go check on Nat? This radio silence can't be good.
We are no monsters.
Fake news reports are being circulated saying people don't like being part of Chronopolis. Citizens are reminded.
We're so glad you came.
Oh boy. Did the symbiote get to her? Then you've got no choice. You've got to knock it out of her.
Help me, my brothers!
Ugh. I'll never get used to that. Hey, Barton, you there?
So, I know I laughed at you and everything, but...
But now you're getting a visit from the symbiote?
There's so many of them.
We should probably go help him. He's my ride home.
Citizens are warned not to
I've noticed some criminal activity not far from where you are. You know what to do.
We found a new plaything. One that laughs so much.
Is that right? You know, you really ought to ask before you borrow my toys. Quick, squash it before it gets away. Phew. All right, I think that's enough for today.
By the way, chat, all 10
Agreed.
previous
I'd say
parts
we
are
made some
already
real
out
progress cleaning up
on my
Chronopolis.
YouTube.
You know, right up until we got ourselves neck deep in symbiote.
Bio.
Speaking of cleaning up, I really do need to take that bath. I've got symbiote goo everywhere. I just hope I've got some of that anti-symbiote shampoo left.
I think I've still got bottles of that stuff from last time. Anyway, thanks for the help, and for saving our respective behinds from a sticky black doom.
We need the big guy for this.
Fun time.
Oh.
If I were the coolest version of my dad, where would I... You ever hear about that old Hulk selfie craze? My dad went to loads of places taking selfies with other superheroes. But you know who he didn't take one with? Me! You know, most dads don't need to be reminded that they have a son. Well, if he doesn't need me, I don't need him. When I take my own awesome scar selfie, I'm gonna take it with the older, cooler version of my dad I saw earlier. That'll teach regular dad a lesson. I just need a little help tracking that old geezer down. Great! Apparently, people have seen older, cooler dad somewhere in this version of Sakaar. It's not my Sakaar, obviously, or else I wouldn't be here. Chronopolis is weird like that. I guess this won't technically be a selfie, since I was gonna ask you to take the picture. I mean, come on. Selfies? What is this? 2000 out of the way! I'm trying to take a heartwarming family picture! Scar smash! Don't make me angrier! You'll fight me when I'm angrier! Dad? Wow, you really do look older. I like it. It's, you know, dignified or whatever.
You don't look like any son of mine. Begone. I have an empire to rebuild.
Yep, that's definitely Dad. Where'd he go? Come on, we gotta catch up to him. Are they working for him? Never mind, it doesn't matter. We'll take care of them either way. I think he went this way. I will get that photo!
Sorry to bother you, but yep, you guessed it. Some crime near you needs fighting.
What? You guys don't have anything better to do?
I don't mean to brag or anything, but Mr. Low beauty that time when I passed him on the street.
My dad better not get away because of you!
There's some shady kidnapping racket going on in this
I don't have time for this! I've got a selfie to take!
Help!
Wanna take a picture, Dad?
Stop following me.
Dad? Dad? Dad! Where are you going? Man, he must really hate having his picture taken. That's so cool.
Another wonderful day in Chronopolis.
You can do it, Avenger. Seriously? It's like they're holding me up on purpose. This time, Dad'll wait for sure.
Tell me that big shield disappearing from Kang's tower means this whole thing is nearly over.
It's days like this that make me question being a warrior.
Okay, I guess we
Don't make
don't
me
need
bust out the old tower.
Tell me that big shield disappearing from Kang's tower means this whole thing is nearly over.
I should have been a knight. Bet those fellas get all the maidens.
Probably.
Hi.
Chat, do the knights get all the maidens?
Here's Dad! Hey, Dad! Dad! Come on, Dad! Just one picture! I can do this all day, you know.
You aren't going to leave me alone, are you?
Nope.
Fine. I'll pose for your picture, but I won't smile. I only smile when crushing my enemies and my most loyal advisors. And that parking attendant.
Thanks, Dad! You're the best.
Say, the dystopian empire shall rise again within Chronopolis.
I'm just gonna stick with cheese, if it's all the same. Say cheese!
Where's my personal holographic assistant when I need him?
So, Dad, you wanna play some catch? Teach me how to talk to girls, or, Oh, he's already leaving. That's cool. Well, I guess I got what I wanted. I'm not sure how cool that version of my dad is after all. Somehow he seemed more angry. And was it just me, or was he giving off a bit of an, evil vibe?
Yeah.
It's probably nothing, right? It's fine that he just ran off, right? Should we go after him? Nah, he's probably fine. It's fine. It's definitely fine.
Interesting specimen. Shame, I probably got about 1 million of these at home.
Another wonderful day and...
Does it show anything unlocked? Nope. I wonder if there's also stuff on Nowhere and Adeline.
Any citizens having trouble dealing with their recent time displacement should contact their nearest
Oh damn. Okay. Ew.
My fellows are in dire need of rescue. Might I request your aid?
No, because you're part of Asgard. Let's see. I'm gonna do the race. Soul variant that I created. Oh, okay. This is starting.
Is there
I assure you, officer, this is just a humble sightseeing business. A suggestion.
Yay! A green shirt. Make sure you get me a green one. Oh, you'll know. The Kemming.
Ah, you saw that, chat. Oh, carnage. Oh, what the fuck? I don't know what to do about it. Yeah.
I assure you, officer, this is just a humble sightseeing.
Don't hurt me!
We have a very impressive and high-tech.
Drameth being used as a tourist trap? I never thought I'd see the day.
Oh, what the f... Dad, I wasn't expecting that. I need you back! Oh, can fly. Or change it back, chat. There we go.
can I find the simple life, man?
What are the weather settings today?
There's a crime happening near you. Can you see it?
Let's go chat. We got Captain Britain. Finish all this harder.
My fellows are in dire need of rescue. Might I request your aid? The effects of Ragnarok and this villainous plot by Kang has left Asgard in a state of ruin, and many of my fellow Asgardians stranded across the lava.
Oh. Chat. I see what we've been doing wrong.
Then do not
No,
waste
Lady
my
Sif.
time. Be gone.
Yeah, fuck Sif. But we need to do the puzzles. So, puzzle on, I guess.
Looked like something big was going down on top of the event you mentioned earlier. Thank you. Probably unrelated. I always thought Kunlun had a city on the mountain.
How am I supposed to make the greatest production the world has ever seen under these conditions?
Something must have gone down in the cave of...
You! Yes, you! Make yourself useful and fix that generator. Our debut performance of Hulk, the musical, is well behind schedule.
I just want to go home already. Something must have gone down in the Cave of Dragons. That disembodied voice isn't yelling at me when I walk past it.
Have you seen that superhero supply store? Lady who runs it always seems to be in some sort of trouble. Yesterday she was purple. You learned it.
And we have power once more. But where is our star? Is he still asleep? Someone wake him up! A stage without its star is like soft serve without a cone. A mess! Our star is probably still sleeping in his trailer. That boy can sleep through anything. Hurry and wake him up!
This one's here.
Ah, there you are. Get on that stage already.
All right, already. Get off my back, Dad.
And try to look a little more awake.
But that's my secret. I'm always sleepy.
All right, the show's about to begin. I've saved you a seat in the front row. sit down and behold the magic of musical theater.
There's some kind of exhibition happening up in that ruined building. Man, I do not get that this
Go on your peak so far, chat.
Yep. Definitely prefer these shows when they ain't doing the talking.
This show gets better every time I see it.
It's hardly Shakespeare, is it?
Isn't that the guy who played, what's his face? You know, in that thing?
Bravo! Bravo! Maybe just credible rather than incredible, but for the first night, not too shabby.
Great! Now, can I go back to bed?
You played a major role in this performance yourself. Allow me to thank you with this.
Kang here. If anyone out there sees Ravonna, tell her.
Maybe we'll see you at a future show.
I really want to roll a big snowball down the mountain.
Help!
How do I enter this thing? I see where to enter the
Step
thingy.
right up, whippersnappers, young and old. If you've made it this... Such agility. Most impressive. Or so I'm assuming. This is a pre-recorded message set to play after a certain amount of time has passed without failing.
Ah, fuck.
This is all extremely valuable data. Being evil is at least 50% research, you know? I hope he won't be as disappointing as the last test subject.
How am I supposed to know?
Oh. The massless field flux should self-limit.
Damn it, chat.
What do I get out of all this, I hear you ask? What?
No.
Can a guy set up an elaborate assault course hundreds of feet above ground without some ulterior motive?
No. Why won't she jump? Ah!
Beware the red steps. They have a tendency to disappear.
Oh my god. Oh my
I
god.
hope you won't be as disappointing as the last test subject.
We're going up there as Spider-Man,
The
chat.
Cave of Dragons did have an actual dragon inside. Somebody owes me a blue stud.
right up, whippersnappers, young and old. If you've made it this high, you automatically qualify. I hope you won't be as disappointing as the last test subject. Such agility! Most impressive. Or so I'm assuming. This is a pre-recorded message set to play after a certain amount of time has passed
So
without
bouncy.
failing.
Oh. Wait, what?
The massless field flux should self-limit.
Chat. You're cheating so well, chat.
What do I get out of all this, I hear you ask? What? Can a guy set up an elaborate assault course hundreds of feet above ground without some ulterior motive?
Oh my god, I hate this electric shit.
This is all extremely valuable data. Being evil is at least 50% research, you know?
You know.
Beware the red steps. They have a tendency to disappear.
Okay. I mean, that's fine and all, but like... I didn't ask!
The massless field flux should self-limit.
What?
Step right up, whippersnappers, young and old.
Yes.
If you've made it What do I get out of all this, I hear you ask? What? Can a guy set up an elaborate assault course hundreds of feet above ground without some ulterior motive?
Alright, I guess we had a better chances, but Black Widow, what? Lost. Black One, no.
Step right up, whippersnappers, young and old. If you've made it this high, you... The massless field flux should self-limit.
Why?
What do I get out of all this, I hear you ask? What? Can a guy set up an elaborate assault course hundreds of feet above ground without some ulterior motive? I hope you won't be as disappointing as the last test subject.
You won't fucking jump.
Beware the red steps. They have a tendency to disappear.
Damn, chat.
Such agility! Most impressive. Or so I'm assuming. This is a pre-recorded message set to play after a certain amount of time has passed without failing. This is all extremely valuable data. Being evil is at least 50% research, you know? What do I get out of all this, I hear you ask? What? Can a guy set up an elaborate assault course hundreds of feet above ground without some ulterior motive? hope he
Yeah.
won't be as disappointing as the last test subject.
No, shit. Oh my fucking god, no, yeah, no. We finally got it.
Such agility! Most impressive. Or so I'm assuming. This is a pre-recorded message set to
Who the
play
fuck is
after a
Tinkerer?
certain amount of time has passed without failing.
God, I don't remember who Tinkerer is. Tinkerer. Cat. What the fuck?
The massless field flux should self-limit.
What?
Beware the red steps. They have a tendency to disappear.
Yep. I can see. Ah! Right, Jet.
This is all extremely valuable data. Being evil is at least 50% research, you know?
Oh, I would have never known.
Beware the red steps. They have a tendency to disappear.
No, because since
This
I'm
is all extremely
small.
valuable data.
I
Being
see.
evil is at least 50% research, you know?
Okay, Chad, I guess we're going big mode.
Such agility! Most impressive! Or so I'm assuming. This is a pre-recorded message set to play after a certain amount of time has passed without failing. I hope you won't be as disappointing
Damn.
as the last test subject. What do I get out of all this, I hear you ask? What? Can a guy set up an elaborate assault course hundreds of feet above ground without some ulterior motive?
Oh, I mean, considering you've already said you're evil. No!
The massless field flux should self-limit.
No! No! Chat! Holy shit! No! No! No!
Such agility! Most impressive! Or so I'm assuming. This is a pre-recorded message set to play after a certain amount of time has passed without failing.
Go! Chat. Okay, okay.
This is all extremely valuable data. Being evil is at least 50% research, you know? I hope you won't be as disappointing as the last test subject.
I don't know how it wants me to do that.
The massless field flux should self-limit.
What does that even mean?
What do I get out of all this, I hear you ask? What? Can a guy set up an elaborate assault course hundreds of feet above ground without some ulterior motive?
Yeah, I caught myself, but I don't know if it was worth it. Like,
Beware the red steps. They have a tendency to disappear. What do I get out of all this, I hear you ask? What? Can a guy set up an elaborate assault course hundreds of feet above ground without some ulterior motive?
Should we give him leeway?
Such agility! Most impressive! Or so I'm assuming. This is a pre-recorded message set to play after a certain amount of time has passed without failing.
Chat. I'm genuinely confused with what we're supposed to be doing here.
Beware the red steps. They have a tendency to disappear. This is all extremely valuable data. Being evil is at least 50% research, you know? The massless field flux should self-limit. I hope you won't be as disappointing as the last test subject. Such agility! Most impressive! Or so I'm assuming. This is a pre-recorded message set to play after a certain amount of time has passed without failing. What do I get out of all this, I hear you ask? What? Can a guy set up an elaborate assault course hundreds of feet above ground without some ulterior motive? I hope he won't be as disappointing as the last test subject. The massless field flux should self-limit. Beware the red steps. They have a tendency to disappear. This is all extremely valuable data. Being evil is at least 50% research, you know?
I'm so confused. Let's try.
It's the sensational She-Hulk, here to save the day, etc., etc.
Such agility! Most impressive! Or so I'm assuming. This is a pre-recorded message set to play after a certain amount of time has passed without failing. Beware the red steps. They have a tendency to disappear.
Oh yeah, I forgot they can. Oh, they just can literally climb walls now.
Sure didn't need that to happen.
Climb this wall.
I hope you won't be as disappointing as the last test subject. What do I get out of all this, I hear you ask? What? Can a guy set up an elaborate assault course hundreds of feet above ground without some ulterior motive?
Why can't I use her double jump? She can't make it now. I'm so confused. I feel like Rocket.
So, what are we doing today? Huh?
The massless field flux should self-limit. This is all extremely valuable data. Being evil is at least 50% research, you know?
Oh. What?
The massless field flux should self-limit.
Where's what?
Yeah! This is gonna be sweet!
What do I get out of all this, I hear you ask? What? Can a guy set up an elaborate assault course hundreds of feet above ground without some ulterior motive? I hope you won't be as disappointing as the last test subject. Beware the red steps. They have a tendency to disappear.
Oh my god.
Such agility! Most impressive! Or, so I'm assuming. This is a pre-recorded message set to play after a certain amount of time has passed without failing. This is all extremely valuable data. Being evil is at least 50% research, you know?
I don't know.
Bow!
Obviously, Baron
your
Zemo.
superior.
I hope you won't be as disappointing as the last test subject.
Hey.
No wise guys had better get in the way of the bullseye killer.
Such agility! Most impressive! Or, so I'm assuming. This is a pre-recorded message set to play after a certain amount of time has passed without failing.
Okay, I have an idea.
Beware the red steps. They have a tendency to disappear.
Bro, what?
What do I get out of all this, I hear you ask? What? Can a guy set up an elaborate assault course hundreds of feet above ground without some ulterior motive?
No. Oh, so I don't know what to do, chat. I'm really confused.
The future is depending on me. Well, one possible future from a different reality, anyway.
The massless field flux should self-limit. This is all extremely valuable data. Being evil is at least 50% research, you know? Such agility! Most impressive. Or so I'm assuming. This is a pre-recorded message set to play after a certain amount of time has passed without failing.
Oh my god. Yeah. Or not.
This is all extremely valuable data. Being evil is at least 50% research, you know?
Oh my god. I was actually doing it, chat.
I hope you won't be as disappointing as the last test subject. The massless field flux should self-limit. What do I get out of all this, I hear you ask? What? Can a guy set up an elaborate assault course hundreds of feet above ground without some ulterior motive? Beware the red steps. They have a tendency to disappear. What do I get out of all this, I hear you ask? What? Can a guy set up an elaborate assault course hundreds of feet above ground without some ulterior motive? Not bad. I suppose. Come back anytime you want to challenge the course. I could always use more test data, and there might be other rewards for you.
God damn, chat, the amount of puzzles. Right on these.
Psst. Hey.
Oh. Yeah.
Hey, it's me, Agent 13. Think you can help me get these elevators open? I have a sneaking suspicion Alexander Lukin has a cosmic cube locked up in this building. I just need to get inside so I can check it out. Huh? Yes, I'm dressed as the lizard, and yes, it actually fooled the guards. There should be a power supply around here somewhere.
I suppose there are aspects to living amongst mortals that I still fail to grasp.
That's blown it. Doesn't look like I can ride it like that.
The mighty Thor will make short work.
Hopefully elevator number 2 won't let me down. Be a doll and open it up for me, would you? Elevator is not worthy.
Hmm? I am Groot?
Well, that's not technically a cube, and it's definitely not the cosmic kind I was after. That was bad intel. Very bad intel. How about you take that thing and we just forget this ever happened?
Don't mind me. Just a teeny minor situation at the old super supply store. All under control. Take it you noticed the floating? Very sharp. I spilled a drum of anti-grav on myself. Don't come in, though. It's all in hand. Now, where's that emergency override?
Look.
Hey, get out of here! This place is covered in invisibility serum. The you break it, you bought it policy still counts when you can't see it, you know. There might also be a little toxic goo spill, so watch your step. We keep the stuff in stock for our more villainous clientele, you see. There's something for everyone here. So, you're probably wondering how I, acquired all these fun products? Let's just say it was the luck of the claw. I mean draw. Luck of the draw, yeah. Why would I say claw? That's so bizarre. That big lock Dr. Strange has on his sanctum. Where can I get one
Chat,
of those?
I'm so confused.
Oh, I can't wait. Let's go.
Where should I go for lunch?
We're not gonna get attacked again, are we? Something must have gone down in the Cave of Dragons. That disembodied voice isn't yelling at me when I walk past him.
These constant villain attacks are no joke. Seriously, though, it's really dangerous out there.
Oh, I can't feel my face.
The fuck?
What?
There we go. You really saved the day there, hero. Such fine work deserves a prize. If you take a nosy in that cash register, there should be a little something something for your trouble.
Nice.
See you again soon. Quick note, the water in those sprinklers is riddled with gamma radiation. I should have said it earlier, but if you're the real deal, you should be fine. As for me, no powers yet.
missed it. Some crime near you needs fighting.
There was some, question.
This snow's been real bad for business. My poor store's been split down the middle. All the fan-favorite balloons are stuck on the side of the store that I can't get to. Just thinking about the money I'm losing is making me lightheaded. What are you doing?
Someone is going to pay!
There was some, taking place on the mountain earlier. Must be some...
Hey! The balloons I want are on the other side of the store, not here.
No matter how old you get, nothing beats walking through fresh snow.
Fake news reports are being circulated saying people don't like being part of Chronopolis. Citizens are reminded that watching or listening to any news other than official Kang news is a crime punishable by lifelong imprisonment. Also, did you hear about our free Kang-O-Rail service?
Hey, how'd you get in there? Don't you go popping in. No! I mean it. Not a single one. Not even the one with... What are you doing? Just take your filthy brick and get out of here. Something must have gone down in the Cave of Dragons.
I need a change of scenery. Turns out the Cave of Dragons did have an actual dragon inside. Somebody else got blue stuff.
Hey, bub. Lend me a hand? I'm losing my mind trying to find the John in this place. It's like a maze up here.
No, I don't want to be a basic magic character. I want to be somebody else. Do that, but it's obviously not Doctor Strange. Watch out! Enchantress. Yeah, Enchantress. I guess.
I am Amora, but you may refer to me as
I don't know what the mook who designed this place was thinking the way it's laid out. And the buttons for controlling the doors are all over the place. Unless we just wired it up wrong.
Must I do everything myself?
Think we're getting close. I can feel it in my pipes.
Your name is what?
We made it! Oh, thank goodness! Come to Papa! Wait, are those pumpkin bombs? Ah! I suddenly don't need the restroom. Please don't tell the guys about this, okay?
I don't know. How did I forget there was a race on top of that?
Sorry to bother you, but yep, you guessed it. Some crime near you needs fighting.
Citizens of Chronopolis are reminded not to wantonly deface public property. Specifically, stop putting those weird top hats on top of things.
Checking some I wanted to hit this Benjamin Franklin. A reminder that one lucky citizen can win themselves a tour of my citadel by finding the elusive golden ticket hidden inside the wrapper of a regular, delicious Kang bar. As an added bonus, you will then be enlisted in Kang's army for the rest of your existence. What?
Absolutely free. I've noticed a number of people complaining that the roads in Chronopolis are a bit of a mess. Yet, no one seems to mention all the centuries-old pyramids I brought over in one piece. Just saying.
Whoa.
The bad guys sure are keeping us busy. Can you take care of the incident near you?
This Chronopolis situation sure has been bad for business.
It just closed out of the game.
here. If anyone out there sees Ravonna, tell her there's a bee in my room, and I need her to come and deal with it. Oh, never mind. It flew out the window. Oh, no, wait, it's back! No, it's gone.
Maybe.
Looked like something big was going down on top of the Avengers mansion here. Think it had anything to do with that massive face that appeared in the sky? Nah, probably unrelated.
Tamper.
Apparently there's some kind of exhibition happening up in that ruined building. Man, if I do not get that fancy
I picked up a crime taking place near your location. Can you go take a look?
The Terrigen mists gave me my powers. But
There was
Damn.
some questionable training taking place on the mountain earlier. Must be some new kind of ancient martial art or something.
this is strange to me. Is it from the world of the humans?
Something must have gone down in the Cave of Dragons. That disembodied voice isn't yelling at me.
I'm not exactly too sure what to do.
All this danger lately really makes you realize how precious every moment is. Oh,
Okay.
free snack bar for sitting through a 3-hour seminar? Don't mind if I do.
All systems engage. Okay, let's show them what we got.
Saw a monkey fighting a bunch of snowmen earlier? Maybe I've been up here too long. We're not gonna get attacked again, are we? Apparently there's some kind of exhibition happening up in that ruined building. Man, I do not get that fancy art stuff.
like something big was going down on top of the Avengers mansion earlier. Think it had anything to do with that massive face that appeared in the sky? Nah, probably unrelated.
Problems now, but I have to ask, did anyone ever sort out that poor guy's tire fire in the last game?
There was some questionable training taking place on the mountain earlier. Must be some new kind of ancient martial art or something.
Snow gear's a waste of money, huh? Well, who's laughing now, Mom?
I'm so confused.
Apparently there's some kind of exhibition happening up in that ruined building. Man, I do not get that fancy art style. Isn't yelling at me when I walk past it.
If I have to listen to one more of those Kang announcements, I'm gonna do something.
You see that superhero supply store? Lady who runs it always seems to be in some sort of trouble. Yesterday she was purple. You'll learn to tune it out.
Did have an actual dragon inside. Somebody owes me a blue stud.
I hate the way Kang watches us with those drones. It's so all this danger.
Looked like something big was going down on top of the Avengers mansion earlier. Think it had anything to do with that massive face that appeared in the sky? Nah, probably unrelated.
Apparently there's some kind of exhibition happening up in that ruined building. Man, I do not get that fancy art style.
Okay, I'm confused. What is TS even? Alright. This isn't gonna. No, that's
Whoever they
looking
got
at
on
the
snowplow duties
marker.
seriously needs to up his
What
game.
the?
It's like driving inside a bounce house around here. You seen that superhero supply store? Lady who runs it always seems to be in some sort of trouble. Yesterday she was purple. You'll learn to tune it out.
I hate the way Kang watches us with those drones. It's so
That cool lock Dr. Strange has on his sanctum, where can I get one of those?
there's some kind of exhibition happening up in that ruined building? Man, I do not get that fancy art stuff.
Oh, snap! I went to get a hairdryer to thaw out that frozen guy in the cave, but I got totally distracted. Ooh, that rock looks like my mom.
All this danger lately really makes you realize how precious every moment is. Oh,
Detected a crime pretty close to you. Hey, wouldn't it be great if this was the last crime ever? Nah, a girl can dream.
we're not gonna get attacked again, are we?
Oh my god, Chuck, I'm so fucking confused.
I know we've got a whole new bunch of problems now, but I have to ask, did anyone ever sort out that poor guy's tire fire in the last game?
All this snow gear's a waste of money, huh? Well, who's laughing now?
My training never prepared me for this. Probably because it was in software development.
Alright, I'm gonna look it up.
odd that I'm really craving ice cream?
Where should I go for lunch? Oh man, now I've done it.
All this danger lately really makes you realize how precious every moment is. Oh, hey, snack bar, you're sitting through a 3-hour seminar? Don't mind if I do.
I wish that giant fireball on the Kronos building was a real giant fireball, so it'd melt all this snow. Of course, then we'd have a giant fireball to deal with.
Saw a monkey fighting a bunch of snowmen earlier? Maybe I've been up here too long. Waste of money, huh? Well, who's laughing now, Mom?
Turns out the Cave of Dragons did have an My training never prepared me for this. Probably because it was in software development. If some kind superhero could see their way to saving me right about now, that'd be great.
No matter how old you get, nothing beats walking through fresh snow.
Ugh, if I have to listen to one more of those Kang announcements, ooh, I'm gonna do something. I feel like I've been walking for hours.
Help me!
Turns out the Cave of Dragons did have an actual dragon inside. Somebody owes me a blue stud.
Did the Avengers really let themselves be flushed away? Amateur mistake. The hand! It must be the hand! Nobody else could concoct a scenario so nefarious!
The Statue of Liberty look a little off to anybody else? No? Just me?
There was some questionable training taking place on the mountain earlier. Must be some new kind of ancient martial art or something. favorite superhero supply store? Lady who runs it always seems to be in some sort of trouble. Yesterday she was purple. You'll learn to tune it out. There was some questionable training taking place on the mountain earlier. Must be some new kind of ancient martial art or something.
The hand! It must be the hand! Nobody else could concoct a scenario so nefarious! All this danger lately really makes you realize how precious every moment is. Oh, a free snack bar for sitting through a 3-hour seminar? Don't mind if I do. No! Help me! The hand! It must be the hand! Nobody else could concoct a scenario so nefarious!
Whoever they got on snowplow duty seriously needs to up his game. It's like trying to decide who built this house around here.
Can't feel my face.
This is the worst thing to ever happen to anybody ever!
Oh man, now I've done it. Where should I go for lunch?
No! Help me! The hand! It must be the hand! Nobody else could concoct a scenario so nefarious!
There was some questionable training taking place on the mountain earlier. Must be some new kind of ancient martial art or something.
Hey, at least we still have our health. Come on. If some kind superhero could see their way to saving me right about now, that'd be great.
Avengers Mansion earlier. Think it had anything to do with that massive face that appeared in the sky? Nah, probably unrelated.
My training never prepared me for this. Probably because it was in software development.
Apparently there's some kind of exhibition happening up in that ruined building. Man, I do not get that fancy art stuff.
Right. Let's go get that Nexus fragment out of the cave.
feel my face.
The hand! It must be the hand! Nobody else could concoct a scenario so nefarious! No! Help me!
I wish that giant fireball on the Chronos building was a real giant fireball, so it'd melt all this snow. Of course, then we'd have a giant fireball to deal with.
It must be the hand! Nobody else could concoct a scenario so nefarious! Saw a monkey fighting a bunch of snowmen earlier? Maybe I've been up here too long.
Oh my god. Awesome.
I flew across the world to get to Kunlun, and now it's right in my backyard? Enlightenment and martial art mastery may be priceless. Those plane tickets definitely cost some. No! Help me!
You seen that superhero supply store? Lady who runs it always seems to be in some sort of trouble. Yesterday she was purple. You'll learn to tune it out. There was some questionable training taking place on the mountain earlier. Must be some new kind of ancient martial art or something.
Saw a monkey fighting a bunch of snowmen earlier? Maybe I've been up here too long.
I always thought Kunlun had a city on the mountain. Shame Kang didn't bring that into Chronopolis. Guess he must have had a budget to stick to.
I'm gonna do something.
Did have an actual dragon inside, and somebody else made a loose title.
There was some questionable training taking place on the mountain earlier. Must be some new kind of ancient martial art or something.
I could have totally been the Iron Fist. Well, maybe if I cut out daring.
You seen that superhero supply store? Lady who runs it always seems to be in some sort of trouble. Yesterday she was purple. You'll
and now it's right in my backyard? Enlightenment and martial art mastery may be priceless. Those plane tickets definitely cost something.
You seen that superhero supply store? Lady who runs it always seems to be in some sort of trouble. Yesterday she was perfect. You'll learn to tune it out.
I hate the way Kang watches us with those drones.
It was me, Bear. It was me.
My training never prepared me for this. Probably because it was in software development.
City on the mountain. Shame Kang didn't bring that into Chronopolis. Guess he must have had a budget to stick to.
Apparently there's some kind of exhibition happening up in that ruined building. Man, I do not get that fancy art stuff. All this danger lately really makes you realize how precious every moment is. Oh, a free snack bar for sitting through a 3-hour seminar? Don't mind if I do.
chat. So,
Let's go get that Nexus fragment out of the cave! What do you mean somebody already got it? Aw, man.
The giant sword that's off in the sky.
I always thought Kunlun had a city on the mountain. Shame Kang didn't bring that into Chronopolis. Guess he must have had a budget to stick to.
Prepared me for this?
I don't know if we should do Asgard or another mission. I guess we'll do Asgard and then. Should I do Asgard? I'll do another real tough one. Obviously.
No! Thank you for rescuing me!
Sort out that poor guy's tire fire in the last game? Dragon inside. Somebody owes me a blue stud.
I could have totally been the Iron Fist. Well, maybe if I cut out dairy.
Three Manhattans. Ha ha ha.
Alright, chat. I will be right back because I am. Well, okay. Damn, I didn't even tell chat the plans. I am going to. Sorry. I'm going to go make some food. And then when I get back, we're going to watch some YouTube while I eat. Okay, chat. Good, good, good. Alright, chat, I am back. Let's see some. Huh. I don't know. Oh, wait, that's chat. We don't fuck with chat. Stop. I want to see something. There's display video capture, display capture. What's a win? We'll leave it all in. Anyways, chat. Let's get watching some videos. This is the first one I've lined up for
The
you guys.
symbiotes. One of the most iconic alien species in Marvel, if not the superhero comic space as a whole. Most of us are generally familiar with how these things work. They are weird blobs of alien goo that bond with people and give them a bunch of superpowers, but also, you know, have a tendency to take over their hosts and sometimes eat people's brains. But is that really all they are? Are the symbiotes merely normal aliens, or is there
By
a
the way,
deeper level?
all rights to the comics go to Marvel, and all rights to the video go to Sir Superhero.
Level of arcane complexity
I am not trying to steal anybody's content. Just trying to enjoy it with my chat.
To their lore. The second one, I'm going to go ahead and answer my own question. It is the second one. My God, are they complex now? In the last 10 years especially, Marvel has evolved an insane amount on the lore of Venom and his species, adding concepts like Null, the god of symbiotes, as well as a bunch of time travel and human symbiote hybrids and many other things that are admittedly a little hard to keep track of at times. If you have been wanting a catch-up video on the symbiotes and how they work in general, this is the video for you. Are we going to be covering literally everything about the symbiotes? God no, because that's like 45 years and I only have a couple of hours to do this. But I will give you the things that you need to know so that you'll have a rough understanding of how they work for the canon going forward, which is still going to be quite a lot. But hey, you people on this channel have proven that you are more than willing to stick around for long videos, so let's do it. Now, before we get into the very large amount of lore we're going to be covering, I have to address the order in which I'm going to present it, because when it comes to the symbiotes, I had two options. Option one was to present this kind of like an in-universe history book, start way back in the past at the origin of symbiotes as a species, and move forward from there to the present day. Option 2 was to do this by real publication history, meaning we would begin at the Black Suit Spider-Man arc in the 1980s and go over the lore as it was revealed to the readers. Both of these orders had pros and cons to them, and I felt pretty confident that I could present the video with either structure, meaning I was kind of torn on which to do, and ultimately decided to just do the lazy option. Sorry, I decided to do community engagement with you guys, and so I put it up to a YouTube poll. Over 7,000 people voted 63% in favor of the in-universe timeline, so that's what we're going to be going with. Don't worry, I will make interesting notes about publication as we get to them, and if you're mad about how this turned out, I don't know, argue with democracy. Though there is one kind of interesting quirk about doing the history of the symbiotes by in-universe chronology, which is that we are actually not going to start with symbiotes at all, so that's how you know we're in for some good comic book nonsense today. Our story begins at the beginning of existence itself, like damn near the first point in any Marvel timeline, which is probably a lot farther back than many of you thought we were going to go, but you're just going to have to trust me to stick to what's relevant to symbiotes. If you do want more details about this, I did another 2-hour video essay about it a couple months ago, which will have all the details of the early period. Also, I do know that plugging a 2-hour video essay in a 2-hour video essay is kind of insane, but if you're the type of person who got excited about this video, you're probably the type of person to be excited that there's another waiting for you. Anyway, back in the first days of reality, there existed the Celestials. Yes, like the Celestials that you are probably thinking of. They were extremely powerful and spent most of their time just experimenting on existence, which at the time was very simple, but the Celestials were working on developing it. This worked out fine for a time, but eventually the Celestials began disagreeing with each other on how exactly to conduct themselves. So they split into two factions, these two factions fought, and their fight became so big that the universe exploded. This is not an exaggeration at all, and it's also not particularly uncommon in Marvel Comics. The Marvel Multiverse has been destroyed and restructured several times, and that cycle is key to the lore of the symbiotes of all things. We're going to be hitting this very quickly, but again, just trust me to give you stuff that's relevant to the topic today. So reality, or rather the first version of reality, explodes, and the Celestials who did survive it pop out in the second reality. At this point, they decide, maybe we should set up a checks and balances system just to ensure that that doesn't happen again. The system they designed was another type of being, infinite entities known as the Omegas. The Omegas had two purposes. One, kill their masters if another celestial war were to ever begin, but secondly, the more important one for our topic today, preserve the existence of the multiverse from within. See, the Celestials could learn something from Peter Parker because while they are incredibly powerful, they are also notoriously irresponsible. They don't want to deal with the ramifications of the things that they do, they just want to keep doing their weird creation and strange experiments. The Omegas were supposed to make sure that none of that stuff went too off the rails. With this dynamic established, everything is once again fine for a while. The Celestials keep making weird things, and the Omegas make sure that everything is stable. That is, until one of the Celestials comes up with this newfangled concept called death. Introducing death itself to an existence that previously had no such concept whatsoever understandably caused some problems, and as a result of one of those problems, reality exploded again. A new one arose from its ashes, of course, but at this point, the Celestials are 2 for 2 on breaking everything. Fortunately, once more, the Celestials, and in this case, more importantly, the Omegas, do survive the destruction. The Celestials keep on doing their thing, but the Omegas get sent outside of the multiverse. They don't exist in the third one per se, they exist in like a little bubble, essentially the remnants of the second reality that exists. I mean, this is weird time-space cosmological nonsense, there's not really geographical coordinates to it, they just exist beyond. Me choosing that word was not arbitrary in the slightest, as from this point going forward, the Omegas would be known as the Beyonders. Now, I wanted to point out that name specifically so that very dedicated Marvel fans would know who we're talking about, but for most of this video, I will not be calling them the Beyonders. This group has a billion different names, and the one that is most relevant to the symbiotes is the Kings in White. The Kings in White, or the Ivory Kings, yes, I did just introduce a new name for them in 3 consecutive lines, don't blame me for that, blame Marvel, continued their work of preserving the multiverse, but now they were doing so from a very different position. The Kings in White existed beyond. They were not located in the multiverse anymore, and this gave them a lot more oversight as to keeping everything in check. They had a very literal outside perspective. They could look into the multiverse from wherever they existed and make sure that everything was functioning properly. But with the advantages of this position came some limitations. These beings were incredibly powerful, and from beyond, they could make sweeping changes to the multiverse with relative ease. They were great at big picture protection, but they were not as good at the small scale stuff. If something demanded a finer touch or a quick response, the Kings in White couldn't exactly do that. Thus, they proposed adding a third party to their cosmic system. The Celestials would continue acting as unbiased forces of creation, development, and expansion. The Kings in White would maintain the multiverse from the outside, and this new role would maintain the multiverse from within. Since the new edition would serve a somewhat opposite role to the Kings in White, it was dubbed the King in Black. Now, king, as opposed to kings, plural, is very important there. The Kings in White are a singular organization. There are rogue Beyonders, of course, but most of them operate outside of the multiverse from one location. The King in Black, however, is singular. There is only one King in Black, at least one per universe. The concept of how they work on a multiversal scale is very weird, and we're going to come back to that, but not until way later in this video. So for now, just know that there is one King in Black, not a bunch of them. The final thing we need to establish before we can start talking about specific characters is the tools that the Cosmic Kings use to complete their work. The power used by the King in White is a force that has a bunch of names, but for dramatic purposes that will pay off later, I'm going to refer to it here as the Unipower. The Unipower has a lot more lore, which again, later, but for now, just know that it is usually represented by light. Then, as you can probably guess, the King in Black uses a parallel power known as Living Abyss. Living Abyss is represented by darkness, but specifically in the context of like primordial nothingness, the void between realities, and this void is where we finally meet Null. We're going to time skip forward very substantially now. Where we last picked up on the story, we were in the 3rd iteration of reality. Now we are going to zoom all the way to the 7th, or more accurately, kind of the gap space between the 6th and the 7th. Here we see, well, nothing really. There is no reality yet. This is the gap between universes. There is nothing here but a primordial void, and one singular entity. This entity is Null. Now you might be wondering how Null exists when literally nothing else does, and the answer to that is pretty simple. He is a god. He doesn't have to follow the standard rules of logic. As a cosmic embodiment of sorts, he comes into being when the thing that he embodies does. And Null is a god of darkness, which means this primordial void is his pinnacle of power. He's not really evil at this stage yet, because there's kind of nothing to be evil against. Null is completely content to just drift endlessly in this sea of nothingness, but the Celestials are about to ruin his night. In the middle of our little time skip, the Celestials have just kind of been doing the same stuff. They do their weird creation, weird experiments, eventually something causes reality to blow up, oopsie doopsie, but they're fine, they just go on to the next one. Eventually, it comes time for the Celestials to break their way into Reality 7, and they do so quite explosively, bringing with them a burst of energy and light into Null's eternal void, which he is not happy about. However, in classic irresponsible Celestial fashion, these cosmic masterminds don't really care that Null is pissed at them. In fact, they might not even notice. See, one of the first things that has to happen when the Celestials enter a new reality is that they appoint a new King in Black. And Null, I mean, he's clearly already versed in Living Abyss since he's a god of darkness, and he's, you know, there, so they just kind of throw the role at him. Now, many other cosmic entities might simply accept the role, right? After all, King in Black is a pretty good job to get. You get a gigantic power boost from the Living Abyss, and also you get to have a tremendous amount of influence over the preservation of your reality, since you are one of the 3 primordial forces keeping it going. But Null is very spiteful, and the Celestials just said let there be light and ruined his nap. So he accepts the job, receives the Living Abyss boost, and then immediately turns on them. Now, like, what, 10 to 15 minutes into this video? I haven't recorded the intro yet, so I don't know exactly what timestamp we're at. We finally get to the first symbiote, and one of the most metal moments in everything we're going to be discussing today. At this point, the only things in all of existence are the Celestials, the light that they are emitting, and Null. This means that Null is the only thing casting a shadow. And with the power of his unbridled rage and the Living Abyss, he forges his own shadow, the first shadow in all existence, into a blade, and with one strike of that blade, decapitates a Celestial. This is amazing, and it's one hell of a start to Null's reign of terror, but unfortunately for the God of Darkness, there's a lot more than one Celestial there, and even though he is strong enough to kill one of them, he is nowhere near powerful enough to defeat all of the others at once, and so they cast him out into the void of space. Importantly, they don't kill him because he is the King in Black now, but they do just sort of throw him far enough away that he won't be a problem for a while. With Null's darkness colonized, basically, the Celestials begin their work and start developing the universe. But Null, at the far fringes of space, is not content to just sit there. He wants to cast these invaders out. He is going to fight their light away and reclaim his infinite darkness, and he now has a weapon to do that. Now, just a second ago, I said that we finally reached the first symbiote of the story, and let me be very clear on who I mean by that. Null is not actually a symbiote. This is a common misconception, but he is a god and creator of the symbiotes. Think of their dynamic kind of like a necromancer and their army of skeletons. They might share some characteristics, but they are not the same thing. The symbiote, then, is Null's weapon. This is All Black the Necrosword, and it is one of the most feared blades in the entire universe. Though I should probably note that All Black is not a symbiote in the traditional sense. We'll get to the creation of those shortly, but in these early comics, they do refer to All Black as a proto-symbiote, so it's like the earliest generations of them and something that Null would experiment on going forward. After slaying that Celestial with All Black, Null sought out the cosmic being's decapitated head, and using the energies found in that skull as a forge, began to refine his blade even further. This is where Null starts to get creative with the living abyss at his disposal. When I say that he uses the celestial head as a forge, that's not a metaphor. With the cosmic heat found there, he takes the tools of a blacksmith and quite literally forges darkness itself into the shapes that he needs it. First, he improves All Black, increasing its power and giving it sentience. Yes, the sword is an independent entity. From there, he makes armor and then decides to get bigger, creating an entire planet-like structure purely out of darkness to serve as his base of operations. He would then leave the head for his new planet, but if you're wondering what happened to the giant celestial head floating in space, well, a lot of you have probably seen a giant celestial head floating in space before, especially in Guardians of the Galaxy media. That's right, this decapitated head is what would later become Nowhere. Null did not specifically have a hand in it becoming Nowhere, I mean other than the hand that cut the head off, I guess, but he had expended all of the cosmic light before it became a space station and did not attend to it from there. He had other things to do. His goal in all this is nothing more than a spite-filled crusade. Null wants to kill all the Celestials and purge every last drop of light and life from reality, returning existence to his void, and this is the only thing that motivates him. The problem is that Null is one singular being. Even though he is a very powerful one, the Celestials have already proven that collectively they can defeat him with ease. So if he wants to have any shot, Null is going to need an army, and so he turns to the living abyss once more. Null has been able to make living creatures out of the abyss before, that's what he did with All Black, and as he develops on that idea, he starts making monsters. Relatively simple at first, shadow creatures and gigantic terrifying beasts, but as he experiments more, his creations become more complex. A turning point in this is a conflict Null has with a time-traveling Silver Surfer. Yes, like Norrin Radd's Silver Surfer, but way back in the past during Null's first era of conquest. Null is able to defeat the Surfer, but instead of just killing him outright, chooses to instead infect him with Living Abyss, corrupting him into the being known as the Void Knight. Void Knight serves Null's army for a while, but is later freed, at which point, this isn't super relevant to the video, but it's cool enough that I want to include it, Silver Surfer beats Null in their second fight by expending almost all of his power at once to create an entire sun right in front of Null's face, and that burst of light is enough to bring the god down. Amazingly, Null recovers from this defeat, which is why the exact way Silver Surfer brought him down isn't the most important part to the story, but the Void Knight thing is very key because this is the first example of Null using the Abyss as a corrupting force. But before we talk about him really capitalizing on that, there is one more of his defeats that we need to mention, the one that results in him losing his sword. We don't need to go into huge detail here, but at some point in the past, Null fought an entire army of things that are only described as golden armored gods, and while he defeated most of them, one of the last survivors managed to impale Null on his spear. This also did not kill Null, but it incapacitated him long enough that his sword was recovered by someone else. This someone else was Gore the God Butcher, who wielded All Black in his own little spite crusade to kill every god in the universe. Interestingly, after Null's recovery, he was actually aware that Gore had his own sword, but chose not to recover it because he simply kind of approved of how the alien was using it. I mean, killing all the gods was something that Null was going to have to do on his own eventually, and so if somebody else was doing that work for him, that just meant that he could multitask. This idea of multitasking was the final piece of the puzzle. Null's conquest was going well, but it could be going faster, and at this point he knew that he could corrupt beings with the Living Abyss, and he knew that if other beings were doing his work for him, then that would just speed along his goals. So he began work on a construct that could corrupt things, and also go on to have those things spread corruption further. Now, finally, we are at the real symbiotes. The symbiotes were by far Null's most devious creation. He had other scarier looking monsters in his army, and by comparison, the symbiotes were just little blobs of darkness, but their ability was that corruption. The symbiotes bonded to hosts, dominating their bodies and their minds and enslaving their will to Null's darkness. From there, they could replicate and spread, meaning that every individual symbiote was a little seed that would grow and grow and grow, easily spreading the abyss to every part of the universe that the species touched. Now, there's going to be a whole section on symbiote biology once we're done with this little history of Null part, so don't worry, I will expand on that in more detail. But for now, the most important part of the biology that you need to know is that these symbiotes were also part of a hive mind. All of Null's monsters were technically in this hive mind, but the symbiotes were the most relevant to it. With only a few symbiotes and enough time, Null could take over entire planets, and he could do so relatively independently, using the hive mind to check in on them only when needed. This tactic worked wonders, and the symbiotes quickly began spreading Null's darkness across the entire galaxy. But their connection, both to each other and to their hosts, once their greatest strength, also proved to be their greatest weakness. This is the part of the story where Earth finally enters the picture, as a few of Null's creations would make their way there in the distant past. These were no normal symbiotes though, they were some of Null's stronger warriors, commonly referred to simply as symbiote dragons. Symbiote dragons were bigger, stronger, and did not require a host to bond with, but they were just as capable of spreading darkness, in fact, even better at it. You know how most dragons breathe out fire or some other kind of energy, maybe acid or something like that? Symbiote dragons breathe symbiotes. So obviously, when two of these monstrosities made their way to Earth, the planet's defenders had a response. But again, this was way in the distant past. There was no Spider-Man, no X-Men, no Avengers, but there was still Thor! A young Thor Odinson defeated the invading dragons, unintentionally inspiring the myth of Beowulf in the process. Yeah, this is the canon background for Beowulf in the Marvel Universe. The dragons are Grendel and its mother. As impressive as this was, Thor's defeat of the dragons was not a total victory, as the dragons are kind of like tiny symbiote hives in and of themselves. While the dragons, in quotes, were defeated, little pieces of them split off and scattered themselves across Earth. These were more like normal symbiotes, and so they sought out hosts. This might sound like a total failure at first. After all, Null sent the dragons there to invade the planet, and now the planet has been successfully invaded. But there's one very key thing about the dragons' defeat, and that is that they were destabilized. When a symbiote dragon invades a planet, it's supposed to swoop down, spray symbiotes over the population, corrupt them, and then leave, defeating any defenders in the process. It is not supposed to get blasted open by a thunder god, with its constituent parts being scattered over the planet instead. This meant that the symbiotes on Earth were partially disconnected from the hive mind. Injured and unable to communicate with their master, the symbiotes were only seeking out hosts so that they would have time to grow and recover. But with Null's control over them no longer complete, the bond that they have with their hosts began to go two ways. These early symbiotes began to assimilate ideals and behavior from their human hosts. This included thoughts of nobility and preservation and life, which did not at all align with Null's goals of destruction and eternal darkness. The symbiote hive mind had, in a sense, become infected with humanity, and as more symbiotes began to develop this, the infection spread to larger and larger chunks of that system. As more symbiotes developed the ability to think for themselves for the first time, they started to question their master, doubting his ideals of single-minded tyranny and destruction of everything that did not fit his mold. Eventually, the mass of rebel symbiotes became such a statistically significant portion of the hive mind that they turned on Null entirely. With the best part of his army turned on him, Null's conquest slowed to a halt, and the symbiotes began to make their way back to their master's base so that they could defeat him. Now, the symbiotes, vast in number though they were still not strong enough to kill Null outright. Their creator outmatched them by a very wide margin. But they could imprison him. If you recall, Null's main headquarters was a planet of his own creation. It was one that he had built out of Living Abyss, and as the symbiotes flocked back to the place of their creation, they were able to trap Null within it, forcing him to the planet's core and using their own bodies in the millions if not billions to keep him there. Thus, Null's remaining influence over the hive mind was locked away, as he was simply too deep to reach his consciousness out and control any of his minions. Finally freed from Null's tyranny, the symbiotes vowed to keep watch over Null's eternal prison, and began thinking of the place as their homeworld, giving it the name Clintar. Yeah, that's what Clintar is. It is a planet literally made of symbiotes, designed as a cage to imprison a primordial god. This was still a long time in Marvel's past, and so over the centuries it has become a little bit more planet-like as it has been terraformed, but the core of it, that is still just all symbiote matter. From this point on, many of the symbiotes decided that they wanted to atone for their master's actions against the universe, and actually became a force for good, forming an organization called the Agents of the Cosmos. Now, the agents of the cosmos are not super important. They do have one really big important role that we'll get to in just a couple of minutes, but I bring them up now as an example of the fact that symbiotes really do have free will at this point. There are plenty of good symbiotes out there who just want to protect the universe, and most of the symbiotes based on Clintar are of this group, at least for a while. But like any species, there are also bad ones, symbiotes who want to corrupt and conquer and spread their influence. This is why we see a lot of evil symbiotes. They are a species now. They are not truly good, not truly evil. They have their own thoughts and opinions. This is a great segue to talking about symbiote biology. We've gone over their early history, we'll return to their history when we get more into the modern era, but right now let's take a pause and talk about how exactly they work. Two things we need to establish at the beginning of this part just so that we have them going forward. One, I personally know the difference between symbiotic and parasitic relationships, like in real-world biology. I understand the line between those, but Marvel uses that line like a jump rope when it comes to how symbiote and host relationships are described. So biology nerds in the audience, it's not my fault, you're just gonna have to deal with it. Secondly, symbiotes are not truly organic, at least not in the most strict sense of the word. Originally, they are born as magical beings made out of literal darkness given life. However, since they can assimilate things, which is a large part of what this biology section is going to be about, they have assimilated biological characteristics to some degree. So I would just call them pseudo-biological, and that's going to be good enough. Now, with that established, as you can probably already tell, symbiote biology is very weird and often inconsistent, so I will describe this as best as I can for you, and we will start off at the most basic level. The default form of a symbiote is a weird little blob. These blobs can be in a variety of colors and patterns. Somewhat surprisingly, the color of a symbiote doesn't really have any effect on it beyond appearance. Yes, I know there's that line in Venom 2 where Venom is scared of Carnage because he's a red one. That is not a thing from the comics. Carnage is red because he happened to bond with his first host through blood, and that just led to him being blood colored, but it does not mean that he is stronger. Symbiotes can survive without a host, but only temporarily. The exact time that one can exist alone does kind of vary from case to case, but eventually all symbiotes will start to degenerate if they don't have a bond for long enough. This is probably a feature that Null kind of baked into their creation as a way to incentivize them being active in their conquering. However, even in their weakened state, they can still shapeshift. Symbiotes without a host can take on a variety of different forms, usually small animals. Like in these cases, there's not actually a dog or a cat under there, it is just a symbiote without a host taking on a different form to blend in. In very limited cases, they can take on bigger shapes without anything inside. Some symbiotes can become humanoid on their own, but as a general rule, the bigger the shape, the less time they can hold it for. Inside their blob forms, symbiotes do have something resembling genetics. This is kind of ill-defined because, again, they are pseudo-biological, but I feel pretty safe saying that symbiotes do have cells and DNA, or at the very least, structures that are extremely functionally similar to cells and DNA. They also do have genetic memory to some capacity. We will go over how symbiotes reproduce at the end of this biology section, but they can access memories from their ancestors to some degree. Now, when symbiotes bond to a host, this is, of course, where things get a lot more interesting. Symbiotes appear to be able to bond with almost any organic thing, even if that host is unwilling, though how long a resistant bond will last depends heavily on the willpower of both parties involved. When a symbiote is bonded with a host, that host acts as a stable anchor being, let's call it, which gives the symbiote license to use its abilities to the full extent. Primarily, they get way more developed shape-shifting. Their default state in a bond is as kind of a second skin over the host's body, but most symbiotes can also choose to retract their matter inside the host to be more incognito. They can also often do this partially, changing the color and texture of their external forms to look like clothing. Yes, in a lot of Venom comics, Eddie Brock is technically not wearing clothes, that is just a shape-shifted Venom only covering part of him. They also, of course, use this ability offensively, extending parts of their body outwards and shaping it into various forms of weapon. All symbiotes can make pretty much all forms of weapon. It's not like one of them can only make blades and one of them can only make whips, etc., but just like people, they have their preferences and different tools that they are better or more experienced with. Some symbiotes also develop chemical abilities, though the reason that only some of them can do this has never been explained. This pink one, Agony, has acid spit, and this one, Sleeper, can synthesize any chemical compound within his body, which is an incredibly overpowered ability, but whatever. In addition to gaining freedom of their own abilities while bonded to a host, symbiotes also have complete control over their host's biological systems. This does include their minds, though again, hosts with a strong enough willpower can fight this off. But the key thing underpinning all of this is symbiote-host compatibility. While symbiotes can bond with anybody, a complex cocktail of biological specifics means that not every host is going to be a good match for every symbiote. The more compatible a symbiote and host are, the longer the bond can stay together, and also, I'll just put this bluntly I guess, the more the symbiote can screw with the host's biological construction. Easy example of this is Venom and Carnage. Venom usually keeps himself in a relatively humanoid body plan. Even his own much larger head just goes around Eddie's head. There are cases when Venom is able to contort himself into a weird form, and yeah, this absolutely will break Eddie's bones, but then because Venom has total access to Eddie's biology, he can sort of provide him a healing factor and knit him back together. But then there's Carnage and his host Cletus Cassidy. Carnage and Cletus have a 100% perfect symbiote-host compatibility. This is a very, very rare thing, and it's one of the factors that makes Carnage so terrifying. Carnage's shapeshifting is completely unbound by the fact that there's a dude in there, meaning he can do things like rip his entire torso open if he wants. Venom can't do that. He might be able to break some bones, but he can't tear Eddie 100% in half and then put him together again. But Carnage and Cletus, this pair is so fundamentally matched that they are treated essentially as one being, meaning that when Carnage goes back together, Cletus inside does too. This is a sidebar, but one that I have to go on. This is one of the reasons that Venom Let There Be Carnage kind of pisses me off, because the entire conflict of that movie, it's spoilers, but it's years old at this point, revolves around the fact that Carnage and Cletus are incompatible, which is the complete opposite of what they are in the comics, and yet they still show Carnage doing things that only work in the lore because of the perfect bond. So they try to have it both ways, and that's not how it works, and it bugs me. Notably, this biological control is not always used for good or helpful things. While symbiotes usually use this to heal their host of injuries or diseases, it can be used in the opposite direction. Venom once gave Eddie cancer as a way to ensure that the human could not abandon their bond, which is insane. I mean, symbiote and host relationships are toxic a lot of the time in multiple senses of the word. Speaking of symbiotes and things that are toxic to them, let's talk about their weaknesses. Not my best transition, but I'll work with it. I think most people are at least somewhat aware of the things that hurt Venom and his kind most, that being fire and sound. Originally, these were just features of symbiote biology, with the logic being that these were factors that could destabilize a symbiote bond. Heat would speed up the molecules, and sound waves would cause them to vibrate. This has since been expanded upon, though, in a way that we actually already talked about. Remember how Null forged the symbiotes? Like, he literally made their kind originally with celestial heat and a hammer? That is now the canon cause for symbiote weaknesses. The entire species has a baseline foundational reaction built into them to the circumstances of their own creation. The heat of the forge and the sound of the hammer caused them distress. This is cool, but is also kind of controversial among the fan base, which I do completely understand. If you want symbiotes to be more scientific, then the molecular destabilization explanation makes a lot more sense than some weird esoteric arcane fear of ancient circumstances. But regardless, you can kind of just take both of them as canon. It's not that big of a deal. Also, as a final note in this section, symbiotes do absolutely eat people. Their food is found in human brains. It has been said before that symbiotes feed on negative emotion, which is kind of weird and doesn't really match the rest of their vibe. This was expanded upon later to not technically be wrong, but more specifically be that the symbiotes feed on the chemicals that the brain creates when experiencing negative emotions. For one, they can feed on a thing called phenethylamine, which is a neurotransmitter, but more importantly for the emotional part, they can also feed on adrenaline. This is why symbiotes are such violent and scary predators. They actively need their prey to be afraid in order to get a lot of nutritional value from it. They don't necessarily have to take this stuff from their prey, though. They can also feed on neurotransmitters and biomass from their own hosts, though this will, kill them, which means that a symbiote feeding on its host usually isn't going to last that long and will have to jump from host to host in order to continue existing.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and video downloads. So you can watch cooking shows as you eat airplane food. Try 1 month.
Now, everything I've said up to this point has been the baseline of symbiote biology, the things that more or less apply to every member of the species. However, symbiotes differ from each other quite a bit because, as was mentioned in their history, the assimilation bond goes both ways. When a symbiote and a host are bonded for a longer period of time, the symbiote will start adopting characteristics of that host. This can be personality traits, it can be things like skills or talents, and it can even be powers and abilities if they are genetic based. If the bond lasts for long enough, or the host has a feature that is notably unique, then that adapted trait can become a permanent feature of the symbiote going forward. This is why Venom web swings. He learned the technique and rough chemical composition of the web fluid from Peter Parker. And speaking of Peter Parker, we need to address the spider. Why on earth does Venom have a big spider or spider-like symbol on his chest even when he is not bonded to Peter Parker? Like, sure, originally it could just be a feature of the costume, but this is like an iconic Venom thing, and his origin has nothing to do with spiders. The answer's kind of dumb, I'm not gonna lie. The reason why Venom had it originally is that it's not supposed to be a spider, it is technically, within the lore, a dragon. Because remember how Null had symbiote dragons and he really liked dragons, and apparently dragons were just such a big part of his iconography? Yeah, the symbol was a dragon. If all that sounds like a kind of lazy retcon and a very shaky reason to give Null the spider-like symbol and therefore make him more visually connected to Venom, yeah, it is nothing more than that. So yeah, it's a dragon, and then when Spider-Man got it, it just got like adapted into looking more like a spider. Venom's kids don't have it because it's not a genetic factor, but like Null has it, and then he put it into some of his creations, which got passed down. So it is sort of a genetic factor. I don't know, it's dumb, but this is what we have. Though that does provide a good transition into talking about symbiote reproduction. Symbiotes reproduce asexually, they have no concept of sex or gender within their own species, and when it looks like they do, it's just because they're mimicking their host. They generate these things referred to as symbiote seeds within their bodies, and then as those seeds grow and develop, they will simply split off from the host and grow into a new symbiote. But they do this for very specific reasons. One of the cool parts of symbiote genetic lore, in stark contrast to the whole dragon thing, is that symbiotes don't reproduce randomly or on any sort of set cycle. Rather, symbiotes as a collective have that hive mind connection, which gives them a slightly precognitive sense of danger. This does not mean that they can tell you what exactly the danger is, but it does mean that they start the reproductive cycle automatically when their mild psychic connection senses danger to the species as a whole. This means that when new symbiotes start being born, you can take it as an early warning sign of some sort of large-scale crisis on the horizon. I love this. I think it's a very cool bit of world building. It both feels believable as a weird symbiotic alien hive mind feature, and also, narratively, it functions as a nice parallel to Spider Sense. So yes, I do think that makes up for the dragon. At least mostly. Now we're almost done with the biology section of the video, meaning we will get back to the history. But there are two things that I want to cover really quick, and I don't really know where else to slot them in, so I'm just going to shove them in here. First off, we have seen people use symbiote-based biotech before. This has happened a lot, but the best example of it is the superior Iron Man armor, which flows on and off of Tony's body just like a symbiote does. Not really too much more to say about this, because the canon status of this suit is very dubious at best thanks to Secret Wars, but still, it's a very cool thing to mention. The more important thing I'm going to stick in here at the end is a different type of symbiote, or more accurately, a separate type of being that runs parallel to them, the anti-symbiotes. Some of you have definitely heard of anti-venom and are wondering where exactly that fits into the symbiote lore as a whole, and somewhat surprisingly, they actually don't really fit in. Anti-symbiotes are a similar but separate thing. Anti-Venom was the first of the anti-symbiotes, and he was created when pieces of the Venom symbiote were exposed to the power of Mr. Negative. Yes, very similar to what happens in Spider-Man 2, the video game, they actually got it shockingly right. The reasoning behind it was a little bit different, though. In the comics, anti-venom was made because it was right after Venom gave Eddie cancer, and Eddie did not want to live with cancer Venom, so he split off from the symbiote anyway, and then sought out a cure for his cancer, which ended up being Mr. Negative. Mr. Negative healed him with his power, and because Eddie still had some residual symbiote bits in his system, those grew into anti-venom. Anti-venom is not a symbiote. It is symbiote-like, but there are a lot of very key differences. It is not part of the hive mind, and it doesn't even have its own consciousness. Anti-venom is not going to speak to its host. It also has healing abilities because the symbiote matter was specifically bonded to Eddie's white blood cells, and so anti-venom is like a weird white blood cell symbiote hybrid. While this means it can heal people, it is also extremely toxic to true symbiotes. The touch of anti-venom alone is enough to burn symbiote matter instantly. This ability, plus its lack of sentience, meaning that it is much safer than a normal...
Chat, I've got to go to the bathroom really badly. So I will be right back. Hello, chat. I'm back. Let's see where we're in the video. Pretty much at the end of symbiote biology, which is where I was going to leave this off. Go back into the game. Okay.
The master says I won't make any progress. Stop wearing overcoats and start wearing boots.
Wait, just... Is there a teleport to Asgard?
Bad stuff happening. Dead ahead. Is it Kang? Whoever it is, we can't let them get away with it.
My fellows are in dire need of rescue. Might I request your aid? The effects of I would... My attempts to inspire or goad them into jumping have failed. But there must be some way to influence them.
It's all right, Lady Sif. I will just wait here. How long does flowing lava take to solidify anyway? A month or two? Well, I am through waiting. It is time to take matters into my own hands.
What sorcery is this? Apologies. In my line of work, one easily becomes wary of magic. But needs must.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Lady Sif.
Well done. Now quickly, rescue the others.
It's no use. I have forgotten how to leap. And I used to be such a good leaper. I can feel the power of the leap return to me.
Your brave actions this day shall be recorded in the Asgardian history books. If there are any that haven't been big.
Oh, I have somehow leapt to safety. Now to leap home and never go outside again.
You work swiftly, my friend, but we cannot rest yet.
My legs seem to have taken the form of a wobbling, dessert-like substance. My legs! They move on their own.
Well, I trust they know what they do.
Yeah. Just in the legs, bro.
Those stones will not hold forever. You must hurry.
Solid ground. 1,000 thank yous, legs.
Only one remains. Hurry and save them.
1,000 apologies, Lady Sif. Boiling lava is my second greatest fear. After public speaking. Ha ha! Boiling lava? Schmoiling schmava? Let us do this.
You must act swiftly or they shall surely fall.
Oh, phew! And that puts an end to that palaver. Oh, I think I might faint.
It would seem that all my fellows have found their way back to solid ground. Thank you, great sorcerer. Without the aid of your strange powers, they would have surely met with a grim fate. Asgard and I are ever in your debt. Perhaps you would allow me to repay your kindness by fighting at your side.
Interesting. I wonder if there is mention of this in the Book of Vishanti.
Ghost Rider, what? I will take that up. Characters. 152 out of bad chat.
Hey, buddy, help a fella out.
Ah, Ghost Rider.
So I had a, shall we say, eventful night last night. One that involved my bike getting the teensiest, tiniest bit destroyed by an angry gang. I've been looking to pick up a new one, but everyone I ask about it just screams and runs away. Think maybe it's the flaming head.
Honestly, no, I think it's more the skull face. Or the whole Spear of Vengeance thing going on. But, yeah, sure.
Your head ain't on fire. Or at the very least, not as on fire. You think maybe you could grill some of these locals about where to find a good bike?
Of course I can.
Thanks! Somebody around here's gotta know where I can find a bike which suits my awesome style. You know, skulls and flames and, you know, that stuff.
Yeah. Skulls, flames, things like that. Yeah,
On my recent travels, I happened upon a merchant selling majestic two-wheeled carriages, black as night, which leave flames in their wake. I wish to return there, but its location eludes my memory. How vexing.
Yeah, that's, useful-ish. Ish.
Have you had the chance to venture to the saloon in the Old West?
No.
When last I visited,
Wait, yes.
the drinksmith told me there shall soon be mechanical men performing songs. Such whimsy.
Yeah. What is she talking about? What is she yapping about?
I was told Asgard was a lovely place to visit, but it's rather worse for wear. I'll be having a word with my travel agent when I get back to Manhattan.
Alright,
A peculiar man with a head of flame is said to have been seen roaming these parts. If you see him, be wary. He could well be in league with that fiend, Ragnarok.
Fucking idiot.
How fares your aim? Perhaps you might mount the cannon and grant us a demonstration.
How about I talk to this girl over here?
The city of many colors across the dusty arena is a most beguiling place. Indeed, my travel companion was quite enchanted by what the merchant near the tall spire had on display. Perhaps I should return to purchase one of those strange contraptions for him.
I'm gonna be honest, my brain got none of that. Got it.
I I am ill at ease performing in this Ethernet food preparation charade while the city is in the midst of Ragnarok.
Yes, you made that quite clear when you broke the camera. You did give your word, though.
I didst give thou my word. To feast, brothers.
Oh yeah. Either of them have yeah.
I feel so lost without a bike. A ghost rider without his bike. Found out anything useful yet? Hey, if that was my vacation, I'd be mad too. But that ain't got nothing to do with bikes, so... Mechanical men. Interesting, but unless they can transform into bikes, it doesn't help me. Sounds like something in Nueva York. Could be useful, if we knew for definite what the place was selling. Ragnarok? The person or... Never mind. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That sounds promising. Just need to know where that merchant is. All right. Think we got ourselves a lead. An awesome bike shop in Nueva York. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head on over there. Gotta cut through here to get to Nueva York. Just hope we don't run into any trouble.
Yeah.
Trying to get between me and my new bike, huh? Big mistake. That's those guys taken care of. On we go.
Not sure who's behind it this time, but there's more.
All this walking really ain't my style. Ugh, think I got sand in my shoe.
Boop.
I don't mean to brag or anything,
Ghost Rider,
but Mr.
where's
Stone
Boots?
said hello to me.
You guys couldn't wait until after I picked up my bike to jump us? Losers.
Every day's great at Alchemax.
All right, this is Nueva York. Now, where was that bike shop again? Man, I hate walking. I forgot how much I hate walking. I just want to ride! Is this the place? And is that?
Huh?
Huh. Well, this ain't quite what I was expecting. And I somehow doubt this thing is packing much in the way of horsepower, but, I do like the color, so I guess it'll do for now. If nothing else, it beats walking, right? Anyway, thanks for helping me out. You're ever in a jam? Give me a call, though I, may not be able to get there too fast on this thing.
be most displeased I did not foresee this. I fear I am deserving of Odin's wrath for not warning him of Kang's nefarious plan. The villain must have schemed beyond my view to create this twisted land he calls a kingdom, and to allow Asgard to be drawn into this chaos. This failing weighs heavy on me. But I will atone for this error by defending Asgard in its time of need. I will prove my worth by driving the enemies of my king from this land. Although, if you could perhaps lend me your aid, just as a precaution, I would be ever in your debt. Very good. Then let us prepare for battle. I sense our enemies in this direction. Any moment now, they will appear. Stay vigilant. Might I request that you keep the noise to a minimum? This requires my full concentration.
To all citizens complaining about the so-called Manhattan Desert, just be grateful I didn't park your stupid city next to a dark dimension like I originally planned.
Perhaps it was nothing. Allow me to try again. Yes. Asgard's enemies surely advance from this direction. Hold firm, friend. They must be biding their time, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. I understand your frustration, but please refrain from fidgeting so much back there, friend. Another red herring. Perhaps this is more of Kang's trickery.
Okay, I think he's a fraud.
This time I am sure of it. The enemies approach from this any moment now. Just be patient. It sounds as though you're waging your own war back there. Did a bee happen by? There seem to be more of them since we came to Chronopolis. Nothing. Again. It seems there are no enemies here after all. Could my vision truly be this mistaken? Or perhaps the very thought of our heroic vigilance has caused them to turn tail and flee. At any rate, Asgard is safe, for now at least. Though we failed to meet any actual combat, somehow I feel your presence alone has been a tremendous boon to me. So for that, you have my thanks. Should you ever have need for it, my blade is yours to command.
I shall be writing a stern letter to his manager.
Maybe you've already seen it, but some trouble is going down near where you are.
Somebody ought to do something about those pesky...
Where in tarnation they go?
Okay, I guess. Here we go.
I shall be writing a stern letter to his manager.
Don't drink the water down by that halibut.
Where in tarnation they go?
Why is it always me?
What did you make?
Oh boy! We got ourselves a real... We got ourselves a real curly wolf here.
A real curly wolf. Okay, what? The Ragnarok. That is Ragnarok.
What are the weather settings today?
Wow.
Another crime, and this one's a doozy. Think you can get to it?
35 seconds to 13. Chat, do we have this? What?
The barrier surrounding...
Yes, we did. Okay, now... Anyways, now look at prompts to chat. Some missions. Missions. Avengers World Tour. Replay. You're Spider-Man. Superior.
I'm moving with the times to bring you the Daily Bugle live stream.
They
A
did,
webcast
man.
hosted by me, J. Jonah Jameson. Don't be fooled by the term webcast. I've not gone pro Spider-Man. Web and
Chat. We will never
interweb
skip
or something.
Jordan Jameson.
Enough techno babble. Prepare to be informed.
Supervillain activity across the globe
Yes,
has
I know
increased
this is the same
dramatically
one
in
as
the last
before.
few hours. The Avengers have assured the world's media this is just run-of-the-mill villainy, nothing they can't handle. And it's in no way connected with earlier reports of a strange disturbance detected on the far side of the galaxy. Ha! Like you can trust anyone who wears a mask and tights. Right, now get out of here. I got a paper to run too, you know.
We're going to land as close to that facility as we can.
What ails this place? Doth everything not look peaceful and calm to thee?
We'll see when we get a bit closer.
Star-Lord, legendary outlaw.
I'm not different leader for this team. Maybe Daredevil Noir.
Here comes Daredevil, the man without fear.
Daredevil or Noir Daredevil. I guess we'll go with Daredevil Noir. Oh, there's a whole nother character. Give me a second here.
I am madness. I am chaos. I am carnage.
I like this group.
It's the sensational She-Hulk, here to save the day, etc., etc.
Okay. Who the fuck was I? Yeah. Daredevil Noir. No, Daredevil Noir. Okay. I like the sound of that. Yeah, I don't got a shield carrier. I gotta do it. It's actually kind of here. Yeah, right there. just straight down.
Good work. Now let's try and find a way inside.
Why are they changing back? Yeah, no, Captain America.
Yeah! This is gonna be sweet!
How do I get myself in these crazy situations?
All systems engage. Okay, let's show what we got.
Get me out of here! I'm all over this game. At what point do I stop being a cameo and start being a star? Excelsior!
I guess I'll try it. Lockjaw has super strength, what? That was actually cool.
Huh?
So
One of
maybe
those things
some
again?
rangers
Not exactly my specialty.
You Carnage, but I need rocket. And now, because apparently I'm missing a bunch of shit.
No, that's what I'm talking about. Come to Papa. Finally! I thought I was never gonna get paid.
Yeah, I think that's it for now, chat. seem shield. Not exactly like an energy shield. Yondu Classic. Classic Yondu interrogation ceremony. With an Astro Cat. Weird.
I must be prepared, for the sake of every Avalonian.
I don't know.
Okay, who wants to test me? Come on!
Yes.
Ah, my distinguished guests.
Guess you missed me, huh?
I've been expecting you.
Yeah. Been reapplying. We have
My resolve must not waver, no matter the dangers I face.
Weak fools. You are no match for the presence. No, this is not right.
Bow before your new master.
No, this cannot be happening. You shall not defeat me. You will pay for that insult. You will pay for that insult.
Your resistance is meaningless. Join me willingly while I allow it.
You will pay for that insult.
Your resistance is meaningless. Join me willingly while I allow it.
You dare defy me?
Ha! The collective mind of the present.
Okay, it's better thing checker. So, yeah.
I wonder
Wait,
if
what?
there is mention of this in the Book of Vishanti.
Ah, there's so many characters.
The Black Panther is ready to strike once more. A most valuable item. I should take great care of it. What are you doing? Get out of here, you insignificant worms! Ah! You haven't seen the last of me!
That could be. Just making sure I didn't do a common mistake that I always do, aka leave myself on mute.
Hadn't counted on running into something like this. Hey, whoa! What was that?
You again! Stop what you're doing! Atuma commands you!
That set Tuma's invasion plans well and truly.
Let's see how you match up against me. I'm the shocker. I ain't no joke. I'm the shocker. I ain't no joke. You're gonna get it for trying to ruin my day. I said, cut it out! What are you gonna do to me, huh? I said, cut it out! I'm the shocker. I ain't no joke.
Care to test me, you weak-minded fool?
I said, cut it out! What are you gonna do to me, huh? I ain't done yet, you lousy do-gooders!
Are you enjoying our little party? My friends would love to meet you.
Give it.
Ugh. Doesn't look like this is my kind of thing.
I'm the shocker. I ain't no joke. You're getting on my nerves. You know that?
Surprise! Stay still, you little troublemaker!
What do we have here? Some fresh prey for Craven the Hunter? First, let us see how you heroes survive in the wild. So you think you can outsmart Craven the Hunter? You heroes are about to become an endangered species.
Excelsior!
The dining room. We're gonna quickly run through this.
I'm moving with the times to bring...
We're going to land as close to that facility as we...
Check. This mission sucks.
Good work. Now let's try and find a way inside.
Hey, give me a hand, will ya?
More bad guys, huh? No sweat.
there's 3?
Ah, my distinguished guests. I've been expecting you.
His distinguished guests. Oh, that's us.
It's gonna take more than that to keep me down.
Your resistance, you will pay for that insult. No, this cannot be happening. You shall not defeat me. Your resistance is meaningless. Join me willingly while... No, this is not right. You dare defy me? This is not right. Weak fools. You are no match for the presence. You dare defy me? Bow before your new master. You will pay for that insult.
No, chat.
What are you doing? Get out of here, you insignificant worms! Ah! You haven't seen the last of me!
fucking touched the mailbox since you yelled at me.
Check. Use it. Go back down. Shut the fuck up.
You again! Stop what you're doing! Atuma commands you!
Oh shit. Oh, we're here. This is what we drop down.
Peasants! This is an outrage!
Hear that, peasant chat? This is an outrage. They're niggas peasants. Including me. Bruh.
Captain Marvel, Earth's mightiest hero. Prepare to be amazed.
Do you wanna think about what you're doing? No?
That said, Tuma's invasion plans well and truly sunk.
Still doesn't add up. What was Atuma planning? Why attack?
Looks like you need a little carnage!
Let's see how you match up against me.
Forget the town! We're gonna paint the whole world red!
What are you gonna do to me, huh? I said, cut it out! What are you gonna do to me, huh?
And there's the last one, chat. We're so damn close, chat. Hi there. Yeah, I don't trust your face. Yeah, definitely not. Sensor 6.
This is your glorious leader, Kang the Conqueror, reminding all citizens that Friday is Kang Day. Happy Kang Day.
Alright, chat. I don't know if we should do Xandar stuff first. How the fuck that is? Mantis. Ace off Ace. Whatever the fuck that is. We already had a good information on Xandar. Oh yeah, we did. Yondu. Forgotten name. Yes, Chadish. Sorry, chat. We're gonna make a detour real quick. Scarlet Spider. Wait, what? What the fuck is that? Green Goblin. Cool. There's that Groot. Huh. Weird. Oh, did we ever check Egypt yet? That is a literal fucking mummy.
Like, I don't want to talk to you unless you're giving me money. Is my bacon here?
Yeah, what's over there? Oh, Red Guardian, finally, chat. Actually,
Nobody is going to the barbecue.
okay, Red Guardian. Hmm. Okay.
Looked like something big was going down on top of the Avengers mansion earlier.
Sorry to bother you, but yep, you guessed it. Some crime near you needs fighting.
Lopez? Ria no Lopez?
Van? Avenged? You stole the Shockers van, chat. 40,000.
Maybe I'll swing by the mini golf course later.
I am a strong, independent, exoskeleton-bound woman. I don't need...
Not a van. Yeah, cars.
I've picked up a crime taking place near your location. Can you go take a look?
That crazy...
I am a strong, independent, exoskeleton-bound woman. I don't need...
Alright.
Take down the crime that's happening right now, and you could win a fabulous prize. The prize is satisfaction at a job well done. Same as all the others. Sorry.
I am a strong, independent, exoskeleton-bound woman! I don't need...
Let's go, chat. We got past the corner of doom. Let's go, chat. We got Red Guardian.
Ha!
Hell
Now we
yeah,
will truly
chat.
see who the better hero is.
I wonder what that guy in the palace was all about. It's a good thing nobody told my husband about it. He'd have been there in a flash.
Maybe I'll swing by the mini golf.
Yeah, we want to shoot straight.
I like a good fight, but
Yeah, it's totally a problem. Why is it blue?
Goons, bad guys, villains, crooks, enemies, whatever you want to call them, go take them down.
Where in tarnation they go?
Let's go to Iron Man Old West. Now that will be the only other one for now, so. Cool, Jackal. That's like Mark 1. Oh, electricity. I like that. Cool Iron Man. Nice. Okay. Now let's do, did all that sort of stuff, right? And besides the puzzle and jump. Oh, we can go do this on as well. Instant.
My thanks.
You're welcome.
Look, a person, I think.
Alright. I want to see how much the ones and those can
The bad guys sure are keeping us busy.
I'll show them. I'll show them all.
I see. That's not that bad.
Those golden helmets are so fancy.
You look like someone who can tell a stupid name from a really awesome, terrifying one. So tell me honestly, Taserface is a really awesome, terrifying name, right? Right?
No, no.
And your silence says it all. It's always the silence, or the laughing, never the screams, or the say what? That's such a cool and intimidating name that I was promised. So that settles it. You
Pat, he was
need to help
promised that
me
name
find out
3,000
what
years
these
ago.
people think a scary name sounds like. You're gonna canvass this place until I have a name that strikes fear into the hearts of all men, women, and or other.
And or other.
This is totally gonna work, or my name isn't TBD.
It's multiversally scary.
So then he says nobody talks to Taserface that way, and oh boy, you should have seen us crying. I was crying laughing. So good. So good. We did have to skedaddle pretty quick after that, though.
Where am I going? I feel like I'm just walking in circles. Should maybe know.
Help!
Oh.
Can't believe I missed the lady giving out free Hexagon Blitz t-shirts. Come on, Guardians. How long does it take to beat one? I want to go home already.
Did you ever find out what all that commotion was over in Xandar? Sounded pretty wild.
What? Huh?
What do you mean?
Citizens of Chronopolis are reminded not to wantonly deface public property. Specifically, stop putting those weird top hats on top of things.
Started digging around after Red King cleared out. Found ourselves a new pit. Shame we can't open it, though. Looks like there's some mighty fine treasure inside. We already checked the other pits for loot, but there was nothing but spikes, so we just filled them up. Seriously, this place was not up to code.
Shame about the museum shutting down, but after that business with those spike monsters getting in, I guess they didn't really have much of a choice.
Honestly, you'd think the public eye were conspiring to make some sort of profit from people parking.
Oh, shock! Oh, shock! Oh, shock!
Did you hear? There was some kind of incident over in Sakar, in the museum, I think. Don't know what happened, but whatever it was, everyone's now way too scared to go near the place.
Where can I find the simple life, man?
All right! Get out there and see what these losers think is so great! So what did you... That's no good to me! Are you taking this seriously? guess there could be something to that. Why would you tell me that? We already know what people don't like. Think you might have something there. So, the spike monster outbreak over in Sakaar gave everyone the heebie-jeebies, eh? Good! Yeah, that settles it. From now on, my name will be...
Spike Face?
Spike Face!
I knew it, chat. I knew it.
That's good!
You wanna know how I
And
knew it, chat?
spikes are doubly cool,
told me about
because
Spike.
not only is it the name of a monster, it's also spiky, which makes it even more dangerous. As thanks for your small part in this, you can call on me for a favor whenever you need it. But, you may have to direct your requests to Taserface, just until all the paperwork goes through.
Excuse me, do you have a moment? It's admirable how many people are adapting to a new way of life in this world, but I can also sense others who are scared or uncertain of the future. As an empath, I can use my powers to influence the emotions of others. I want to use that power to make these troubled people feel happy, even if only for a little while, to help them through this difficult time. I just need a little help finding them first, which is where I was hoping you would come in. Oh, thank you. I can sense a few people in this area affected by extreme negative emotion. Let's start looking for them.
Those Asgardians next door are pretty impressive. The way they dress and those accents? Ah, so cool!
Perhaps I should have mentioned this earlier, but while I'm with you, the sources of negative emotions
How could he
will also
just
appear
leave
on
like
your
that?
radar.
I
That should
wasn't
help.
being unreasonable.
We're close to someone who needs our help. Can you see who? I just need to get close enough to touch.
Oh man, oh man. I wish I was at home instead of this crazy place.
Excuse me, this will only take a moment.
Huh? Hey, what are you... Oh, hey, I suddenly feel really peaceful. And was the view always this good? I could stay out here all day.
I've picked up a crime taking place near your location.
I can't believe what happened to Clive and Cyril. And now, I can't stop suspecting everyone I meet of being some kind of insane villain in disguise. Is she a villain? Is he a villain? Is that Rock a villain? I can't trust anyone. Everyone's a suspect.
Here, let me help you.
Don't hurt me! Oh, I don't know what you just did, but I feel amazing. I guess the odd crazy person doesn't mean there aren't still good people like you around. I should probably go and apologize to Frank for screaming faker at him earlier. Maybe later.
isn't here, is it? The only place I ever truly belonged, and that stupid Kang didn't include it in his stupid world. I hate him. Now I don't know where I belong.
What?
Excuse me, can I just... I think you have something on you.
What? Where? I don't see anything. Huh. You know, I've just realized that this place has a coffee shop almost identical to my old one. I can just belong there until this whole thing blows over. And maybe this place won't have an annoying laptop lady in there all the time. We get it. You're a writer or something.
Oh, the city is so ugly. All those horrible flashing lights through my window at night. I miss my old view of the mountains. But what if we never go home? I might never see it again.
I'm sorry. Could I bother you for a moment?
What is it? Huh? Ah, you know, maybe ugly was a bit harsh on this view. It's definitely different, but I could get used to it. And no one can take away my memories of the old view. I should definitely start sleeping in another room, though. Those lights might be not ugly, but they are not helpful when you're trying to get to sleep.
I'm no longer sensing any of the negative emotions I was before. We did it. The effect of my power may only be temporary, but the new thoughts often lead to longer-lasting realizations, resulting in a general overall happiness. Sorry, I must sound like an advert for herbal remedies. At least, that's what Star-Lord normally tells me. Anyway, thank you for your help. If there's anything I can do to return the favor, don't hesitate to ask.
Oh, wow. You're that hero. The one that saved those people. Big fan.
What a Kang-tastic day.
You. I have need of your services. As leader of the Sovereign, I took umbrage to being subjugated under Kang's rule and launched an attack against his forces. But we were no match for him, and each of our remote-controlled drones was shot down. What irks me most about this is that some of the drones are damaged but still online, meaning anyone who happens upon them could steal Sovereign technology. I need you to find and destroy them, so this does not happen.
I wonder if that Lemurian guy was here to stay. He was super rude to me when I went to say hi before. Who decided to start a city next to an active volcano? I like rocks and rivers as much as Wayne Scott, but this is too much.
Ugh. Everything that lived in this town is either destroyed or just straight up doesn't exist anymore. Thanks a lot, Captain.
A wise decision. While the drones are no longer emitting a tracking signal, we are still receiving the visual feed from each. Use this to pinpoint their locations.
I was thinking I'd take a trip to Egypt soon.
Yeah, what was this? Big Statue of Liberty and the entrance to okay.
Yep, looks like the hover system is bust. Gonna
Hold on! Don't let go!
Boy, I could use a superhero right
Sorry to bother you, but yep, you guessed it. Some crime near you needs fighting.
Can you answer your knowledge question? Well done! Right answer! Quiz complete! Please collect your prize. Don't stop now! There are still more Chronopolis crazy quiz machines out there to challenge.
watch it must watch over me.
Great job! I knew you could do it.
Oh, what have I got myself into? Oh, what have I got myself into?
Let's see. Ugh. Oh.
Come on, Guardians. How long does it take to beat one guy? I want to go home.
Do not think to steal the technology for yourself. We may have suffered a defeat, but I still advise against defying the Sovereign.
What the hell am I looking bored? Aha. Cat working.
Who decided to put our city next to an active volcano? I like that.
I've picked up a crime taking place near your location. a look?
You've completed your task. Allow me to thank you properly. I saw a squirrel appear on one of the drone's feed. It seems congratulations are in order. With our technology no longer littering the streets of Chronopolis, the Sovereign can regroup and plan our next assault on Kang. What? You didn't think we'd allow this to stand, did you? Kang must pay for this insult. But I see that you already work towards stopping him. In return for your assistance, I will aid your cause in whatever way I can.
Where am I going? I feel like I'm just walking in circles. Should make a note of my path in the future. Maybe I should make a note about that. Wait, where was I going?
He's watching you. Always watching.
That Lemurian guy in the pool is here to stay. He was super weak.
Oh, when I get my hands on him. Ooh. When I find the rock brain that left my cargo hold unlocked, I'ma kill all 'em. I just caught a bunch of no-good bandits helping themselves to my loot. Took care of most of them, but the rest managed to slip away with my goods. Ain't nobody steal from the Yondu clan. I stole that booty fair and square, and now we're gonna steal that stolen booty I stole back. You with me?
Has anyone seen the Queen lately? I really adore her.
Smart choice. All right, time to hunt down those thieving bandits and reclaim my booty.
I think I'll play some Hexagon Blitz
All
on my
right,
break.
all right.
Just a little bit, though.
Bear.
If I spend another 2-hour lunch
Chill.
This is quite the conundrum.
I'd recognize that smell anywhere. That's the sweet smell of swag, mixed with the not-so-sweet stench of swag swipers. There they are. Get them! Don't forget to grab all that loot they dropped. We ain't done till we got every last piece.
The Guardians are finally gonna teach that no-good buckethead a lesson.
Come on, Guardians.
You get it all, then move out.
Citizens are reminded that every waking moment of their lives is being recorded for quality and training purposes.
I hear we do not have the greatest of reputations on land.
I do so enjoy sitting next to the central fountain. It emits a sense of mystery, like there's some sort of secret hidden inside.
I think I'll play some Hexagon Blitz in my break. Just a little bit, though. If I spend another 2-hour lunch...
More of them thieves dead ahead. Time to take back what they stole. That's That's definitely my booty tumbling out of their pockets.
Much as next guy, but this is too much.
Can someone do something about those awful hang announcements? The guy who destroyed our home, prattled on all day, is not my idea of a good time. I nearly joined the Nova Corps, but I hated what the helmets did to my hair.
Those as guardians next door. Impressive. The way they dress, accents. Oh, it's so cool.
Where am I going? I feel like I'm just walking in circles.
Don't see any more of my treasure here. Let's keep on looking.
All right, Kang's defenses are down. The Guardians are finally gonna teach that no-good buckethead a lesson. Must remember to buy cake.
Well, look at what we got here. It's so kind of you boys to hold on to my treasure for me, but let me take it off your hands.
Finally gonna teach that no-good buckethead a lesson.
I do.
Did you grab all the gold? Ain't no good to me sitting in the dust, kid. All right, let's do a quick stock check. 1, 2, 6, 4, something. Who am I kidding? I can't count. But my Ravager's instincts say it checks out, so that's good enough for me. Nice work, Skipper. Hopefully that'll teach the rest of those bandits not to mess with me. I tell you, with all these dishonest folk around these days, you can't be too careful. So lucky for you, you've now got the Yondu clan to watch your back. You ever find yourself in a scrap, you give me a holler.
I think I'll be some blitz in my brain. Just a little bit, though. If I spend another 2-hour lunch lost in the hexagons, the boss is gonna blitz me.
Come on, Guardian. How long does it... Oh, can someone do something about those awful Kang announcements?
Sisters. Can't live with them. End of statement. My sister and I have a, shall we say, strained relationship. It's actually quite tiring hating Gamora so much, to the point where a part of me wishes the bad blood between us could just disappear. But let's face it, that's not going to happen. What I need is a sister I don't constantly have to fight. Preferably one that shares my distinct sense of fashion. And one without all that emotional baggage. I need this sister to be more like me. Totally in control of her emotions!
Where am I going? I feel like I'm just walking in circles. Should make a note of my path.
Do understand what I'm saying? I need you to find me this person. Apparently, the Avengers have a facility for assembling life forms to an exact specification. I would probably start there if I were you.
Miss Bot. Big brain, chat, big brain. Her background will be, yeah, why not? Well, actually, actually, no, we can do bring me into that.
image beside. What? You couldn't be. Surely this is some kind of trick. Fine, I'll humor you. Wow, a sister for me? We should engage in bonding activities such as fighting side by side and... Actually, I could really go for some action right about now. Come, new sister, let us seek out some enemies to fight together!
That carnivorous plant near the Novacore building seems a little dangerous. I hope some brave gardener takes care of it before it eats somebody.
Permit me to ask you some questions to aid in our bonding, sister. What style of hair do you think would look cute on me? If I had hair, I mean.
I'd say Xandar's actually looking pretty good. Considering the place was shot to bits, stomped all over by a celestial, then ripped up and dropped into some kind of crazy limbo world.
Well, world's not been destroyed yet.
Come, new sister, I will teach you much about combat. You lose as often as I do, you start to pick up a few tricks. Yes, sister, that's it! Reduce them all to studs!
Kang spies with his digital.
Take that, Dad! Take that, Gamora! Oh, sorry, bad habit.
Life sure is great when it's not raining
Help! You're better company than Ronan, at least. I guess there is something to this cooperation thing. Come, sister, let us seek out some more morally dubious opponents.
All right! Defenses are down! The Guardians are finally gonna teach that Nova.
Citizens are warned not to approach the Kang surveillance drone.
Come on, Guardians. How long?
I believe one of my countrymen planned to be the...
Those Asgardians next door are pretty impressive. The way they handle
You think you can hurt me? I'm at least 70% cybernetic by now. Tell me, stop wasting our time. Aim for their shins!
That Lemurian guy was here to stay. He was super rude to me when I went to say hi before. I'd say Xandar's actually looking pretty good. Considering the place was shot to bits, stomped all over by a celestial, then ripped up and dropped into some kind of crazy limbo world.
Well, world has not been destroyed.
Thinking I'd take a trip to Egypt soon. I bet the kids would love making sandcastles. And I heard the weather is pretty... fair.
Did you try the latest magazine quiz? Apparently, I'm a Miranda.
All right, Kang's defenses are down. The Guardians...
Kang surveillance drones operate in this area to ensure all citizens are living up to the
That Lemurian guy in the pool is here to stay. He was super rude to me when I went to say hi before.
Life sure is great when it's not raining Nova.
Strangers are just enemies you haven't met yet. Pathetic! You are all
pathetic.
Is your heart even in this, sister? Well, I can confirm that this was a thoroughly ridiculous idea, but that isn't to say I didn't take some pleasure from it. It was actually nice to fight alongside someone for a change. In the past, sisterly bonding time has always ended with me being bonded to more machinery, so this was a welcome change. Thank you, sister. Perhaps we can hang out again sometime.
Life sure is great when you're Nova Corps.
Nova Corps are so cool. I wonder if that Lemurian guy.
Bear! Oh. Ugh.
So, now that we're in Chronopolis, do we still become part of the world mind? Because I was really looking forward to chatting with my great grandpa.
I do so enjoy sitting next to the central fountain. It emits a sense of mystery, like there's some sort of secret hidden inside.
Yep, Spider-Man was wearing that ridiculous outfit the entire time, chat.
That's it! I'm calling the Nova Corps!
That's it, I'm calling it. A slug
Stupid king! This is a disaster!
Ooh, 55!
That's it. I'm calling the Nova Corps.
Hey! 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 And I guess you can't hear me.
Oh shit.
Take down the crime that's happening right now, and you could win a fabulous prize.
Stupid king. This is a disaster. Stupid king.
This job.
At least she doesn't look like your mom this time.
Fraction, right?
Kang's the worst. Soon as that hoodlum gets taken down a peg or two.
Not business, business.
Bad stuff happening. Dead ahead. Is it Kang? Whoever it is, we can't let them get away.
Sure is dusty out.
Where in tarnation they go?
Y'all ain't seen a herd of wild horses stampeding by, did ya? Dust had barely settled after them Guardians took off when these Kree varmints from next town over came storming through in their fancy spaceship and scared my herd into the winds. Good horses ain't easy to come by, and they sure as shoot ain't cheap, so I'm mighty interested in getting these ones back. If y'all can spare the time to help me, what do you say, darling? Appreciate it. Y'all know how to ride, right? Soon as you find a horse, just saddle up and ride it on back here to me.
A reminder that one lucky citizen can win themselves a tour of my citadel by finding the elusive golden ticket.
Y'all need something? The horses hopefully ain't gone too far, but some might be hiding out of sight. Keep your peepers open. That's one. I'll look after him. You hurry on after the others.
Why, if it ain't my glamorous assistant from before. Thanks again for all your help.
You found another. Much obliged. Oh, the circus wasn't changed. You're doing good. Keep them coming. My hero. Well, not just I know how to share.
If your home was lost or sliced in half during the formation of my glorious world, then why not consider signing up to Kang's army, where every recruit gets a bed in our comfy barracks. Bring your own towel.
This one looks like he's seen some things. I'm sure he'll feel better after a few sugar cubes. That's this futuristic horse food I just discovered. Should just be the one more to find now. I'm counting on you.
Who'd I talk to about getting me one of them metal horses carrots? It's drier than a Dramoth hideout here. Or, so I'm told.
Shock. I can't get a decent signal.
Oh, I do declare. Man, that's a herd. Come on over so I can thank you properly.
Looks like that voodoo wall surrounding...
Nice to know that there's some good folk around in this strange place. Thanking you kindly for all your help. Now to get these horses tidied up and sold off to the highest bidder.
Mustache.
Well, what did you think I was gonna do with this many
the
horses?
pizza.
I'm just one
What?
woman, darling. I can't
Okay.
ride them all. But don't y'all worry. I'll make
Just
sure
give me
they're
a
taken
second.
care of. And I haven't forgotten what I owe you. Y'all can call on Arizona Annie for a favor anytime you like.
Chat, we are going to do We're gonna play Simulation Situation. Yes, I know we've played it like 3 different times, chat. But it
Hey,
gets
just
so
because this is a
fucking
bonus mission, don't you be thinking?
coins. I'm trying to get to 50,000 and then I'm gonna use that. Oh, not 50,000, 50 million. I just need 3 million, chat. 3 million. Hey, yeah, 3 million. Alright, everybody. Let's see what we can do. Awesome kid work. Yep, made that purple. Shit. Gotta do this first. So damn good.
Boy, I could use a superhero right now. How do I get myself in these crazy situations? No! Get me out of here! Gee, thanks, true believer. Excelsior!
What do you know?
Let's go, Chad. We got 15 million.
Excelsior!
I knew you couldn't stay away too long. So many pink bricks. With a few more, you could build a tiny little pink house.
Next one is 100 million, chat.
Probably wondering how I got here, huh? Or if you've read any of my comics, you probably know not to bother asking questions.
Yeah, why is it feel like it's not working? Maybe it's fine. Glued to obvious, but alright, whatever. Let's get on to the mission. Oh wait, no. Yeah. Alright,
I
chat.
hate the way Kang watches us with those drones.
I am gonna go make a pizza. Oven. I'll be back and we'll watch some videos of the pizza cooks. Alright, chat, I am back till the pizza is done. So we can watch videos. So the pizza's done, and then pizza's done, eat, and watch videos, and then go back to this. Yeah.
Symbiote makes anti-venom a very good counter to regular symbiotes, and therefore it got experimented on quite a bit. While anti-venom was originally singular and directly connected to Mr. Negative, the process of creating an anti-symbiote from symbiote matter has since been replicated, and so there are other ones running around. The easiest way to tell whether a symbiote is normal or anti is whether their primary color is white, except in this case, where this one is not an anti-symbiote and it just looks like that. So you kind of just have to guess. And now
Then
that
what is
everyone
that one,
has an
chat?
idea more or less of how the symbiotes work, it's time to get back to the history. Where we left this off, Null had been defeated and imprisoned in Clintar, with the symbiote species going out, spreading across the galaxy, and being aliens of all various moralities. Now we're going to zoom in a little bit and talk about the history of symbiotes, specifically as it relates to Earth. Now, a lot of this is going to have to do with Venom, but we're not going to start there because, well, remember how Thor beat up a couple of dragons a while ago? Of course, that had consequences. We don't know what happened to every symbiote that split off from the original dragons, and in fact, a lot of them probably died, given that they were injured and cut off from Null's control for the first time, but enough of them survived to begin symbiote cults. This might seem like a minor continuity error at first. After all, wasn't being severed from the hive mind the thing that let symbiotes be free of Null and independent? Yes, that is true, but remember, it wasn't an immediate process. All the split did was allow the symbiotes to be influenced by their hosts, so they did not turn good immediately, and several of them tried to reconnect with their god. And yeah, magical slime aliens whispering about a primordial god of darkness into the ear of 5th century humans is absolutely the kind of thing that would make a very successful cult, one that did last until the modern day. Two things we need to address about these cults. Well, one that we need to for the lore, and one that's just a fun fact. The fun fact is that while the Cult of Null predates the Marvel Age of Heroes by a very long time, it does have a direct line to it in the form of one of Cletus Cassidy's ancestors. This is Cortland Cassidy, and he is just as bad as his descendant, but also doesn't matter nearly as much as you might think he does. He's only been in 2 comics ever. Still, fun connection. The more important piece of lore is that this cult gives us a chance to address Null's most iconic symbol. No, it is not a red dragon, as a certain piece of Venom lore would have you believe. It is instead a red spiral. You may have noticed this in the video already. Symbiotes that instead of the iconic white eyes have this massive spiral covering most of their face. This is a direct indicator of Null's control. This is why you see it on all of the early symbiotes. This was when they were under their master's control or had just recently broken from it. But now that's not a problem anymore. After all, Null is trapped in Clintar, his consciousness suppressed by millions if not billions of symbiote consciousnesses in close proximity to him. So seeing the Null spiral in the present day would be a really, really bad thing. Hopefully that never happens, right? Anyway, the next big symbiote event on Earth is when the Null spiral shows up again. Yay! This mark on the timeline takes place during the, get ready for a wild tone shift here, the Vietnam War. Not like a fancy sci-fi version of it, no, this is just the real Vietnam War, but in Marvel, which means there was also sci-fi stuff happening a little bit. You might understandably be wondering why the Vietnam War matters for this. I mean, that seems like a very random place to do a symbiote story, and it is. Except, this arc happens because of a pun. I kid you not, this storyline is referred to as Venom. So back in Nam, the US military was looking for any edge that they could use to win the conflict, and found a wild one thanks to some investigation by S.H.I.E.L.D. Once again, call back to Thor fighting the dragons. Yeah, turns out he did not kill one of them, and merely incapacitated it enough that it was frozen in ice. As they always seem to do when confronted with anything even remotely super-y, the military decided to try this as a form of super soldier augmentation. Enter the Sim Soldier program. Not entirely understanding what this dragon was, S.H.I.E.L.D. extracted samples from it, which were of course symbiotes, and bonded them to several men, creating effective super soldiers, at least for a while.
See, if these had been normal symbiotes, maybe this would have gone better, and we will see the military try something like this again in future years. But these were not present-day symbiotes, these were symbiotes that had essentially been in stasis for hundreds of years, and had gone into that stasis right after being split from the hive mind. These symbiotes had not been infected with good ideals, they were still loyal to Null. And remember, these dragons are big, large enough that they can kind of act like a nexus point for the symbiote hive mind. So with one of them free and running around, Null could not reconnect to it per se, since his connection was more put on hold than actually cut off, but still, he could exert his influence. And it didn't help that the military was ripping pieces out of the dragon to infect people, which hurt very badly, and so with a tortured dragon hive mind nexus, I mean, what you think would happen happened. Most of the Sim soldiers went on a Null bloodlusted rampage, but were defeated by other S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives and Wolverine, who was also in this project for some reason, at which point the Grendel dragon was contained within a secure location, where I'm sure it will remain secure, because of course the point of this one-shot comic is to establish the containment of a dragon and how safe it is and how that will never matter again. There is technically one other piece of symbiote history related to Earth specifically, that being a very weird little guy named Flexo. A long story short, he's an old comic character where he was a robot made of space rubber or something like that, and in the modern day, writers decided that space rubber might be a symbiote, and so they retconned it and recontextualized his origin into being a lot scarier. I'm not going to go into it here because Flexo is ultimately tangential to the main storyline of the symbiotes. Also, my buddy Comic Drake did a whole 11-minute deep dive on it where you get everything you need to know about Flexo, so once you're done with this video, you can just go and watch that one if you're craving more symbiote stuff. Now, after a shocking 40 minutes where he was barely mentioned, we are finally going to talk about the history of Venom specifically. Though I do need to establish two things before we do that, because this is where things are going to get a little bit weird timeline-wise. First off, I just want to make it very clear what we're going to be covering in this section. This video is intended as a history of the symbiotes, not a history of Venom specifically. And while a lot of it is going to revolve around Venom, we're not going to be covering every single story that this character has been in. I will hit the most important ones, but specifically the ones that relate to symbiote lore as a whole. Otherwise, we will have over 800 comics and counting to cover, and I simply do not have the time. I am going to talk about Venom's origin though, because I assume people are curious, and that's why the timeline is going to get a little bit screwy. Venom is old, probably older than you think, and his story does not begin on Earth. So while I'm presenting most of this in chronological order, if I did it strictly by chronology, then I would have to divert a while ago, talk about Venom out in space, then go back to Earth, do all the Earth stuff, and then return to Venom in the modern day. So we're just going to backtrack, tell the origin of Venom from start to finish, and then get back on track. I hope that makes sense.
You should feel good about where you take your car. At Grease Monkey, we promise fast, friendly service and clear communication from the moment you pull in. It's Pit Crew certified care, done right, with no monkey business. And right now, get $25 off any oil change. Fast service, friendly people, certified care. Change to the Monkey, done fast, done right, guaranteed.
Meet Darla, who never runs out of things to smell. With Chewy, she never runs out of the food she loves, and her human never has to run out to the store. Let the smelling spree continue.
The symbiote that would become Venom is not actually named Venom. This is a code name that it uses because it's easier for humans to understand, but its true name is in the symbiote language, which as a hive mind species is very difficult for other minds to process. The earliest days of this symbiote are a little bit convoluted, mostly because they've been through a lot of retcons. You can probably tell from everything else in this video so far, but symbiote lore is very complicated now, and a lot of that is because of comics that have come out in the last decade or so. Some comics have stated that Venom was born during the reign of Null, which was a very, very long time ago, but others have shown flashbacks to it which take place on Clintar, and that would be a little bit later in the timeline. The Clintar one seems to be the current canon, so that's what I'm going to go with. Regardless, the most important thing about Venom's birth is that he wasn't particularly special. Venom is not a chosen symbiote or a super symbiote or anything like that. He is a regular one just like any other member of the species, and he is described as the 998th in his lineage. Its early days on Clintar seem relatively uneventful, but we do know who the symbiote's first host was. In fact, we know very well because there's an entire miniseries simply called Venom First Host. At some point, the symbiote was picked up by exploring Kree, who decided to use it as a living weapon in the Kree-Skrull War. This is where Venom would make his first bond to a Kree soldier named Telkar. Telkar was ultimately heroic, a little bit insane, but a good soldier nonetheless, using the symbiote's shape-shifting capabilities to infiltrate the Skrull army as he could pass for one of them more easily. This worked for a while, but eventually he was captured, and the symbiote managed to escape. Now isolated, the symbiote ended up on an ice planet, where it was forced to bond with a native alien in order to survive. Unfortunately, this native was extremely violent and brutal, and since Venom had to stick with it for so long, some of those ideals seeped into the symbiote's own consciousness. This is the canon reason why the symbiote is a little bit insane and psychopathic. No, it's not because of Deadpool. That is a common misconception, but it comes from a joke comic called Deadpool's Secret Wars. In fact, I can show you the panel that started the misconception. This comic has a thing where Deadpool very briefly bonds to the symbiote before Spider-Man does for the first time, but he does not last long enough for his insanity to bleed over. There's a panel where he says he hopes that doesn't happen, and that is where people are kind of getting this idea from. But this is not like a joke saying that the symbiote is insane because of Deadpool. It's exactly the opposite. This is Deadpool saying, I don't want this symbiote because I don't want it to be insane, and then ending the bond before any bleed over can happen. Also, yeah, Deadpool looks like this in this comic, which should be another indicator that this one was not particularly serious when it comes to canon. Now there's a little bit of a gap in Venom's history, or to be more specific, there's kind of the exact opposite of a gap. The next part has been described in so many different ways that I have no idea which one of them is technically canon. Regardless, the symbiote is imprisoned. Several different groups have been stated to be the ones who imprison him, and I do not know which is correct, so I'm just not going to bother working it out. The symbiote is imprisoned, that's the part that matters. Then the canon will stay hand-wavy for a minute because somehow Venom's prison canister gets incorporated into the Beyonders battle world back in the first Secret Wars event. I'm really surprised that there's not a better explanation as to why exactly this happened, but if there is one, I could not easily find it. It really seems like he just kind of ended up there when the Beyonder was making his pocket dimension, and that's it. Now we finally reach, by publication timeline, Venom's first appearance in 1984's Secret Wars number 8. In this comic, Peter Parker, while in the Battleworld Pocket Dimension, finds a weird device that contains a small black blob. He then touches it, great idea Spider-Man, touch the weird alien thing you've never seen before, and it turns into what he thinks is an alien costume. I do want to very quickly sidebar here and say that the real-world writing origin of the black suit is a weirdly debated and interesting thing. I'm not going to go into it verbally because it's kind of a tangent that's not lore-related, but I am saying it verbally because I'm going to put it in a big text box on the screen, and you can read it if you like. Anyway, at this point, most of us kind of know how this story goes for the next few chapters. Peter continues to wear the suit, not thinking anything bad of it, and liking the convenience. After all, it can generate its own webbing and also be deployed and retracted at will, so for Spider-Man, who often needs to change costumes and worry about web fluid, this is an ideal situation. The symbiote, for its part of the dynamic, actually likes this relationship quite a bit. It in and of itself is not evil, plus it starts assimilating a lot of Peter's heroic ideals. This thing likes fighting crime, and it wants to do so more often, so it starts puppeting Peter's body around and fighting crime independently. While not an immediate problem at first, to such an extent that Peter himself is not even aware of what's going on, it does start to take a toll. The symbiote most often takes over him when he sleeps, and since his body is then being active almost 24/7, Peter starts to feel exhaustion constantly. This eventually gets to a point where Peter starts to become suspicious. His exhaustion, plus the fact that what he thinks is a costume is acting more and more organic, sets off alarm bells, and he, with the help of the Fantastic Four, starts to investigate it further. With the Four's machines, he realizes for the first time that the costume is in fact alive, and not only that, it likes Peter a lot and wants to bond with him permanently, which Spider-Man wants nothing to do with. With the Four's help, Peter is able to remove the symbiote and contain it, though it would shortly escape and pursue Spider-Man once again, hoping to solidify their bond. This leads to the iconic confrontation in the church that has been adapted into pretty much every form of media. Injured by the sound waves coming from the bell, the symbiote flees into the church's lower levels, and Peter is free. Then, the symbiote goes on a Deadpool adventure very briefly, because, I don't know, man, Deadpool comics really just like ruining the Venom timeline, and I am kind of bitter about it, but at the end of this officially canon Deadpool story, it just returns to the church where the fight happens, so none of this actually matters. And then, who should arrive but one Edward Brock? Eddie Brock was a disgraced reporter whose stories had been debunked by Peter Parker, leading to his career getting absolutely destroyed, and a lot of other things along with it. His father had disowned him, his wife had abandoned him. It was a very bad time to be Eddie Brock. Things had gotten so bad for Eddie that he was considering taking his own life, and arriving at this church was his last attempt at turning things around. He was there to pray, hoping he would find some sort of forgiveness, and something else found him instead. Thus, Venom was born, at this stage a full-on supervillain. The symbiote bond between Eddie and Venom was motivated almost entirely by mutual hatred. They were a good match for each other, as would be explored upon later, but at this point, the symbiote was only interested in Spider-Man, and was basically using Eddie as a rebound, something that he could use to take out his vengeance, while also trying to get back in bond with Peter again. Then, for his next many appearances, Venom is simply a Spider-Man antagonist. This is the classic era of Venom, but we're not going to be talking about it a lot in this video, because at this point, Venom was just a weird alien without a lot of lore, and all of the Clintar stuff would come later. For the next several years, he fought Spider-Man a lot, he joined up with the Sinister Six, he threatened MJ, you know how it goes. The next major storyline for our purposes comes after the symbiote's apparent death. Venom got caught in the crossfire during a battle between Spider-Man and lesser-known villains Styx and Stone, and the powers of Styx apparently killed the symbiote, but it would later be revealed that this was just a forced split between Venom and Eddie, at which point Eddie was taken to jail. The symbiote would later return to Eddie and break him out of prison, but it would leave behind a remnant in the process. This is the first chronological case of Venom reproducing, as a little chunk of symbiote was left behind in that cell, going on to bond with Venom's cellmate, a man named Cletus Cassidy. This is the origin of Carnage. As we talked about in the biology section, Carnage and Cletus have a perfect symbiote bond. This may be because they bonded almost immediately after Carnage's birth. That would make sense, though I'm honestly not sure if that's 100% canon. It makes sense though, so that's what I'm going to go with. We will come back to Carnage in a bit, as he is a major player in some stories that happen later, but for the next couple years of his appearances, he is just a more brutal, scary version of Venom, in stark contrast to what Venom himself is doing during this period. After the prison break, Venom moves to San Francisco and decides to turn their life around, joining the side of good. They are still extremely violent during this, of course, but they are an anti-hero at least, earning them the now iconic title of Lethal Protector. Once again, a lot of storylines happen during this era, but sticking to the symbiote lore at large, there is one major thing that we need to cover, that being Venom's involvement with the Life Foundation. The Life Foundation in the comics began as essentially a bunch of very rich doomsday preppers. They were interested in the symbiote as a possible way to protect themselves in the event of an apocalypse, so they captured Venom and experimented on him. In the process of this, they pulled off something very interesting, which was forcing the symbiote reproductive cycle. By making Venom generate symbiote seeds, they gave birth to 5 more symbiotes, which were given the codenames of Riot, Lasher, Phage, Agony, and Scream, commonly referred to collectively as the Life Foundation symbiotes. The majority of these symbiotes don't have a lot of lore. You will usually see the Life Foundation symbiotes as a collective bonded to like villain henchmen or a military black ops group or something like that. They are often used as the some group is weaponizing symbiotes characters and aren't much beyond that. However, Scream is the only one that managed to find independent success, and is one of the very few symbiotes outside of Venom and Carnage to actually hold her own self-titled books. The miniseries Scream: Curse of Carnage is very good, and I would highly recommend it. Moving on from the Life Foundation, at some point after
Uh-huh. Why? Personally, I do not want to go to Walmart. Chat, I will be right back. I'm gonna go check on the pizza. I am the back chat, and I have better videos for us to watch. It's not Lego Marvel related.
Some group
or Marvel related. It is Lego DC. Legacy of the Dark Knight, but obvious reasons. No. Playlists. Oh, I gotta find it in the mass amounts of playlists that I have. You know, chat, I will get back to you on that one. We're gonna put that on chatting. And once I find it, I'll unpause it. This is gonna take forever, chat.
Well, thankfully we're not above 9,000 feet, so we're not getting 6 to 12 inches of snow at least.
Okay, I found a chat.
They did it?
Wait, oh, this is newest. I guess we'll go with the trailer reaction first, and Okay.
We hit the pothole. I was worried we'd be stranded for hours.
And our lives.
Looks awesome. All right, we're just getting started. Our next new game announcement stars a hero who needs no introduction,
by the way,
a
chat,
true legend.
all rates to this video go to Blitzwinger and obviously WB
Of justice and gadgets.
for everything else.
Oh my God! Oh my God! It's happening! It's happening! Oh my goodness!
bro. I am justice. Yes, dude!
I need to become more than a man.
That sounds like Roger Craig Smith.
A symbol.
What did you have in mind?
Oh my goodness. Become the hero. Oh my goodness! Let's go! Bro, look at Gotham! He looks like Arkham Knight! Oh my goodness, chat. Oh my goodness, that looks so good.
I'm Batman.
Build the legacy! It's Humbler!
Why so serious?
Joker?
You want to get nuts?
Let's get nuts.
I'm allergic to nuts.
Dude, that looks so beautiful.
Who's the man behind the mask?
Dude, the gel! The Batman Batmobile. Oh my goodness, this looks so good, chat.
I got you!
Dude. No, you didn't. That is clearly a recreation of the Batman. Dude. Lego Batman, Legacy of the Dark Knight. All I gotta say.
You think darkness is your ally. You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by.
Ow. Stepped on a Lego.
Put that there.
Red
I could have really hurt myself.
Oh my god, that looks so good. Build a Legacy 2026. Take my money. Take it. Bro, and already confirmed Golden Age Batman.
We already got that Golden Age Batman suit chat.
He needs pants.
Got it.
Come on, let's go. Hustle.
Stroller?
Double stroller.
Looks awesome. All right, we're just getting started.
Well, it finally happened. What's going on, everybody? My name is Wiltonger. Ladies and gentlemen, Lego Batman is officially back. Well, I guess Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight is officially here.
Chat.
Now, of course, if you guys are as excited as I am for this insanely cool announcement, please don't forget to scroll on down, smash that thumbs up button. Let's aim for 1,000 likes for this first video that I'm making for the game. In this video, we're going to break down all the details, everything that you need to know from the beginning to the very end of the incredible trailer that was just revealed at Gamescom. I'm also working on a follow-up video, so stay tuned for that. That's going to feature a bunch of other little details that I've discovered from reading articles, interviews, etc. So stay tuned for that as well. But first, let's dive into the details of the trailer. So right off the bat, I want to talk about something that was included in the trailer that I think exemplifies how much attention to detail will be in this game, and that is the grapple gun, because you can actually see the numbers 24144 on it. And some people might not know, but that is actually the official Lego piece number for that grapple gun. So that is an incredible attention to detail, and I think that that should get you really excited, because I think that that is an example of how far they're going to go in terms of paying attention to lots and lots of other details. So then we get to see some bad guys, and they're about to get it from the Batman. But we are on a shipping container yard, and of course we see some bad guys making their way through the shipping container yard and headed into a container. As they open the container, they are greeted by a crate full of rubber ducks, which I think the idea there is to tease the penguin, which I think is super duper cool, by the way. I think that's a really neat inclusion. Again, Easter eggs galore. Obviously, we see the little copyright logo on the Batarang that appears, and Batman lays the smackdown on these fools, setting up the tone that we can expect from this particular adventure. But before we move on to the next part in the trailer, I did want to just quickly make you guys pay attention to something that right as soon as we see the bad guys in this particular first scene, first of all, one of them legitimately looks like the classic bad guy from the Lego games with the hat and the shaded glasses. Of course, the attire itself is a little different, But when he actually peeks over at one point over his shoulder, if you zoom in, that actually looks like the classic bad guys from the original Lego Batman games, which is so cool that we're at this point now where you can literally have Easter eggs to the original Lego Batman games because they've been out for so dang long. Next, we get this absolutely brilliant cinematic shot of the Dark Knight standing atop of a rooftop with the beautiful moon right behind him. This, by the way, is of course the Robert Pattinson suit for Batman. That's one of the interesting things about this particular game is that yes, it is indeed technically inspired by the movies, meaning that they will be recreating a lot of iconic moments from different Batman films. This means the Batman 89 stuff. This means the Dark Knight trilogy from Christopher Nolan. And of course, this also does mean the newer The Batman movie, because based on the outfit that we see here, this is clearly inspired by the Pattinson Batman. A really beautiful rendition of that suit into Lego form. The next scene that we see is a reference to one of my personal favorite Batman movies of all time, and that is Batman Begins, as we see the young Bruce Wayne fall down that pathway that he falls when he discovers all the different bats, and that's where he develops that fear of the bats that eventually he comforts and accepts, and then of course that inspires him to actually become Batman. But that was a really cool inclusion. The next scene is also inspired by Batman Begins, as we see a young adult Bruce Wayne making his way through the mountains, through the snowy mountains. I love the attention to detail, by the way, here. The fact that he's got like snow inside of the little grooves on his actual hair, just incredible attention to detail. I genuinely think this is going to be a really, really beautiful game, as well as a really fun game to play. But then we also do get to see the grapple gun in action here, which we have found out that this will actually be a functional gadget that we'll be able to utilize. Now, we don't have specifics as to how often we can use it, like can you just use it whenever you want or not, but it does seem like it's going to be a lot more intricate than what we have come to expect from the older Lego Batman games, where we're much more restricted as to where or when we could actually grapple. The next scene is also incredibly cool because it is a training scene between Bruce and the League of Assassins, or the League of Shadows. And my goodness, this looks pretty dang cool. I also believe that we get our very first look at Talia al Ghul in this particular training montage as well. She has been confirmed to be one of the playable characters for this game, so something to obviously look forward to when it comes to the official release of this game. I also don't know if you guys noticed this, but there's literally a bird building out an entire little bird's nest in one of these scenes as well.
A symbol. What did you have in mind?
Okay, that was absolutely incredible foreshadowing there. They go ahead and recreate the scene from Batman Begins between obviously Alfred and Bruce Wayne talking about how Bruce Wayne has now inspired and wants to become this symbol for Gotham City. So this is the beginning of him becoming Batman. I love the fact that Alfred spills that coffee or whatever it is onto his shirt. And if you didn't notice, that actually has the bat symbol right there. Again, just incredible attention to detail. We then get this incredible scene once again from Batman Begins, where Bruce has got that nightstick or light, and as he is trying to decide whether or not he's going to build the Batcave underneath Wayne Manor back in the same place that he fell into as a kid. Again, just a really, really brilliant recreation of that very, very impactful moment from Batman Begins. So next up, we get the confirmation that that iconic Lego building sound effect is indeed back, which is 2 thumbs up. Absolutely fantastic to see that it is returning. In addition to that, we obviously get to also see the actual bat signal itself, which looks absolutely brilliant and beautiful. And then we have this awesome jump, where essentially Batman sprints off the rooftop, by the way, still wearing the Batman attire, and as he leaps, the camera pans with him. First and foremost, we get a beautiful
The only
shot
reason he's
of
still
the
wearing
moon
the
again,
Batman
where we will
attire is
see not
because
just the plane,
they
but
want to
also
show off
the
that
iconic
you
Bat
can
logo and insignia up above, which looks beautiful.
suits him
But
as
then,
well.
as the camera pans My goodness, is this an impressive shot of Gotham itself, looking absolutely wonderful. Right off the bat, I feel like this reminds me so much of Arkham Knight, which, interestingly enough, you'll notice a big giant billboard on the right-hand side that says, "Welcome to Kingston," which of course is also a location in the Arkham Knight video game. It actually is a district on Miyagani Island, so a very interesting little tip of the cap there, possibly to the Arkham franchise, which is not the first or last mention in this particular video, so stay tuned. But in addition to that, we have a bunch of other little details here, like Shirley's Music Shop, the Best Coffee advertisement, which is obviously awesome. I love the Clutch Drive poster, or I guess painted on, spray paint, whatever you want to call it, on the right-hand wall. That looks pretty dang cool. Of course, that's a reference to an iconic franchise of racers within the Lego side of things, so that is brilliant. I love the Gotham Broadcasting Corporation logo up at the top. That looks cool. Then you have this, like, what looks like an advertisement for some type of shoes, which say "On the Run," which makes me think of the Flash, just the silhouette of the whole thing and just in general how it's presented. So again, a really nice Easter egg there. If we zoom on down, you can actually spot Marlowe's Deli, and in the alleyway behind Marlowe's Deli, you'll notice a really cool little reference to the Riddler. We've got the Riddler question marks on a poster along with a wanted poster, so that is pretty dang cool as well. And then if we zoom back out, we can also look in the distance and notice that there's a building that belongs to the Falcons, because that right there is the Falcons Fishery, which is super duper cool that that is included. I just think that this is such wonderful world building right off the bat, just from this one simple shot. And then also another fun thing that was included here is the bit.
Let's go now, 15, faster now. Faster.
Cave instead of the Bat Cave, and it does seem to have this sort of a 8-bit aesthetic, so that will definitely be a place that I want to visit once the game releases. Now, we just talked about the Arkham Knight, and the next part of the trailer pretty much kind of pays an homage to the Arkham series as a whole, indicating that we are going to have a Detective Vision scan mode, because you can clearly tell that Batman is making his way across this rope, or I guess maybe it's a tightrope or whatever it is. But essentially, as he's making his way across the string, he goes ahead and activates a scan, allowing him to spot a bunch of the silhouettes of enemies down below, which pretty much confirms that this game is going to be a very, very substantial gameplay overhaul compared to what we tend to expect from previous LEGO titles. So things are definitely going to be quite a bit different from a gameplay standpoint. This really does seem like it is going to be kind of a marriage between classic LEGO fun, but then also peppering a little bit of the iconic gameplay that we expect from the Arkham series, which to me sounds like a match made in heaven. And this argument is strengthened even further with the next part in the trailer, where we see Batman delivering a stealth strike from above onto a foe, which again is something that is a very common and useful tactic in the Arkham games. I just love the fact that that is now going to be possible in the LEGO titles themselves. That is just so freaking cool. And once again, I do also want to take a moment here and say that, again, the bad guys that we see Batman fight in the next scene, plus the bad guy that he just jumped onto and crushed, are both clearly an homage to the classic bad guys from the original LEGO Batman game, which is just so freaking awesome. So as I was saying, the next scene does indeed see Batman beating up a bunch of thugs, which I feel like gives us a pretty good preview of what the combat is going to be like in this game, and it is very, very promising, so I'm extremely excited by what I see here. As long as it feels good, like very intuitive, this is going to be a really nice step forward in terms of the gameplay of the LEGO games. But the other cool thing is that during this particular scene, we see that oftentimes when he's delivering like finishing blows or big strikes to the enemies, we then go ahead and see these comic book words pop up, like kabam, kapow, that sort of thing. I think that's super duper cool. And I also love that there's another really cool Easter egg here, because if you look in the back, you'll notice that that says Cord Industries, which of course is a reference to Cord, the classic Blue Beetle. So again,
the second
really
Blue
cool
Beetle.
world building right off the bat. Then Batman sends a bad guy into a whole pile of garbage, and he asks him the classic line,
Who are you?
I'm Batman.
Then the next sequence, we see the Tumbler looking absolutely incredible. It has indeed been confirmed that both the Tumbler and the Batcycle will be playable in this game. In fact, multiple versions of both the Batmobile and the Batcycle will be available in the game, so that is an exciting confirmation. As far as cool details here, first and foremost, all of you who are, again, Arkham fans, you'll probably spot that really cool looking diner right there. That seems to be, again, an homage to the diner that opens up Arkham Knight, so that is pretty dang cool to see right there. And we have a nice little ad for the Gotham Burger. I also love the little detail on the Tumbler itself where you can see the stickers for the fuel filler areas. I think that's, again, just incredible attention to detail. The next shot sees Batman grappling up above into the very tippity top of the Ace Chemical Building, which is very cool. Another very iconic location in the overall mythos of course, Batman and Gotham itself. As he makes his way to the top, we are also able to then spot a bunch of the henchmen that work for the Red Hood gang. So that is another really cool inclusion there. We then get an incredible action sequence that sees both Batman and Jim Gordon. Yes, this is the Jim Gordon from The Batman, using some sort of a gliding apparatus. I guess that will be his choice of transportation if he needs to glide down somewhere. But of course, he has also been confirmed to be a playable character, so that is why he is included in this particular sequence. Just kind of a, I guess, an early preview of some of the co-op shenanigans that you could get into when you play this game in co-op. And then the next sequence, we see that Batman wasn't just gliding down for fun, he was seemingly gliding down on the classic Red Hood, who's of course the character that goes on to become Joker. Or again, the mythos of Joker are really confusing because there's a lot of different origin stories, and then in addition to that, there are a lot of different Jokers. Like, you can read the 3 Jokers, a lot of different comic books, but this is of course, typically speaking, probably the most well-known origin story at this point, where essentially he gets kicked into the bath of toxins, and then he will become the Joker as a result of that. And speaking of Joker, we then get our very first shot of the Heath Ledger inspired Joker, who looks absolutely wonderful. Whether that be the face paint, the hairstyle, the design overall just looks absolutely spectacular. I am so stoked that he's included in this. The Dark Knight is my favorite movie of all time, so I am extremely stoked that we get to see it get some shine. Next, we see Batman once again beating up a bunch of bad guys inside of a jail cell. This time, for the very first time in this trailer, we actually see him wearing the suit from The Dark Knight, which looks absolutely wonderful in all black. You can also see that the grapple gun will not just be useful for traversing like we saw earlier in the trailer, but instead, you'll also be able to perform some type of special takedowns using that particular gadget. Similarly to, once again, how in the Arkham games you can use the grapple gun to pull enemies towards you, that seems to be present here as well. I also love the variety of the henchmen that is available here. And again, attention to detail is spectacular. Like, there's literally a henchman who has a black eye. Like, the attention to detail is absolutely incredible. Next, we see Batman interrogating the Joker, and I love how this game does such a great job of combining classic mythos of Batman, like the line of,
"You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. I'm allergic to nuts."
Yeah, let's get nuts. Obviously, that is not something that the Christian Bale version of Batman said. That is the Michael Keaton version of Batman that said that. But they included here recreating the scene of the interrogation scene from The Dark Knight instead. So I just love that this game is essentially going to just kind of try to grab really iconic and cool things from all the mythos of Batman and blend them all together into this giant celebration of everything and anything that The Dark Knight has been, which is just so freaking cool. We then get this crazy escape sequence from the Ace Chemicals building of Batman as he's also trying to grapple out of there, but he is holding on to Jim Gordon as well to make sure that he makes it out of there alive as well. One thing that I do kind of want to point out, just one thing in this particular scene, is that I can't be the only one that feels like this thing behind Batman almost looks like a big giant hand. I do think that it's just a bunch of pipes connected and stuff, but it almost looks like a big giant hand. So maybe this is some sort of a boss fight or something like that. It seems like naturally what occurred here is that Batman arrives at the Ace Chemical building, then probably kicks the Red Hood. He stumbles over. This tells the origin story of the Joker. And of course, as he stumbles over, it probably causes a whole bunch of explosions and things to go off inside the Ace Chemical building, forcing Batman to run away and escape while also rescuing Gordon with him. Next, we get a really cool homage to Batman Returns because we get to see Max Shreck's department store here, or at least the very top of the department store. I think that is really cool. Again, the fact that this is included along with stuff from The Dark Knight and the other Batman things, I just think this is going to really blend together into a really cool world. But the next shot after that, we actually get to see Batman go face to face with Catwoman.
He's in a different suit. That's like a Batman
enough, if
who
you are
suit.
paying attention, you'll probably notice that Batman is actually wearing the Michael Keaton suit in this particular cutscene. Then we have this gang of clowns that Batman has got to deal with. So I love that we get to see that there will be enemies of the smaller or minifigure scale, but then there are also going to be the larger big fig characters that Batman is going to have to battle.
From Bear to Brow Tast, Past with Faux Brow by L'Oreal Paris.
We're here for our convertible?
How about an SUV?
Then the next scene is incredible. Another really cool homage to the Arkham games, which is of course the explosive gel that we got to use over and over again as a really useful gadget in those games. It seems like it is back in the Lego form now as well, which looks absolutely brilliant. And once again, if you're paying attention, you'll also notice that Batman is indeed once again wearing the Michael Keaton inspired bat suit. Following a big explosion, we then get that iconic chase scene that a lot of people love from The Batman. This is the second Batmobile that is showcased in this trailer, confirming of course that both the Tumbler and the Batman Batmobile will be included. I think it's pretty safe for us to assume that there will be others. I'm certain that we will get Michael Keaton's Batmobile in this included as well, and maybe a few more. So I think that is pretty dang cool. The actual chase sequence itself is absolutely brilliant. It's a really great recreation of what happens in the movie itself, where we see Batman revving the engine and then setting chase after the Penguin, who, by the way, looks absolutely terrifying as part of this trailer. Once again, we also do get to see a whole bunch of the rubber ducks again, so that was obviously a reference to the Penguin himself. I just think that the character model for Penguin is so freaking freaky in this, but at the same time, I kind of hope that LEGO actually does make it available as an actual minifig. The chase does conclude the same way that it did in the Batman movie, with Batman ramming into the Penguin's vehicle and then slowly but surely marching his way towards him, ready to lay some justice on the scum of Gotham.
Oh, you think darkness is your ally? You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by... Ah! Who put that there? I could have really hurt myself.
Oh wait, how could I forget? Of course, we also do get Bane. This is of course a recreation of the scene from The Dark Knight Rises, where he gives him that epic speech as he's walking him down, holding onto his vest. Just an absolutely incredible character model here. I love that they used a big fig for Bane. That works super well in terms of making him intimidating and a physical threat for Batman. But then in addition to that, another really exciting thing included as part of this little sizzle reel at the very end is that Bane actually steps on a red power brick, indicating that the red power bricks will probably be back in this game and will hopefully play the same level of significance as they did in previous LEGO titles like Stud Multiplier. So there you go, guys. That is the full breakdown of LEGO Batman. So this is absolutely insane. Ladies and gentlemen, people have begun to share their gameplay impressions from Gamescom for the brand new LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight video game. And today we're going to go on ahead and check out what seems like an entire mission reacting to the gameplay courtesy of GameSpot. So of course, if you want to see the uninterrupted, full-on, no commentary video, please check it out. I'll have it linked at the top of the So this is absolutely insane. Ladies and gentlemen.
Sometimes I just want what I want right now, you know?
Hey, free!
What?
3 more shipments.
We had some trouble.
I feel like this is gonna be the opening mission, chat.
We need to analyze all 3 bears. Find out what Red Hood 1 is cooking.
I'll give you 2 to 1 it's not porridge. Hey, whoa,
Secure the area, boys. Make sure we ain't got no unwanted visitors.
If cops were meant to fly, then they'd have been born with...
Detective. Let's go find those bears. Lucius,
Okay,
I'm
let's
gonna
see how it
analyze
is,
3 more
chat.
chemicals. Can you tell me what they make when mixed with the sample I brought you earlier?
Any sign of trouble?
It seems to be
Maybe a bear's
literally
been left
Arkham.
behind.
Whoa. No, because we're slowing this shit down. I wonder what down on the D-pad does. Right on the D-pad seems to switch gadgets. You have a quest marker. You can, I'm assuming, grapple it anywhere. Not only do you have a quest marker, it says up in the top left corner that you have well, it tells you you're supposed to do in your mission quest. I see I have 8 heart.
Maybe a bear's been left behind in one of these containers.
Look, there's no way that guy made a bat-like crime-fighting suit just to wear it once. He's definitely showing up. Quit it, you're scaring me.
Maybe it's Valkyrie.
Hey, what's that?
I think the pressure.
No good.
My aim is my game. I saw this in a movie.
Something tells me there's a bear inside that container.
Like the giant bear painted on the side?
Haha.
Hey. Hey.
So the other gadget's the grapple gun. This is gonna be interesting. Okay, that's what that is.
That's the first chemical identified. Let's find the other 2.
You got it.
There's something down there.
That's our first ability of Jim Gordon that we've seen. It's a weird gun that shoots bubblegum putty.
Just one more bear to analyze. Then we can figure out what Red Hood 1 is really up to.
He ain't making shampoo, that's for sure.
He ain't making shampoo, that's for sure. Of course he's making shampoo!
There's probably a bear left on the train.
Yeah, Chad, there's probably a bear left on the train.
Better not let any security cameras spot us.
Now I got you. Oh, someone over there?
Oh, I just unhealed. The shield on me. Ah.
When it...
Jim, it's worse than we thought. We need to stop them from mixing these bears now.
Let's...
Oh, you'll love this!
Looks like we aren't going in the front door. We need to identify another entry point. Perhaps a window or a vent.
You might want to move.
Oh, he's switching to the Gordon.
Hey, quit moving a second.
Say, that wasn't the most disruptive.
No way out!
Ah, there's next one.
Ever since my dermatologist recommended you drink Radiant Tone, I'm kind of obsessed with the results. I just keep getting better.
Okay, boys, quick as you like. Time to put the plan into action.
There's a plan? Yeah, and where'd you want these?
Are you out of your minds? Haven't I gone over this enough times? We take one of these toys and another mixed with one of these. That'll take a while, so here's one I made earlier. Well, what do you know? It really is very effective. We're all out of goons. Red Hot 60 seconds!
God damn.
Red Hood 89, we're moving to manufacture. Pencil in a meeting with the mayor. See what price he puts on the people of Gotham. Keep it locked.
Time to break up this picnic.
Nobody's getting past me. Nobody.
You! Let's strike quickly. Get him now! I need to dodge his attack next time. He's dropped the key for the elevator. Come on.
Remember, Red Hoods, we are Gotham's new resident criminal masterminds. So that means there can be no mistakes and no accidents. Understood?
We ain't certified to be driving these things, you know.
So much for criminal masterminds.
We need to build something to help get us across that gap.
Those fan parts look useful.
We have what we need. Let's get building.
All right, that's all the bears in the system.
Nice. So...
Oh, it started making a poison. Let's follow the pipes to the mixer and shut this place down.
There is it.
Guess I didn't set it.
Come out here, you coward!
stop them from making their poison.
These masks protect us from the chemicals, right? Yeah, right.
The chemicals are going in this direction. We need to get past the fan and find the mixing room.
Then let's shut it down. This is a far cry from busting crooks in the docks.
Gotham is changing, and Red Hood 1 is just the beginning.
Well, I guess we best get used to working together.
Listen up. The leather cape guy and miserable mall cop that busted Falcone were seen snooping around the compound. Keep your eyes peeled.
I can't wait to bust this guy.
I wonder if this is the second mission since they're saying you already missed Falcone.
Together in one spot.
As long as it's right. Keep looking at the ground till you find it.
Gotta focus.
It's not gonna work.
We have intruders? Red Hoods, you know what to do.
No good. It isn't time. I'm not prepared. I can't just yet.
Let's see how tough you are.
Focus, Jim, focus. So close, I know it.
Nah.
Hero, right?
No.
Something way less than I expected.
Chat, were they taking a bath in the cups?
That's the mixing
Sludge.
So we go in and shut down the mixing machine.
I observed about their plan the
Bullshit.
same time you did, Jim. There hasn't really been much time for detailed planning.
Yeah, sure, that's a fair point.
There's the machine. Let's do this.
We're not moving fast enough. I'm sending new parts for the mixing machine. Install them and increase production.
Got my eyes on you. That's your last chance.
Don't let them shut down the machine!
Hello, mixing room. Is something wrong? Do I need to come down there and retie your ties? Report in now!
I'd duck if I were you.
I gotta move out the way next time.
Oh, you'll love this.
That's it. I'm heading to the mixing room, and those parts better be installed when I get there.
Smile. I'll make you wish you had done that.
Chat, are they doing the classic Lego mumble?
The energy is always fun. You can feel it as soon as you walk in the doors.
Hi, Dan.
You have your track shoes on?
I do.
No! 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 Huh? Nice outfit. Sometimes if you draw a bad hand, you're just gonna burn the deck. Burn, baby, burn!
We need to stop him before he sends this whole facility into meltdown.
Agreed.
Hold on. This place is falling apart.
He wants to bring this whole place down. We have to stop him. There he is!
Nobody can stop the man under the red hood!
Up there. Let's go.
He's really turning up the heat. Black leather may have been a bad choice, Batman.
You! I have a little something for you. Just a minute. Please just bear with me. It's, no, not that. That's for later. It's in here somewhere. Ooh.
Look out.
The whole of Gotham will have a permanent smile on its face, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Whoa! This guy ain't joking around!
These things really give you more bang for your buck. Kaboom! Well, this has been a real blast, but I gotta run.
Can't let him get away.
Fire in the hole!
I don't think this place can take much more.
It can't. We need to hurry.
Come on! We have to stop him from destroying this place!
Good job you're not scared of heights.
Yeah, believe it or not, it was never a problem before I met you.
Oh.
Boy, I'm getting real sick of these chemicals.
Come on! Laugh and the world laughs with you. Don't either of you have a sense of humor?
We need to make sure the air is running through this place.
Farewell, Bat Fool and Officer Mustache. It's been a real blast.
This guy's nuts. This place could blow.
people, it's showtime!
You have to stop. If this place explodes, the effects will be felt across the entire country.
Smiles really are infectious, aren't they? This was never about the money. It was about sending a message. Gotham needs to smile more.
No good.
No more running!
Nice try, but it's game over.
This is our last chance. If we don't stop him now, it's all over.
Tim must be delirious. Quickly. Jim, get over here now.
Well, it's time to retire. Feel free to drop in. I always knew I'd go out with a bang. Catch me if you can, Batman. Do you ever dance with the devil in the pale moonlight?
Give me your hand.
Whoa!
Pull him up!
Look! Over there! It's a bat! What are you, nuts? It's a man!
That is just a trick of the light. Break out the specialist hardware. What is this, detective? You guys pals or something? Not exactly.
I can't help but feel like I owe everyone something. What about the people that owe me?
Here we go again. What's going on, everybody? My name is Blitzinger, and ladies and gentlemen, this is probably going to be a little bit of deja vu, but the folks over at IGN have actually shared their own LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight gameplay, and it has so much cool new stuff that we didn't get to see in the original GameSpot reveal. I'm already recording this intro actually after having watched the gameplay. Brace yourselves. We're going to get to see some new bat suits, 5 of them in total. We're going to get to see some vehicles. It's going to be spectacular. Of course, if you guys do enjoy this video and you guys are as excited as I am for LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight, please don't forget to scroll on down, smash that thumbs up button. Let's aim for 1,000 likes. Thank you guys so very much for your continued kindness and your continued support. And without further ado, let's dive on in. Here we go. The second reaction. This time we've got the folks over at IGN cooking this one up. So I am very, very curious to see if we spot any differences. That's the main reason why I wanted to go ahead and see this. It does seem like Lucius did appear again in the corner there, but didn't actually like emote any audio or anything like that. So that is interesting. I wonder if that's just something that is common as an issue for the pre-alpha build. Maybe the players that are recording this gameplay can actually hear Lucius in their headphones, but we can't. So that's an interesting detail. But what I'm most curious about is to see how the approach is different between the GameSpot footage for this level versus the IGN footage. Like, will we learn some new stuff? Will we see some new stuff? Will they have a different approach? Like, look at that. That was freaking beautiful right off the bat. That looked so cinematic and so dynamic. I love that. Man, there's that grapple takedown that I love. Of course, nice little comic book dialogue all around when you're especially delivering your final blows to your enemies, which is a nice visual cue, by the way, to know when you've defeated. I love the idea. So we're going to be able to traverse that, but it fills up pretty quickly, and I assume that what it corresponds to is maybe Brave and the Bold, maybe? I'm not sure. When the game comes out, all of us will be able to solve that stuff. Whoa! Whoa! Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold the phone. I literally have to pause this video. Are you kidding me right now? So this, hold on. Let's just go back one little segment earlier. Wow. Okay, so first of all, this is something that we didn't see in the previous video. This is the character selection screen, it looks like. So we've got Batman and Gordon, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, and maybe, based on how the slider moves, maybe one more, so 5, which would, I guess, technically confirm that this game might actually end up with only 7 playable characters. At the time of this recording, we still don't know whether or not that is the case. On the website, that's kind of what they say. They say that these are going to be the 7 playable characters. But then, at the same time, keep in mind that, of course, this is a Lego game, so I think people would expect to be able to play as tons of other characters, and it would be cool if, at least in the hub world, they allowed us to play as some others. Then we do get a really nice shot of Batman right here. It also seems to confirm that we have vehicle options and suit options available here. So for suit options, I think, oh, this is probably vehicle options, I assume. Okay, so this is the vehicle selection screen. So we've got the Batmobile here, we've got the Batcycle, then we've got the Tumbler, and then we can see that there's going to be other vehicles. So obviously that is pretty dang cool. Wow, that is so neat. Being able to see the actual models like that is pretty dang cool. I'm also curious now. I wonder, does this triangle button take you to the vehicle options, or is this like vehicle customization? That's interesting. I'm very curious about that. Oh my, dude. Okay, this video is so good, bro. Holy. Okay, so we have the Dark Knight suit. Sorry. First, I apologize. Obviously. Oh, was that that was Golden Age and Rainbow Batman. And that looks maybe Brave and the Bold, maybe? I'm not sure. But obviously we have the Batman suit, and it does give you a little blurb about the suit, so that is really cool. Then we have the Dark Knight suit, which looks absolutely wonderful. We have gotten this suit before, playable in other Lego games, so it's not that new. This is also a suit that we have gotten before, but this is an iconic one. This is from Detective Comics 27 from 1939, the original appearance of Batman. So cool to have that. Then we've got from Detective Comics 241 from back in 1957. This is the rainbow suit Batman, which looks absolutely wonderful as well. And then, yes, it was Batman Brave. Wait, did he just insta? Hold on. So it is the Batman Brave and the Bold suit. Sorry, guys. I'm just freaking out because I genuinely did not expect to see all this new stuff. I don't know why. Whatever. It is what it is. But this is so cool. So it looks like you can insta-switch suits. Like, look at that. He just insta-loaded into the Brave and the Bold suit. Oh, and then we get Gordon suits, too. Okay, so we get the Golden Age suit, again, from Detective Comics 27. This is the ridiculous outfit that Jim Gordon, or James Gordon, actually did wear in Detective Comics 27. So that is brilliant. What the heck is this? Oh, this is an original suit, I guess. Costume Party. Jim Gordon, who looks spectacular. I love it. Rocking the sheriff-like attire. Very apropos for Detective James Gordon. That is so cool. Look at that. That is an instant swap right there. You can see they immediately switch costumes. So it seems like, okay, and this is something I'm very curious about because I want to hear from you guys. It does seem like this game will probably have less playable characters, more suits for those characters. But then at the same time, you can see how instant the switching is, where instantly on the go, you're able to swap from one suit to another, which, again, I feel like I'm very curious to hear what you guys think about this, because I do think there's going to be some people that think, oh, that's so cool, we didn't see this either. Dude, I'm so distracted. I can't. There's too much cool stuff.
Gotta focus.
Because basically you can use the like pipes to like bring down enemies and like take them down that way. So this is a much stealthier approach than what we saw from the GameSpot video, which is super cool. Because I was saying, I really hope this game offers you like different ways to get through these sections. But sorry, back on the topic at hand that I was talking about with the suits, I'm very curious to hear what you guys think of that. Because obviously, like, a huge playable game roster or character roster is something that is like, I feel like is a very fundamental part of like might have a how I go game like so past game forwards in the green hat. Bro's looking like he's cosplaying like friggin' Riddler out here.
Nowhere.
But I'm which then makes me think, like, would we get like a Red Hood inspired bat suit / James Gordon outfit? And like, that would be really cool, actually. I love the idea of that, because then, even though the game doesn't offer us as many playable characters, maybe it will feel like we have just as many playable characters via the skins or the suits that they give us. There is a fast flight ability. That is sick. We didn't see that in the GameSpot video. Wow, that is so cool. I love that. So we're going to be able to traverse that in a quicker manner as well. Whoa, what? Bro! Open up the possibilities in the future in terms of if they confirm that you can play other characters throughout the story and like
Make smart money moves. Open a U.S. Bank Smartly checking account and start earning U.S. Bank Smart Rewards on your
questions. What's going on, everybody? My name is Whatsoever, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are once again talking Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. We just got the reveal trailer, and with it there are a slew of different questions, and I genuinely feel like they did a very excellent job of answering a lot of those questions over in the official Lego Batman website, and more specifically the FAQ, or the frequently asked questions section. So this is really going to be structured as a great resource video for you if you have questions about the game, like, hey, what platforms is it releasing on? When is it releasing? Does this game have open world? How many playable characters does this game have? Will it support online co-op or offline co-op? Does it even have co-op? All of that and much more will be answered in this video. Now, of course, if you guys do enjoy the video and you find it informative and useful, please don't forget to scroll on down, smash that thumbs up button. Thank you so very much for your kindness and your continued support. Let's aim for 1,000 likes on today's video. And of course, also consider sharing this with a fellow Lego Batman or Batman fan that you think would find this video useful as well. With all that in mind, let's dive on in. And so let's begin with probably the most controversial question when it comes to this new game, and that is, which characters will be playable in Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight? They provide the following answer. Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight will feature 7 playable characters, including Batman, Jim Gordon, Robin, Nightwing, Batgirl, Catwoman, and Talia al Ghul. Now, they do go on to expand, saying that each character is going to be equipped with unique skills, combos, and gadgets. Like, for example, Batman has access to the Bat Claw, Jim Gordon has a foam spray that he could utilize, Robin will be able to utilize a line launcher, and Catwoman will become equipped with her iconic whip. They do not expand here on which gadgets will be unique to Nightwing, Batgirl, or Talia, so Obviously, as we get closer to release, we'll probably learn that information. But why is this controversial? Well, if you've played LEGO games at any point in time, you would know that one of the most iconic elements of LEGO games is the fact that they come equipped with a slew of characters. I honestly can't even think of a LEGO game that has fewer than 100 characters on the roster, so that is kind of ridiculous, but that is a very iconic part of LEGO titles. That seems to be going by the wayside with this new game, where the focus has really boiled down to quality over quantity. Instead of just giving us a slew of characters, it seems like the strategy here is to give us fewer characters, but each of the characters will feel more unique, more fleshed out, play differently to the others, even though they will have complementary elements, and I'm sure there will be some overlap in animations. I think that what they're trying to do is really make the game feel more unique for each one of these characters, and as a result of that, they've actually allowed for less characters to be on the roster. Now, at the time of this video being recorded, we have not gotten an official confirmation from an actual source at TT Games or Warner Brother Games themselves saying that these are the only 7 playable characters that will be in the game. I would personally be shocked if these are the only characters that we end up with. I think there's a very good chance that we might end up with downloadable content that will introduce more characters. I think that as we get closer to the release of the game, they might announce further characters, and I would be absolutely shocked if they don't include at least 1 or 2 or a handful of playable villains as playable characters as well. Again, we'll see if I'm right or wrong about that prediction as we get closer, but as of right now, the only playable characters that are confirmed to be playable are the list of 7 that I just covered. Now, this feels like the perfect time to then zoom out for a moment and talk about the actual story of the game, because I feel like there's a lot of confusion on that front with this title as well, but they provide some clarity for us. Will LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight have an original story? I've seen a lot of people, even large sources, run around and say, oh, this game is pretty much LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga, but for the Batman video game. And that is not the case, because of course, if you played LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga, you would know that that game essentially recreated the Skywalker Saga films, going from episode 1 all the way through episode 9, and recreating a lot of iconic moments via levels, and you were kind of playing your way through it. That is not what they're doing with this game, because listen to the following answer. LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight invites players to embark on Bruce Wayne's epic journey to become the hero of Gotham City, featuring a story-led campaign from origin to legend, bringing together iconic moments from the Caped Crusaders' 86-year history in film, television, comic books, and games, and jam-packed with Batman nostalgia, DC lore, and TT Games' signature brand of fun-filled LEGO humor. So that basically confirms to you that this is not going to be a beat-for-beat recreation of these movies, and we've already kind of seen that from the original trailer, where they recreate certain things from The Dark Knight, like the interrogation scene, for example, but it's not a one-for-one copy because they also spray in there a little bit of the Michael Keaton, you want to get nuts? Let's get nuts scene.
Get nuts? Let's get nuts. I'm allergic to nuts.
And so basically what I'm getting at is that this is going to be kind of like a weird, I don't even know what to call it. It's like a stew of Batman stuff where, yes, there is going to be direct homages to stuff that happened in our favorite Batman movies, but it is not going to be a one-to-one recreation of those films in LEGO form. Now, another popular question that a lot of people have is, whom are we actually going to get to fight? We now know that there are 7 playable characters in the game, but who will those characters actually get a chance to fight against? And guess what? They provide us with that answer as well, saying that players will face off against Gotham City's most notorious DC supervillains, including the Joker, the Penguin, Poison Ivy, Ra's al Ghul, or Ra's al Ghul, however you want to pronounce it, Bane, and more, which is pretty dang exciting. I am hopeful that we see maybe an appearance or 2 from Two-Face, maybe Mr. Freeze, a few other iconic villains. I would also love to see personally Clayface make an appearance. That would be pretty dang cool. But let me know, what is your favorite Bat villain that you hope to see appear in this game? And And speaking of game, you might actually have the question of what kind of gameplay can we expect from LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight? Well, they say the following. LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight will introduce a dynamic new LEGO Batman combat system delivering an authentic expression of Batman's fighting style with fluid attack chains, over-the-top takedowns, and powerful gadgets. Batarangs can distract or stun enemies, and the Bat Claw can reel them in, while other playable characters will have their own signature gear, like Jim Gordon's previously mentioned foam spray, Robin's line launcher, and Catwoman's whip. So obviously, we already saw a lot of this gameplay as part of the original trailer reveal, plus some of the other gameplay that has been coming out since that trailer has dropped. So obviously, the gameplay that we can expect here is essentially what I would call like Arkham Light, where it's not quite as in-depth, it seems like, as the Arkham games, but it is most definitely a lot more complex than what we expect from the traditional LEGO games, which I think is going to be exciting. As someone who loves the free flow combat system of Arkham, where it almost feels like a rhythm game when you get into the groove in those particular games, I think that this is going to be a really fun, similar experience with this new LEGO Batman title. Now, for the next question, I have seen a lot of people get very nervous when they read the previous paragraph that we talked about, where it said that they would feature a story-led campaign from origin to legend. A lot of people immediately assumed like, oh, so does this mean that this game is not actually going to have an open world? No, they have clarified that LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight will feature an open world Gotham City to explore, filled with puzzles to solve, challenges to complete, rewards to collect, crimes to stop, and surprises to discover around every corner, alleyway, and rooftop, as well as the ability to visit a lot of iconic familiar locations such as the Ace Chemical Building, the Gotham Botanical Gardens, Wayne Tower, and yes, of course, even Arkham Asylum. So for those of you that were worried that this game wouldn't feature an actual like hub world to explore, fear not. It seems like this is going to be kind of, to a certain extent, us going back to like the style of open world from LEGO Batman 2 to a certain extent, and once again also borrowing some elements from the Arkham franchise here, because obviously if you've been playing a lot of LEGO games, especially the more recent LEGO titles in the DC universe, they actually went to a bit of a different formula where instead of just having one hub world, we started to visit like smaller hub worlds, like the different planets from LEGO Batman 3. Fear not, I know a lot of people didn't like that system of hub worlds and preferred like one giant city to explore. It seems like that is what they're going to be doing here with this game, where we will get to traverse around Gotham, visit iconic locations within Gotham, and then of course,
Oh shit,
they've
Chad,
already
it's a red
confirmed
brick.
essentially that there will be puzzles to solve, challenges to complete. When I hear the word puzzles and an Arkham or a LEGO Batman game, I immediately think of Riddler trophies possibly being included, so that should be a lot of fun as well. Now, as we traverse across this new LEGO Gotham City, a lot of people are probably wondering, will there actually be playable vehicles included in LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight? And the answer is yes. LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight will feature a variety of vehicles, in fact, including a range of Batmobiles and Batcycles. Of course, we've already seen a handful of those being officially revealed, whether that be the Batman Batmobile being revealed as part of the main trailer, the Tumbler being revealed, and even the motorcycle or Batcycle from the Batman movie, Robert Pattinson's Batman movie. All have been officially confirmed, and since we've gotten to reveal the trailer, they have also gone ahead and teased a handful of other Batmobiles / Batcycles that will appear in this particular game, including the Batfleck Batmobile. So if you're a Snyder fan, you will be very excited to know that you'll be able to drive, it seems like, the Batfleck Batmobile in this game. So that's pretty dang cool.
Let's go, the one
Arkham
Snyder fan.
Batmobile will be making an appearance
Let's
as well,
go.
so that is definitely pretty exciting. The Batcycle from the Dark Knight will be a viable vehicle that you could use as an additional Batcycle. And last but certainly not least, for me personally, most excitingly so, the Batman animated series will
Let's
seemingly
go,
be getting
chat.
released in this particular game as well. So a lot of cool vehicles for us to look forward to. So this next detail is definitely a bummer, because they went ahead and answered the following question. Will LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight have online co-op gameplay? They said for all generations, they will be able to come together and enjoy the game solo or team up with a friend, which sounds pretty cool, or a family member through 2-player local couch cooperative gameplay only. Online co-op will not be available. So
Hell's
that is
chat.
definitely a bummer. As someone who kind of would have loved to be able to play this game along with other friends who don't live where I live, I feel like that would have been a really nice feature to have. So it is definitely a bummer that this is still not going to be a feature that is available in a new Lego TT game. This is probably the thing that I'm most upset about in terms of like everything that they announced. And really not, maybe upset is not the right word, maybe disappointed is the right word, just because I was really hoping that this new game would actually support online co-op finally, but no. Unfortunately, no online co-op for us. Now, speaking of online, they did also clarify a handful of things. So first and foremost, they did say that no internet connection is actually going to be required to play the new Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight, which is a great piece of news to hear. But they also, interestingly enough, clarified and said that although online access will be needed to download game updates, which is very interesting because does that mean just game updates that like patch the game, or is this already an indication that they have plans to have downloadable content available at some point down the line? I would love to see that. I think that a game like this would definitely lend itself really well towards
What's a Lego game without DLCs?
maybe new costumes. I would love to see that. So hopefully as time goes on, we'll learn more about that. They did also clarify that neither a PlayStation Plus subscription, an Xbox Pass Core membership, or a Nintendo Switch Online membership will also not be required to actually play the game, which makes sense because obviously it does not have any online features, so there's no need for that. And then something that I definitely admire is the fact that they also clarified that there will not be any consumable in-game purchases or microtransactions. If you're worried about that being included in this game, fear not. They confirmed that no, Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight will not have microtransactions or consumable in-game purchases. Now, speaking of purchases, I'm sure people are wondering, hey Blitz, what platform am I actually going to be able to purchase this game on, and how much is it going to cost me? Well, on the how much it's going to cost me, we don't have an answer to that question. In fact, it was on the FAQ. They specifically said that it is, as of right now, not available for pre-order, but you can wishlist the game, which means that as we get closer, they'll probably announce the actual price point. I also do want LEGO Games to be mentally prepared for the fact that I expect this game to be a full-priced game, because I know that sometimes, especially if you've been buying LEGO games for many years, you might assume that this title will also sell for that like $10 discount that a lot of LEGO games tend to sell at. But no, I expect this game to be a full price game just because it really does feel like they've gone above and beyond to build out this new world and really kind of invest a lot of time and resources into making this a special game and a much bigger, more ambitious game. So I expect this one to probably retail at the full price of a game in whatever country you live in. Adjust that obviously to your own local currency. But as far as the platform question is concerned, there is a lot of good news on that, because this game will be available on the PlayStation 5, it will be available on the Xbox Series X and S, and the Nintendo Switch 2, as well as the PC platform, and on there they've confirmed that it will be sold on both the Steam Store and the Epic Game Store as well. Meaning that this game is really going to be accessible to as wide a range of people as possible, without obviously sacrificing the technical abilities of the game by making it available on the older generation of consoles. So, yeah.
What? Yeah. Yeah, so chat, I am going to the store with me. I'm gonna leave stream on, but yeah, I'll be back. chat, I am back. Let's get back to the videos.
Yes, I know people who are still in a PS4 or Nintendo Switch might feel like they're being left behind, and I get that, and I understand that Lego games tended to always release on like as much generations of consoles as possible. So this is definitely a bummer for those people. But at the same time, like when you look at this game, you can definitely see that it requires the modern hardware in order to run well, because it is doing a lot of ambitious stuff using the new Unreal Engine. So because of that, I understand why they have to make the decisions that they do. And I do appreciate that, again, it is available on a slew of platforms so that we have tons of different options in terms of where we choose to play this one. And then the final question that they provide an answer to on the FAQ is, how can players go ahead and unlock the Golden Age Batsuit inspired by Detective Comics 27 from 1939, aka Batman's first appearance? And they clarify that all you need to do is go ahead and sign up for a WB account, and if you do so, then you will qualify for this skin, which is super cool, or costume I should say. And then additionally to that, they also do clarify that if you already have an account, you will still be able to go ahead and have access to this reward, and all you'll need to do is simply to redeem the item at launch for the game itself. You will just need to log into your WB Games account in game, and once you do that, you'll go ahead and earn your reward. So there you guys have it. That is all of the most frequently asked questions for the Lego Batman Legacy of the Question. What's going on, everybody? My name is Blitzonger, and ladies and gentlemen, in this video, we are taking a look at 30 plus confirmed characters for the upcoming Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight video game. This list will include both playable characters as well as villains and even some of their henchmen and much more. Now, of course, like always, you guys know the drill. If you do enjoy today's video, please scroll on down, smash that thumbs up button. Let's aim for 1,000 likes. And please also take a moment and let me know what is the one character that you are most excited from this list for. And then in addition to that, a character that is not on the list that you would like to see appear in the game. With all that being said, let's dive on in.
Wanna get nuts? Let's get nuts. I'm allergic to nuts.
And so we begin with one of the 7 playable characters that are confirmed to be playable in this game, and that is, of course, the Dark Knight himself, Batman. And we're taking a look at his first costume, which is his most recent movie-inspired costume. This is the Robert Pattinson Batman suit, or Bat suit. This is a pretty dang sleek looking design. Next, we actually rewind the clock and jump all the way back to 1939 and Detective Comics number 27, which is Batman's very first appearance. So yes, Batman did look a little bit goofy with those ridiculous purple gloves, but yes, this is actually going to be a confirmed playable suit
The
inside
purple
of the
gloves
game.
are W
And since
chest.
we're on the topic of comic books, next we also have confirmation that the Rainbow Batman costume based
Now
off
that
Detective
one.
Comics 241 from 1957 will also be making an appearance in the game. Then we have one of my personal favorites, and this is of course the suit based on the epic Dark Knight movie. I also love the description for this one where they say, does not incorporate or make use of any hockey pads. Of course, from that iconic scene where he says, I don't wear any hockey pads. Or usually he says it better than that, but you know what I'm getting at. Another iconic version of the Dark Knight is, of course, the Batman 89 version, aka the Michael Keaton variant, and yes, that one has already also been confirmed to appear in the game, although we don't have an official character entry for this one like we did for the last few suits, but we do see it in the actual trailer, and we know that it will be a playable costume. And finally, when it comes to the Dark Knight himself, we also got confirmation that the incredibly underrated, in my opinion at least, Batman Brave and the Bold design from the animated series from 2008 until I believe it went on till 2011, maybe 2012. But that design will also be playable in Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. But we're not going to jump away from Batman quite yet, because we also did get a really cool, nice look at the actual in-game character model, it seems like, for Bruce Wayne. We have not gotten any confirmation on whether or not this will be a playable character, but I expect for this one to possibly maybe be like an edit style or like a different costume for Batman so that you could actually play as Bruce Wayne instead of Batman. Now, outside of Batman, the only other playable character that we've gotten to actually see in action over the course of this Gamescom weekend is, of course, none other than the one and only Jim Gordon, aka Commissioner Gordon. And so with Commissioner Gordon, we also got to see a handful of different designs for him as well. First, we have his default attire, which of course is based on, once again, the Batman movie. This is the Matt Reeves Batman movie. That design looks pretty dang cool. Next, we get to see Jim rocking the absolutely ridiculous outfit that he wears in Detective Comics number 27, all the way back from 1939. So yes, this is the quote-unquote Golden Age variant of Jim Gordon. And finally, we also got confirmation that they will indeed support all original costumes in this game as well, because we got a confirmation that Jim Gordon will have a sheriff variant for him available. And this one is, of course, just titled the Costume Party variant of Jim Gordon. Now, as I have already mentioned, as of the time of this video being recorded, we have gotten confirmation of 7 playable characters being included in the game. One of those 7 included characters is Talia al Ghul, and she's actually a character that we see in the trailer itself, training with the League of Shadows and Bruce Wayne. Now, outside of that, we don't really know much else about her in terms of her alternate attires, like which costumes and which designs will be available. Again, we don't have any details on that front. We don't know any of her abilities, and heck, we don't even know what her special gadget will be, because with a lot of the other characters, we know that they have unique special gadgets available to just that specific character. With Talia, we don't even have that detail. But again, I'm sure as we get closer to the release of the game, we'll learn that information as well. Next on the list of confirmed playable characters, we have Catwoman, who we do literally see for just a brief moment in the actual trailer, and it seems like she's rocking the Catwoman design or costume inspired by the Batman Returns movie. So that's interesting. Again, I expect that we will probably get a slew of different designs for Catwoman. She's worn so many different costumes over the course of her history as a character, both in the movies, the shows, and the comics. So there should be a lot to offer on that front. And when it comes to her, we do actually know and have a confirmation of what her exclusive gadget will be in the game, and that is her iconic whip. Then we've got to give a tip of the cap to Batman's sidekick, aka Robin. Now, they have gone ahead and confirmed that Robin will be in the game, Robin will be a playable character, and they've even revealed that Robin's exclusive gadget or unique gadget will be the line launcher. Now, outside of that, we don't actually know which Robin they are going with, which design they're going to go with, which inspired look they're going to go by. So again, we don't have any details on that front. The closest thing that I could find to it would be the fact that we did get this little Flying Grayson's promotional material, but I feel like that could really play into our next character, because since we're talking about the Graysons, of course, we did get confirmation that Nightwing will indeed be a playable character in this game as well, and I expect this one to be an extremely
Wait, Chad,
popular
does that mean
character
Tim
once he is
and
actually revealed.
Jason
Once
are in
again, with
this?
him, we don't even know what his unique gadget will be, although I expect maybe his batons will have some sort of like an electric shock ability or something like that. So that's kind of my early preliminary prediction. We'll see if it comes true or not. And finally, in terms of the actually confirmed playable characters by official sources, we also have Batgirl. Now, similarly to Nightwing, we don't know which version of Batgirl this will be. Is this going to be Cassandra Cain? Is this going to be Barbara Gordon? I guess time will tell. But in addition to that, we also don't know what her unique abilities will be. So again, something to look forward to and something to be excited about as we get closer to the release of the game in 2026. So now that we're done with the confirmed playable characters, let's talk confirmed villains and whether or not some of them might be playable as well. And we begin with Batman's most iconic rogue in his entire gallery, and I'm of course talking about the Joker. We actually do get to see the Joker in the very first trailer. Obviously, the design that we see is inspired by the Heath Ledger version of the Joker. But one of the things I am most curious about when it comes to LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight is whether or not we will get a confirmation that villains will be playable as well. because imagine how much of possibilities we could actually see in terms of playable suits and costumes and variants if they confirm that the villains are playable as well. Like, just with the Joker, I could probably come up with like 30 or 40 different designs and looks for him that could be included as playable costumes in this game. So I guess as we get closer to release, we'll see whether or not they confirm that. Also, as a slight aside, I have this weird theory where I'm predicting that they might actually try to replicate the original Lego Batman game. But remember, in that game, you play through the game as Batman and Robin, kind of from the perspective of the good guys, and then the game flips and you're able to play a bunch of missions from the villain's perspective. What if they did that in this game as well, where we played as the Bat family and the good guys first, but then when we finish the game, that's the post game, is that we actually get the chance to play as the rogues that we've been battling. That would be pretty dang incredible. Now, speaking of incredibly creepy, I should say, we also got confirmation that the Penguin will go ahead and appear in this game. Of course, he played a much more prominent role in the first trailer, where we get to see the recreation of the Batman chase scene, where Batman is chasing down the Penguin in his vehicle. So that was definitely pretty dang cool. But additionally to that, we also have gotten this really cool Penguin poster where we seem to get a hint at a possible alternate costume or attire for the Penguin. And plus, it also possibly spoils some things in terms of Penguin's motivations in this particular story, where it seems like he's probably running for mayor of Gotham City. I am very, very intrigued to see whether or not this poster kind of confirms my theory that these villains will be playable as well, because this would be a pretty dang cool alternate costume for the Penguin. Next up, we also got a confirmation that Poison Ivy will indeed be appearing in this game and will be one of the villains that we will take on. Unfortunately, we did not actually get to see what she looks like, so again, we can only speculate as to which variant they're going to go with. But I do feel like she's going to play a major role in this game, especially because they have gone ahead and specifically named the Botanical Gardens as an iconic location that we'll be visiting on our escapades within Lego Batman: Legacy of the Dark Knight. So because of that, since it is going to be a prominent location, who else makes more sense than to be kind of the head of the Botanical Gardens than Poison Ivy herself? And obviously, if you guys watched the Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight trailer, you probably spotted at the very end Bane. Yes, he is confirmed to be in this game. Yes, he is confirmed to be a big fig, which is definitely a fantastic thing to see. It also looks like at least his default attire might be based on his appearance from the Dark Knight trilogy, so keep that in mind. And then, of course, as far as another exciting detail that we learned about Bane is that he will be voiced by Matt Berry.
This is your ally. You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by... Ah! Who put that there?
And then finally, in terms of outright confirmed villains, this is from the actual Lego Batman team, so they have gone out and confirmed these villains, everyone that we've been talking about so far. They also announced that Ra's al Ghul, or Ra's al Ghul, however you want to go ahead and pronounce that one, will also be going toe-to-toe with our heroes in this game. Now, once again, we did not actually get to see which version of Ra's they're going with. So again, as we get closer to release, I'm sure we'll learn about that. Although, based on how much the first trailer focused on the Batman Begins movie when it comes to the origin story of Bruce Wayne, I kind of suspect that we are most likely going to end up with the Liam Neeson design of Ra's al Ghul. I guess we'll see as we get closer to release, but let me know your predictions in the comment section below. Which variant are we going to get for Ra's? So next up, I wanted to go in a rapid fire fashion, highlighting some of the henchmen that we can expect in this game. And no, it's not because I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm so excited about all these henchmen. It's more so because I feel like the henchmen basically confirm some of the villains that we can expect to appear in this game, including some unconfirmed villains that have been spotted in the Gamescom demo. So there's some really exciting reveals that we can learn here as well. First and foremost, I just wanted to highlight the Joker's henchmen because I love the fact that it looks like they are inspired by the opening scene of The Dark Knight with the clown mask bank robbery scene. My goodness, this is such a cool looking squad. Really looking forward to, I guess, putting a whooping on them. Next, we obviously have seen a lot of the henchmen that belong to the Red Hood, which does make me kind of actually pause and think as to whether or not Red Hood will be a separate character from the Joker, because it almost seems like he has his own like faction of bad guys instead of like sharing them with the Joker. So something to think about. Also makes me think and wonder whether or not Red Hood will be like a standalone villain. Next up, we move on to the Arkham henchmen, who don't necessarily have an actual affiliation or faction, at least not an obvious one, but there is a villain that will be running Arkham Asylum that we'll talk about in just one moment. We also obviously got confirmation of these kind of basic thugs that don't seem to have any identifiable insignia or affiliation with any one specific rogue. So I don't know if they belong maybe to the Penguin as just kind of like generic bad guys, or if you'll have more like themed looking bad guys, but we do obviously have these like basic or regular looking thugs. Next, we also got confirmation of the mimes slash clowns that will be included in the game. And I did also want to take a moment here and mention that obviously with all of these different henchmen, we've pretty much got confirmation that they will have a slew of different variants, meaning that there's going to be a bunch of them in the minifigure scale, and then they will also have like a big fig version of their particular faction, which is super cool because it basically means that there's going to be a great variety of enemies that we'll get to fight. This next one is actually really exciting and kind of random, but we have this Schumacher-verse inspired Mr. Freeze henchman who pretty much confirms that at some point in time we will be battling Mr. Freeze within this particular game. I am so curious to see which version of Freeze they end up going with. Obviously, based on the fact that the henchmen look to be inspired by the Schumacher movies, it kind of makes me think that maybe it will be the Arnold Mr. Freeze. Imagine if they actually get Arnold to do the voiceover. That would be absolutely magical. And since we're on the topic of the Schumacher verse, we also got to take a look at some Two-Face thugs, who again seem to be inspired, at least in terms of the color scheme and the design of the attires that they're wearing, by the Schumacher Two-Face design. And additionally to that, we also got this poster from within the game of Harvey Dent that once again seems to tease a very similar color scheme, and also even gives us our very first look at what Harvey Dent looks like in this game. And then we can probably use our imaginations to kind of come up with a design for Two-Face as well. Oh, I also found this additional little clip of another henchman group getting beat up by Batman. This was from the official Lego Batman website, and I can't quite pinpoint which faction they belong to. I'm guessing maybe Bane, but if you have a better prediction, leave that in the comment section below. So next, let's talk about a few characters that we can expect to appear in the game based on some of the promotional materials that have been released over the course of this week at Gamescom. And first and foremost, we have this little advertisement for Arkham Asylum, where they mention by name Dr. Crane, which to me seems to indicate that he will be the big bad of the Arkham Asylum location. We obviously got confirmation that that will be an iconic location that we will visit, similarly to the previously mentioned Botanical Gardens. And so it seems like Scarecrow will be the one that we will need to battle when we take to Arkham Asylum. And then we also got this little marketing material where there's like a recreation of the Gotham Globe Gazette, or the newspaper within this version of Gotham. And they specifically go ahead and talk about how there's this need for cinema to return to Gotham. But if you read the actual article itself, then you will see by name a specific mention to Basil Harlow, who is of course the very first Clayface, which means hopefully we will run into Clayface at some point in this game as well. And then we also got some outright confirmations of characters during an IGN interview where Jonathan Smith, the head of development for LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight, went ahead and confirmed that Batmite would be in the game.
Batmite in the game? Yes.
I'm so curious as to how that one is going to play out, because that is such like a chaotic character. But then in addition to that, he also went ahead and confirmed that Condiment King would also be in the game.
Condiment King. I am thrilled to exclusively reveal that Condiment King is in LEGO.
Yes. He was then also asked a couple of other names and characters in terms of confirmation or denial of their appearance. And it's very interesting that for the following characters...
Harley Quinn, no comment. Bob the Goon, no comment. Terry McGinnis, no comment. nice coat guy from Batman Begins when Bruce Wayne trades the coat.
Nice coat.
Okay. No comment. Okay.
Yeah, so even though he says no comment, I feel like some of those are kind of locks for this
No,
game.
we already
Like, I would be absolutely shocked
figured out
if
that.
Harley Quinn doesn't appear in this game or Terry McGinnis. But
I'm pretty sure we already figured out that both of them are
that is
in
today's
the
confirmed
game.
video showcasing 30 plus different characters that have been confirmed to appear in Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. Of course, if you guys didn't, what's going on, everybody?
I love you. I don't think they'll take that here.
Of course they take Discover. It's accepted in
Oh,
99% of places.
99%?
This week, we saw the announcement for Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. And with it, we have also seen a lot of people have a chance to actually play the game over at the Gamescom event. So this is 50 new details that we have learned about Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. Now, I do want to take a quick moment here and mention that obviously some of these details will contain spoilers, so you have been warned. And of course, in addition to that, if you guys do enjoy today's video, you know the drill. Scroll on down, smash the thumbs up button, consider sharing it with a fellow Lego Batman fan. And without further ado, let's begin. So let's kick things off with the confirmation that this game, unlike any other Lego Batman game, will see Batman as the only main character, with one of 6 other playable Bat family members joining him on his adventure, but the entirety of the story will be played through the perspective of Batman/Bruce Wayne exclusively. Of course, those other playable characters will come along on the adventure as well, but they will not be a driving force for the story. And since we're on the topic of those playable characters, that list consists of Talia al Ghul, Batgirl, Nightwing, Robin, Catwoman, and Jim Gordon, aka Commissioner Gordon. Next, let's talk about some story details, or more specifically, the story order, as we have learned that the story will begin with Bruce Wayne training with the League of Shadows, which will actually see him team up with Talia al Ghul, one of the previously mentioned
Dick Grayson's
7 playable
Robin
characters.
that turns
Then he
into,
will
I
take
mean,
off
obviously
to
it is a
Gotham,
turn to
where he will
Nightwing,
team up with Jim Gordon.
but then
That will then
is
be
it Robin
followed by
after he
Bruce teaming
turns
up
into
with
Nightwing,
Selina
or is it just
Kyle,
Robin
as
and
then
Nightwing
he
for the
will
rest
go
of the
ahead
game?
and age up and team up with Catwoman. He will then come across Robin as part of a segment with the Flying Graysons. Then Robin will go ahead and grow up and progress into Nightwing, so we will see that team up next. And finally, we will then see the team up with Batgirl. And speaking of Batgirl, it has been confirmed that the version of Batgirl that will appear in this game is indeed the daughter of Jim Gordon, aka Barbara Gordon. So, sorry to all you Cassandra Cain fans. We also have confirmation that both Robin and Nightwing will be the versions based on Dick Grayson, because he will actually start out as Robin inside of the campaign for this game, and as I previously mentioned, he will then grow up and progress into the mantle of Nightwing. We also have confirmation that the first Batmobile that we will unlock in the game is going to be the Batmobile
the
from
mantle of
the
Robin go on
The
to
Batman movie.
Jason
And
Momoa.
speaking of Batmobiles, we do have confirmation that Batmobiles will be unlockable via a couple of different methods in the game. First of which will be just by proceeding through the story as you complete certain missions that will then allow you to have access to certain new Batmobiles. But in addition to that, we also learned that some Batmobiles will be purchasable via Lego Studs, which is great to hear, because that confirms one of the uses that Lego Studs will have in the game. Now, staying on the topic, confirmed that some to have access to just by proceeding through the story as you complete certain missions that will then allow you to have access to certain new Batmobiles. But in addition to that, we also learned that some Batmobiles will be purchasable via Lego Studs, which is great to hear, because that confirms one of the uses that Lego Studs will have in the game. Now, staying on the topic of Batmobiles, we also got confirmation that many Batmobiles will be giving out to you by Lucius Fox, which is super duper cool. And this particular version of Lucius is obviously based on his awesome counterpart from the Dark Knight trilogy, played by the legendary Morgan Freeman. But next, let's talk about all the other Batmobiles that have already been confirmed for this game. So in rapid fire fashion, we already talked about the Batman Batmobile, But the official trailer also gave us a look at the Tumbler as a playable
Yeah, do you think
Batmobile.
he's voiced by
Snyder
Morgan
fans, you
Freeman?
can
That's why
rejoice
they
because
like
based on this particular silhouette, it's obvious that the
took out
Batmobile
his voice
will
in
indeed
the
appear in the game. Arkham fans, you can
trailer.
also be excited because we have confirmation that the Arkham Batmobile will be playable in the game. Batman animated series fans, we can all be happy and celebrate that the Batman animated series Batmobile will be included in the game. The iconic Batmobile from Batman 89 has also been confirmed to be a playable vehicle in the game by Jonathan Smith, the head of development team on the game itself. And for all of you ancient Batman fans, even the Batman 66 Batmobile has been confirmed as well.
Did he
with
just call
many
me
others
ancient?
being revealed as we get closer to release. In fact, Jonathan Smith himself has gone on to say, and I quote, "We have all the Batmobiles," when talking about the other Batmobiles that are going to be included in the game.
Okay.
So even though that is
Mhm.
not an outright confirmation of anything, it could be just marketing jargon, I guess. But I still think that it is definitely a safe assumption that a lot, or probably all, of the iconic Batmobile designs from the movies, the TV shows, and maybe even a few from the comics will indeed appear in the game. But Batmobiles is not going to be our only mode of transportation in the game. We also have confirmation of the Bat Cycle being included in the game as well. And with that confirmation, we got the reveal of the Bat Cycle from the previously mentioned Robert Pattinson The Batman movie. We also got confirmation that the Bat Cycle from The Dark Knight, aka the Bat Pod, will be playable. And now, since we are on the topic of vehicles, YouTuber Ashen Flash discovered that every playable character in the game will have their own unique vehicles. For example, for Jim Gordon, instead of being able to spawn in the previously mentioned
Please don't say police
Batmobiles and
car.
Bat Cycles, he will instead be able to spawn in the GCPD SWAT vehicle, which, by the way, seems very similar to the design from The Dark Knight. Then he has this really classic-looking GCPD patrol police car. And finally,
So
he also
basic.
has a GCPD motorcycle, which looks super dang neat. And I have to say, honestly, this is an incredible detail, because just think of all the other playable characters in this game, like Catwoman and Nightwing, and what possible vehicles they will have in the game. And when you start to really think about that, things become really exciting just in terms of the amount of depth that this game will offer. And speaking of depth, we have the confirmation that the game will indeed offer at least 100 suits to unlock, which I think is great to hear, because I think it makes the idea of the much smaller roster seem like less of a problem, because essentially we are trading a variety of characters for a variety of costumes and looks. And since we are on the topic of costumes, let's quickly rapid fire some of the confirmed suits for some of our playable characters, starting with the Dark Knight himself, who, according to YouTuber Rugged Eagle, will have a total of 35 costumes included in the game.
Hey, I
Some
watch
of the
Rugged
confirmed
Eagle. We
costumes
watch Rugged
include
Eagle
the
chat.
Robert Pattinson Batman suit, the Dark Knight costume based on the Christian Bale Batman, the Golden Age Batman Batsuit based on, of course, Detective Comics number 27 from all the way back in 1939, better known as Batman's first appearance. Then we have the Rainbow Batman based on his design from Detective Comics number 241 back in 1957. We also have confirmation of the Michael Keaton Batman 89 suit being included in the game. And if you're like me, you're probably a huge fan of the Batman Brave and the Bold animated series from 2008.
I swear, Chad, it sounds like
Well,
Keaton's
good news
it's
for all
gotta
of us,
be
because
Batman
the
2.
Batsuit from that show will be featured as a playable costume in LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. We also had Jonathan Smith confirm that Batman 66, or the Adam West costume, will be included in the game. And finally, in terms of outright confirmed attires for Batman, all of you Batman Forever fans will be happy to know that the Batsuit from Batman Forever will be available as a playable option as well. I also do want to take a quick moment here before we move on to the next detail and mention that obviously, since we know that we are going to be getting the Batfleck Batmobile in this game, as well as the Arkham Batmobile, I feel like it's a pretty safe bet to assume that both of those suits will probably be playable in the game as well, but we haven't gotten an outright confirmation, so because of that, I'm not including them as part of the confirmed details. So next, let's talk about the playable attires that have been confirmed for Jim Gordon, starting with his default look, which is of course based on his attire from the Robert Pattinson The Batman movie. Then he also has his Golden Age attire, which is absolutely ridiculous. This is of course his first appearance in the comics back in 1939 in Detective Comics number 27. And finally, in terms of actual confirmed attires, we also got to see his all-original costume, which is a pretty cool confirmation, because it means that there is a chance that we will get all original costumes included in the game as well. But this right here is the costume party version of Commissioner Gordon. Now, since we're on the topic of customizing our character, there seems to actually be an incredible amount of customization that will be included in this game outside of just the suit. The most exciting of which is, without a shadow of a doubt, the confirmation that we will have a customizable Batcave. We have yet to actually see what this feature looks like or how in-depth it will actually be, but I cannot wait to actually see what this looks like and how much of a customization will be afforded to us in terms of making my Batcave different than yours versus another person. I think that is going to be a really exciting feature if it's really fleshed out. Next, we got an exciting confirmation that the little maniac known as Batmite will be included in this game. But not only is he included in the game, he will actually have shops throughout Gotham where we as players would be able to shop using the studs that we have collected to buy upgrades, vehicles, as well as other collectibles. And speaking of collectibles, we have a confirmation of a slew of collectibles that will be available in the game outside of the previously mentioned suits and vehicles, starting with the Wayne's Tech chips. Then we have an item called Skill Bricks, which essentially will be used to upgrade the skills of our playable characters. I am very curious to see how in-depth this particular element of the game will be, because if it is a pretty intense skill tree that we'll be able to upgrade, I think that once again, this will lend much more credibility to this game in terms of how much depth it will offer, even on the gameplay side. Then we also got confirmation that there will be a collectible element to the previously mentioned customizable Batcave, where once again, the head of development for the game, Jonathan Smith, during an interview said that we'll be able to unlock customization elements for the Batcave and even populate the Batcave.
Chad, I need the big three
means as we get closer to release.
of
And finally, in terms of collectibles, we have
monuments
confirmation
in the
of the
Batcave.
return of the
The
classic
T-Rex,
and
the card, and the
iconic
penny.
Lego game collectible known as the Red Power Bricks. So next, let's shift our attention to the bad guys, the rogues, the villains that we will get to battle throughout the game. And we kick things off with Batman's greatest rogue, the Joker, followed by Poison Ivy, who we don't really know too much about in terms of her actual looks or which version they're going with, but I expect her to play a pretty major role in the game, considering that they have mentioned that one of the main locations that we will get to visit and explore is Gotham Botanical Gardens, and who better to run into at the Botanical Gardens than Poison Ivy. We will also get to go toe-to-toe with the legendary Bane, who has been confirmed to be a big fig in this game, and will be voiced by Matt Berry. Then we have the Penguin, who has been confirmed to be inspired by actually both Danny DeVito's design of the character and Colin Farrell's design of the character. So a really nice melding of the two there. And then additionally to that, thanks to this really cool poster that has been found from the game, we then also have details about a possible teaser for an alternate costume for the Penguin, as well as a hint of him possibly running for mayor. Then, as part of an IGN interview, we got an outright confirmation that the Condiment King would appear in the game as well. We also got confirmation that Ra's al Ghul or Ra's al Ghul will be a villain that we will indeed need to battle. I expect this one to probably be one of the foes that we fight early on in the game when we're dealing with Bruce training with the League of Shadows, but I guess we'll see as we get closer to release. Then, thanks to some Two-Face henchmen that were spotted along with a character poster that was spotted in the game for Harvey Dent, we have a confirmation of Two-Face being included in this game as well, and it seems like the design will definitely be at least inspired by the Schumacher Batman movies. And speaking of the Schumacher verse, we also got a possible confirmation of Mr. Freeze via two different sources. First and foremost, we actually have some Mr. Freeze henchmen that have been found in the game, and they seem to be inspired by the Schumacher design, which makes me think that we're probably going to end up with a Schumacher-inspired Mr. Freeze in the game. And then additionally to that, We have also seen this little like newspaper marketing material that they put together. And if you look at the actual weather for that particular issue, you'll notice that the weather says that it will be freezing. This next one is actually super exciting because we also got a confirmation that the Riddler would be in this game. But not only that, you will actually have challenges for us to complete scattered around the city itself. So that obviously kind of reminds me a little bit of the Riddler challenges or the Riddler trophies from the Arkham games. So something cool to look forward to. In fact, they actually went ahead and expanded and said that he would not be the only one that will be offering such challenges. So some other villains will offer similar tasks for us to complete. Another detail that I found to be very cool is that Jonathan Smith, once again the head of the development for this game, has also confirmed that Catwoman in the story will actually start out as a rogue. But us as Batman over time will convince her to come over to the good side, and that will actually make her one of the playable characters in the game as well. So that classic sort of character arc for Catwoman will play out in this game as well. Then we also got this little Arkham Asylum advertisement that seems to point to the fact that Jonathan Crane, aka Scarecrow, will be the foe that we can expect to battle when we visit Arkham Asylum. Similarly to the previously mentioned Botanical Gardens, they've also gone out and said that Arkham Asylum would be one of those special locations that we get to visit. And finally, when it comes to the villains front, we also got another marketing material entry where we see an article being written in the local Gotham newspaper, the Gotham Globe, talking about the need to bring back cinema to Gotham. And in the article itself, they quote one actor by the name of Basil Karlo, whom you probably know much better as Clayface. So hopefully that absolute maniac will be in this game as well. We then got this little marketing poster for the Iceberg Lounge, seemingly hinting that it may be an actual location in the game that we'll get to visit. Speaking of visiting things, we also will be able to visit some type of a music store within Gotham itself, and in that music store, or at the front of that music store, there will actually be a playable guitar so Batman could go ahead and rock out. Then we got a confirmation that similarly to how in the Batman 89 movie, Vicky Vale and Alexander Knox are working together, well, in LEGO Batman The Legacy of the Dark Knight, they are teaming up again. This time they will be working for the GBC, or the Gotham Broadcasting Company. Next, we also got to take a look at the in-game character model for Bruce Wayne. Now, although they don't yet have an actual confirmation on whether or not he will be an actual playable character, I expect this one to be a playable character as some sort of an alternate suit for Batman. We also have officially learned who the voice of Batman will be, and it will be Shai Matheson, whom I personally am not very familiar with because I've not really seen or heard of him in any of the other things that he's worked on. But we were told that the main reason why they cast this particular person is because they wanted to cast a Batman that could have a really great range, starting out as the younger, softer Bruce Wayne, and then becoming the more grumpy and old age Bruce Wayne / Batman as well. We also got a really exciting confirmation when it comes to the gadgets, because they have confirmed that gadgets will be upgradable in the game as well. So again, if you're keeping track, this means that there's a lot of depth to this game, whether it be the variety of different unlockables, but then the fact that we also have upgrades for both skills and gadgets. I feel like the gameplay of this game, everything that we've seen so far, is probably just scratching the surface. Next, we have also received confirmation that LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight will support 3 different difficulty modes, which is very unique because for the first time since LEGO Rock Band, a LEGO game actually has difficulty modes. So you'll be able to either play it on the classic mode, which gives you unlimited lives, fewer enemies, and less of the advanced enemy types, aka the ones that come with, let's say, equipped swords or shields or extra armor, or even the big figs. So that is the most classic and easiest version to play. Then you could go ahead and knock that up a notch with the Cape Crusader mode, or of course you could dial it up even more with the Dark Knight mode, where you have a limited amount of lives and you will need to deal with a lot more enemies, and you will need to deal with a lot of the advanced enemy types. And finally, I wanted to end on a fun detail. We also have an official confirmation that James Gunn, the head of the DCU at Warner Brothers, has actually seen and played the game and we've learned that we are going to be hearing from him sometime soon as well. So now I'm very curious to understand what kind of a role he'll play. Maybe he will end up being either a playable character or an Easter egg. I guess time will tell.
James Gunn is currently overseeing the entire DCU. That includes games. Lego stuff isn't really canon, but has he seen this game? If so, what does he think? And has he made any like outrageous character demands that he wants to see in the game? Or
so yes, he has seen and played the game. You'll see and hear from him in good time.
And I know I said that was the final detail, but there was another bonus piece of information that I had to mention in this video, so I am editing it in at the very last moment here. But we have gotten a new rumor swirling about the fact that the map, as far as the actual scale of the map for Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight, is rumored to be larger than the Arkham Knight one, which is absolutely bonkers. If that actually does turn out to be true, holy moly, this game is going to have so much area for us to explore, and as you've listened throughout the entirety of this video, there's going to be a lot of stuff to do. So there you guys have it. That was a pretty extensive list of stuff. Listen, I think we can all agree that the trailer for Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight is absolutely phenomenal.
Not gonna
That may get me thinking, has that always been the case when it comes to the Dark Knight in Lego form? So with that being said, what's going on, everybody? My name is What's ladies and gentlemen. Today we're going back, way back, getting into that time machine, and we're going to go through every single one of the Lego Batman original trailers. That means Lego Batman 1, the video game. We will then jump on over to Lego Batman 2 DC Superheroes, then Lego Batman 3 Beyond Gotham, and then of course we're going to see how they rank up compared to the new Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight trailer. Now, of course, guys, follow along. Let me know what you guys think. If you agree, if you disagree, how do you feel the trailers have held up over time? In addition to that, of course, if you do enjoy today's video, please don't forget to take a quick moment, scroll on down, smash that thumbs up button. Let's aim for 1,000 likes on today's video. And you know what? I think I'm going to be able to actually throwing another special trailer in here as well. I think a lot of you guys have actually completely forgotten about. And so a nice thunder strike takes us to Gotham, more specifically, Lego Gotham for the first time. My goodness, the nostalgia of watching this is absolutely incredible. There's Jim Gordon. Bro, this game is so freaking good. So nostalgic. We got some cool suits being showcased, the Batmobile. There's Bane and Penguin.
The criminal masterminds.
Dang, these classic cutscenes. Hey, Batman beating up some goons.
Become one.
Oh! Wait a minute, what?
From
the original trailer revealed right away that we can play as both villains and heroes? That's actually really cool. How did I think about it? I don't think I've ever seen this trailer before. I think I just played the game right away. I don't even know if I followed trailers back then. Ooh, nice little brick building conclusion.
Batman, the video game.
So there you have it. That was the first trailer, Lego Batman, the video game. And that one was actually advertised on the PC version. That's back in the day when the PC version of video games actually came on a DVD as well. That's how far we're talking about. This video game trailer is almost 20 years old already, which is absolutely insane. But in addition to that, it is just so chock full of cool nostalgic moments. Now, it is going to be extremely difficult to go ahead and rate this one without being completely biased. So I'm trying to just be objective here in the sense that it didn't showcase too much stuff, and it didn't have like a lot of, I guess, maybe great like sizzle reel shots, just really iconic moments that I feel like we all appreciate now that we've played this iconic game. But one thing that I do really appreciate about this trailer is that it was very video game heavy, meaning that there were not a lot of cutscenes. Like, there were some moments from cutscenes, but a lot of the moments were actual gameplay moments being shot cinematically, which I really appreciate, because I feel like a lot of games nowadays are pretty much just chock full of cinematics and not oftentimes actually give us an idea of what the game is actually like. Whereas this definitely does capture the tone and the spirit of the Lego Batman video game. So with all that blabbering out of the way, I'm going to go ahead and give this one an 8.5 out of 10. Please don't attack me. And here we go, Lego Batman 2 time.
Out of Arkham
right now.
Oh man, dude, this is so
Not gonna lie,
cinematic.
chat, that would have been
Spoiler
just
alert,
like
also,
17
right
bucks
now, this is
easy.
my favorite Lego Batman game, so I'm
Like,
probably
I
gonna be
love
biased
it,
with this
but
trailer. In Gotham City,
it's so
the
good.
world's greatest villains have
Nostalgia
united.
chat. Well, it's a great
This is
game,
such a
but I
great
mean, like,
trailer
the
with all the comic book
trailers.
references to tear the city down, brick by brick. Luthor's introduction being in the trailer is so cool. Now the world's greatest heroes must unite. Oh, that's right! They went ahead and dropped that Superman was going to be in it right away. Oh, that is so sick, bro. And then we got a bunch of great gameplay right off the bat here. This is sick. Man, this was a great trailer. Again, really great cinematics to open it up. And then, of course, Ace Chemical Building falling apart. A bunch of the suits. And I love that they went ahead and confirmed that this would like scale the game up and make it bigger than just Batman. That was really cool.
Get these unbreakable toys.
So yes, like I said, I am going to be biased with this second trailer just because it is my favorite Lego Batman game, but I also feel like you guys have to agree with me that this one definitely took things up a notch. Compared to the original Lego Batman video game trailer, this one really did a great job of A, telling a bit of a story, which I really appreciated. B, we got to quite clearly understand that this one would be all about Joker, as well as the other Gotham villains, actually teaming up with villains and threats outside of Gotham. So in this case, obviously Lex Luthor, which would then require Batman to call upon some friends as well in Superman, which is exactly what this game was all about. It took all the awesomeness of Lego Batman, but then scaled it up to the broader DC universe and a lot of the other residents of Gotham as well. And that's why it was such a cool and exciting and nostalgic game. So because of that, I'm going to go ahead and give this one a 10 out of 10. It is the perfect trailer. It's time for Lego Batman 3.
The last remnants of the unexplored.
Very ominous.
Never-ending expanse of darkness. Here, at the edge of the universe, I look into the abyss and...
Batman!
Oh.
I look into the abyss. Seriously?
Bro,
That's
my secret identity.
Your suit looks really good, is all I'm saying. One hero to another. It's really working for you. Sorry, right. Brooding. Carry on.
I love the tone of the Lego games. They're so fun.
No, he's right.
It's just silly fun.
It really complements your figure.
Hey! Not Robin doing the little hearts.
Or maybe a really
hand motion or pose. Uh-oh. That's a tease. Lego Batman 3 Beyond Gotham. So listen, Lego Batman 3 is definitely, I feel like, the most controversial entry in the entire series, just in the sense that I think some
pretty
people
good
really
trailer,
love it. I
and
think a lot of
honestly, it
people
is
really dislike
my
it.
favorite
And then there's a
Lego
handful of
Batman
people in the
game.
middle, but it is definitely a very polarizing game. And I feel like this trailer is actually tonally a lot of fun, and it captures that sort of sense of humor that Lego games do so freaking well. There's all this like incredible attention to detail, like even when they're zooming out on Batman, the fact that you could see a little bit of like a scratch in the plastic of his mask, it's just incredible, no doubt about that. I do feel like this trailer is a bit of a letdown because it doesn't share any sort of gameplay, which, like I said earlier about the previous two trailers, I always appreciate that. I appreciate even if an announced trailer is revealing a brand new game, I still would like to see at least a little bit of gameplay so that we can get an understanding of what the gameplay will be like. And this trailer didn't share any of that. So because of that, I'm going to have to deduct quite a few points for that. I do like the teaser of like, oh, who's laughing and who's this big bad purpley glowing character that they're flying towards. And of course, they do showcase some cool members of the Justice League and a really great dichotomy and funny scene between Batman and Superman. So it's not a terrible trailer, but I feel like I've settled on the right score. I'm going to give this one a 7 out of 10. And then, of course, we have the latest Lego Batman trailer, aka Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight trailer. And what a trailer it is. This is probably like my 20th time watching this trailer in like the last 5 days.
Alright, chat,
So
we're gonna
I
see
am obviously
this.
It's odd. If something's free, people just can't resist it. More baffling is that people turn down free money by not switching to Geico. Customers
100. That is how many suits we can expect to be in LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. Now, out of that 100 number, 35 will belong to the Batman himself. Now, of course, if you've been paying attention and if you've been following the channel, you would also know that out of those 35, we've already learned 8 of the costumes that we can expect, including the Batman, the Golden Age Batman, the Dark Knight Batman, the Batman 89 suit, the Batman 66 suit, the Batman Forever suit, the Rainbow Batman suit, and Batman 66 suit, the Dark Knight Batman, the Batman 89 suit, the Batman 66 suit, the Batman Forever suit, the Rainbow Batman suit, and yes, the highly popular Batman Brave and the Bold suit. However, that also leaves us with 27 other suits that can be in this game. So today, in this video, we're going to go on ahead and rank the top 10 suits that I would personally love to see in LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. Now, of course, before we dive into the list itself, I do want to mention that this is my list, which means that obviously you're free to disagree, but please use the comment section down below to voice your list. What are 10 bat suits that you hope to see appear as playable costumes in LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight? Now, of course, I thought I had covered everything in LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. I mean, I literally made a video going over 50 plus details the week of the announcement, but I was wrong. So buckle in, Bat fans. Today we're going to go on ahead and go on another ride, and this time we're taking a look at 20 plus brand new gameplay details, Easter eggs, and yes, even character reveals that you might have missed, just like I did in the latest showcase and gameplay that was shared. Now, of course, before we go on ahead and grapple our way into it, make sure to batarang that like button. Let's aim for indeed, we kick things off with some brilliant gameplay action.
Batman.
So yes, indeed, we kick things off with some
Honest
gameplay
Industries.
actually shared by the official PlayStation UK
Black
account.
Mask.
And holy moly, does it look sleek. From the cape gliding to the grapple launch to the Batmobile's smooth entrance and appearance, everything just looks and transitions so freaking beautifully. And remember, this right here is just the pre-alpha footage. That means that the final game will be that much better. Next, I gotta give a shout out to my buddy Jay Shotglass, because thanks to him, we now know that Riddler challenges are officially going to be in the game. In fact, we actually saw this really cool Batarang minigame where you need to just essentially hit the right targets within the allotted
This is
time.
bad
And then once
news.
you go ahead and complete the challenge successfully, that's when we also got an exciting confirmation of some Riddler trophies. Oh, sorry, pardon me, not trophies. Technically, they're going to be known as Riddler puzzle boxes.
Oh,
in
thank
this
fuck,
game.
Chad. It's only
Obviously,
13
they're
of
pretty
them.
much serving the exact same purpose as Riddler trophies do in the Arkham games. And since we're on the topic of the Riddler, guess what? Thanks to Jay's video, we also got to actually see the Riddler, because we can see that he actually pops up after the completion of the Riddler challenge. Now, it seems like he's probably supposed to be delivering some voice lines, but there aren't any in the pre-alpha demo. Obviously, the final game will probably be a little bit more similar to kind of the Arkham-style trash talk that he used to deliver to us, so I'm kind of expecting that to be another similarity to the Arkham game. Now, of course, now that we've taken a look at the Riddler, if you are a big LEGO fan and you're eagle-eyed, you would probably pick up on the fact that the Riddler design in LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight matches the one from the brand new LEGO Arkham Asylum set, which means that we can probably safely assume that some of the other characters that appear in that Arkham Asylum set might be the versions of the villains that we will be seeing in the game as well. For example, this might very well be what Poison Ivy will look like in the game as well. Next, we got an exciting confirmation for those of you that love collectibles, because guess what? We have another collectible that was revealed, and that is the Bat Token. Now, we don't have an idea as to how we're going to spend them or what type of collectibles they will actually be in terms of what they unlock, or will they be a currency, or any sort of details like that. But regardless, yet another thing that we'll be collecting. And speaking of collecting, I guess this next one is not really collecting as much as it's breaking, but there are going to be some rubber ducks that need to be disassembled and brought to justice. So that will be yet another item that we're going to need to go ahead and be on the lookout for as we glide our way throughout Gotham City. This next confirmation is one of those ones where I was like, is that actually the character? But I couldn't really go on ahead and make the call. But fortunately enough, Lego themselves, or sorry, Lego Batman, the official account, has confirmed that the villain that we see during this little Arkham Escape section in the first official trailer is indeed the one and only Egghead. Which, yes, it's not a really iconic or a really cool villain, but it's really cool because I feel like it confirms that there are going to be some very obscure villains involved in this game as well. And since we're on the topic of smaller or lesser known Bat Rogues villains, it is important to also point out this interesting poster that I spotted in several of the Gamescom demos, because it seems to allude to one Ratcatcher as a possible character that appears. Now, of course, technically it could also be Rat King, who is a new villain character that was introduced in Batman Arkham Shadow, so I guess we'll find out which variation it will be, but I feel like this poster almost confirms that we can expect at some point in time to see an appearance from this more obscure rogue. So next I wanted to draw your guys' attention to this spray painted wall decal that I spotted across several different gameplay showcases, and it reads, "Look out for Rex." Now, I'm not 100% certain who this is referring to. I feel like the most famous Rex character in the DC universe would be Rex Mason, better known as Metamorpho, of course, the character that just most recently appeared in that new Superman movie. So it could be a reference to Metamorpho, which is pretty cool and just in the sense that it's world building. But additionally to that, maybe this is actually a Lego Easter egg, because maybe this is making a reference to probably the most famous criminal in the entirety of Lego City Undercover's own Rex Fury. And since we're on the topic of Lego specific Easter eggs, I don't know how I didn't spot this to begin with, but yes, it seems like all of the gas stations, or maybe at least most of the gas stations across all of Gotham City, will indeed be powered up by Octan, which of course is a very famous Lego themed oil/gasoline brand. So a really cool nod there to the Lego side of things, which I really love. I love that this game is going to be celebrating all things Batman while still also doing justice to the Lego side of the Lego Batman game. So next, I wanted to talk about the confirmation of these really cool racing challenges that are going to be called time trials that will be available in the game as well. This adds yet even another activity that we can look forward to doing when we are in the overall hub world instead of just completing the story. It's similar to, I guess, kind of a combination of the previous time trials that we have had in previous Lego games, but at the same time, it kind of has that medal system from the Arkham games, you know, where like a certain clearance time will give you a gold medal, then you get a silver medal and a bronze medal. So nice, again, combination of those two games. Next, I wanted to draw your guys' attention to this really cool poster for the Ice Princess beauty competition, which of course is another really cool Easter egg and reference to the Tim Burton Batman Returns movie, where a very similar contest took place with a bit of an unfortunate ending. Now, another detail that I only picked up on when I went to rewatch a lot of the gameplay showcase from Gamescom is the fact that Batman can actually tap into the police radio system, similarly to how he does in the Arkham games. Now, once again, I think one of the main reasons why it kind of went over my head is because in the pre-alpha footage, they don't actually have voice lines for this police radio, so we only see like subtitles and a little image of the GCPD officer appearing. But I feel like this is going to be a really fun feature in terms of like really great funny dialogue that could be coming across from that, just like in the Arkham games. And plus, it's going to be a useful tool so that you know where and at what point maybe you need to focus on certain crimes within Gotham City. So the next exciting detail that I had to share with you guys is actually revolving around Gotham Knights. No, not that game. Instead, it is the football club for Gotham itself. I found the spray painted logo of the team, and it seems to be an actual homage to the same exact logo/design from The Dark Knight Rises. And of course, if you remember that movie, if you've seen it, you remember that really iconic scene on the football field when Bane sets off the explosives and everything goes kaboom and the city goes into chaos. What if they recreate that in Lego form? That would be an absolutely spectacular scene to see recreated. Hopefully it happens. And it's really cool to see that at least there's the possibility of it happening based on the fact that the football team's logo is indeed spray painted on some of the walls. All of you Harvey Dent fans will be happy to know that we also got another couple of looks at the Harvey Dent design. First, we have this very stylized poster image, which does look pretty dang cool. Then I also did manage to notice some newspaper that just say "The Dent" on the actual design, or I guess the front page there. Once again, teasing that Harvey will most certainly play a crucial part in the story for this game. Next, we have a really cool detail that was actually spotted by YouTuber Ashenflash during his time with the game, I believe, at Gamescom. And he spotted that there are actually residents of Gotham City who, inside of their apartments, on the walls of their apartments, have the original Lego Batman video game poster, or I guess image, hung up as a poster, which again, just a really fun Easter egg and a little bit meta. And I gotta be honest, it was this detail being spotted that then made me go back and review and realize that yes, most of the apartments, or many of the apartments within the hub world itself, have stuff in them. So the attention to detail here is absolutely astounding. It kind of reminds me almost of Marvel's Spider-Man, or Marvel's Spider-Man 2 more specifically, where as you'd crawl over and over the buildings, you'd sometimes see like details in the actual apartment where you'd see like action figures on the wall and that sort of stuff. Like, they are really going all out. I feel like this is the sort of attention to detail that is like insane to expect, especially from a Lego title. Oh, and it is not a coincidence that those details are there, because since we're on the topic of apartments, guess what? Probably one of the most exciting and weird things that I don't know how I missed from the many interviews that Jonathan Smith gave over the course of Gamescom weekend, but he also did reveal that at some point during the game, when playing as Catwoman specifically, you're going to be able to actually perform heists on these previously mentioned apartments. So I guess all of you who have dreams of cat burglaring, you have that to look forward to.
Ever since my dermatologist recommended U-Strength Radiant Tone, I'm kind of obsessed with the results. I just keep getting better.
Roblox is way more fun when you have Robux. But Robux cost money, and that's not fun at all. Unless you have Buff. You simply...
And since I just mentioned the attention to detail of Marvel's Spider-Man 2, another really cool detail that they seem to be kind of borrowing from Marvel's Spider-Man 2 in Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight are wind tunnels. Because if you pay attention during several of the gameplay showcases of the hub world specifically, you can see that there are these like currents of wind that you could sort of like position Batman into in order to allow you to traverse and glide faster across the city. Next, we got this snazzy first look of the Batcave, courtesy of YouTuber Rugged Eagle. And although it is just the Bat computer, we don't actually see what is surrounding it and how customizable the area around it will be. Since we obviously already have confirmation that it will be customizable, it's still really cool to see the center of operations for the Dark Knight. Next, we actually got an image confirmation of something that I have previously discussed, and that is that there is some sort of a music store inside of Gotham City that allows Batman pick up a guitar and rock out. Well, guess what? We now have an actual photo evidence of that guitar playing from The Dark Knight. And next, we've got a rapid fire of few cool references to the wider DC universe as a whole that seems to be plastered at least all over the Tri-Corner area, which, by the way, of course, is only a small part of the entirety of Gotham that we'll get to explore. So obviously, as the full game releases, there's going to be tons more that we can discuss. But we're going to start with the shipping containers that make reference to, of course, Star Labs, which is obviously a reference to the Flash's corner of the DC universe. And I'm really, really curious to see if at some point during this game, especially maybe at the very end, as like a post-credit scene or something like that, they'll tease some of the other DC characters as a whole. And speaking of teasing DC characters, we see plastered all over the Tri-Corner advertisements for Q Corporation with a very ominously similarly looking character to one Oliver Queen. And this, of course, is the one, the only Green Arrow. So it seems like in this universe, he does have a thriving company that seems to spend a lot of its advertising dollars advertising in Gotham City. And finally, let's bring things back to Gotham proper instead of talking about the DC universe as a whole. We also have multiple instances of one Sionis Industries appearing across Tri-Corner as well. And this, of course, is the company that belongs to Roman Sionis, aka the Black Mask. So again, yet another Batman rogue that maybe will play some sort of a crucial factor in the story, maybe a side mission or something like that. but I do expect to run into that bad guy as well. And there you have it. 20 plus more awesome details for LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. If you guys are as excited as I am for this game, let me know what your favorite detail coverage so far has been.
It was different than anything I had experienced before, and it was...
There's something innate about Batman that makes him so beloved across the entire world. A tragic story that is being transformed into something good. Or is it that Batman has attracted some of the greatest artists in all mediums, comic books, gaming, film, television, that have told the story about this character, and because of that, his legend has grown and grown? I think the answer is both.
It's always interesting to me how different creatives can do something really unique with Batman using the same building blocks.
Years ago at TT, we made the first LEGO Batman game. That was so special for us. But now, with LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight, we are able to draw upon the whole history of that wonderful character and distill decades of fantastic storytelling to really immerse players in the experience of becoming the Dark Knight.
I took the liberty of making some adjustments.
The nature, the tonality of Batman changed with the times. That's what keeps these characters interesting.
When we were looking at bringing this into one narrative, we did a lot of research.
We've pulled in all of these references from Batman movies and TV shows.
Batman 89, The Batman, The Dark Knight trilogy,
the animated series.
We read every comic we could find. We had access to all the DC archive, and then putting down key, essential, iconic moments. That was our starting point.
Everybody sees Batman in a different way. There's Batman as the do-gooder, Batman as the Dark Knight, this creature of vengeance. One of the many great things about LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight is that it manifests all these different elements of Batman that we've loved over the years. People can experience this character maybe as fully as they ever have.
Come on, Bruce, we'll be late for the movie.
We start with young Bruce Wayne in the grounds of Wayne Manor, excited to go to the movies.
Bruce!
I need my outfit.
Years later, we see him train with the League of Shadows and Nanda Parbat, and then return as a crime fighter to Gotham City, where he builds a new family of crime-fighting allies.
This has some of the greatest supporting characters of any Batman story ever. Starting with Commissioner Gordon, an undervalued Batman character, a character I love.
Batman.
In LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight, the criminals become ever more colorful and crazed.
By the coolest rogues gallery in all of fiction.
Gangs of criminals equipped with weapons. So as the player progresses, they will learn the skills and tactics they need to really start to turn the tide of crime in Gotham.
I need to become more than a man. I need to become a symbol.
I love this combination of DC and LEGO. I like them working together. There's something about LEGO that just opens our mind to play and creativity and kind of our own personal artistic expression.
It has that spirit of the LEGO physical toys, having all these different sets, pouring them on the floor, mashing them together and telling your own story like we all did as kids.
I think the creative, playful nature of Lego Brick feeds into how we work here at TT. This kind of wonderful medium, harmonizing and visually bring it all together so it's cohesive.
We've worked with TT Games for the longest time. There's a almost tactile feel to their games that makes it feel just right.
They're able to create the diversity, the density, the beauty in some ways of the world of Batman through the vocabulary of Lego bricks.
In this title, more than any of our others, we were really conscious about an engaging and dramatic story. Some of the best comedy sits in those dramatic moments.
The comedy always drives the narrative. It never interrupts it.
Hey, free!
What? I love when a story defies expectation. I love the fact that we're going into Lego Batman. It actually has real emotion and stakes.
Lego Bricks as a medium changes the lens. It's adding a more playful aspect to it without taking away the main story.
By the way,
It's almost like a
I think
mosaic.
those
When
are
you come
the
up close to a wall,
Red
that's a
Hood
Lego
gang
brick.
from
You pull back, and now you're in Gotham
it's the
City,
new
and
52
it
comics.
feels and looks like Gotham City.
For this game, we've strived to achieve a whole new level of detail.
The surface imperfections of everything has been enhanced a lot.
The small weave on the capes, the water droplets, how the rain runs down a character's face or on the Lego vehicles. Every small detail we've pursued to make sure we're clearly visually better than what we've done before. You're in a world of Gotham City that is more alive and rich than any environment we've ever created. We know Gotham has had a history, so we built this layered experience, and that kind of helps with our mechanics.
The traversal of the city is just way beyond what we've done before.
We really wanted to make sure that players could grapple and glide around Gotham City with that same mastery that Batman has.
Being Batman, you get to drive the Batmobile.
Weaving in and out of traffic, hitting the boost, trying to control your speed.
In the cityscapes, there'll be these alleys
Chat,
and these hidden
you can
rooftops and
fucking
hidden areas where crimes will be taking place.
boost,
It's on you to go
glide out of
find
the
those locations, discover
Batmobile.
new things, and protect the city.
You can work with me.
When we're doing the testing now, it's fantastic to hear the feedback where they're saying you feel like you're Batman. You are coming out of the darkness and taking the baddies down.
It is incredible how immersive it feels. Like, they've brought so many nuances and details of the world of Batman to life through this game. And the fact that you can do it with a friend or a buddy as a dynamic duo in the same room together, I think people are just going to be blown away.
The big part of the success with Lego brand is stories and experiences connect from one generation to the next.
I mean, I'm excited about all the people that have never experienced Batman in any sort of personal way, being able to play this game, and now they have their own connection to Batman. They have their own connection to the DC universe.
Part of the premise of working on Batman is to come in and do your own take. Lego Batman, Legacy of the Dark Knight reflects that ambition.
This game is an absolute celebration of everything Batman.
A lot of people have been waiting for exactly this experience.
Batman's primal story of fear and overcoming fear has lived on for generations, and all of us at TT are incredibly honored to now be able to contribute to that legacy.
I'm Batman.
At Merrick, food has been our love language for over 30 years. Merrick, real is our recipe.
I can't help but feel like I owe everyone something. What about the people that owe me?
Just send a Zelle request in the Chase mobile app.
This is you. What's going on, everybody? My name is Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got an unbelievable update for Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. When I say that this is a big update, it is not a big update. It is a massive update. There is so much to discuss. We got
Arkham
four brand new suits. We got reviews of a bunch of different iconic locations from Batman being revealed to us, new information, 3 new vehicles, and much, much more. Of course, guys, you know the drill. If you do enjoy today's video, please just take a quick moment, battering the like button, or, just simply hit the thumbs up button. That would be very much appreciated as well. Thank you so very much for your kindness and your continued support. And without further ado, let's get into it.
Who are you? I'm Batman.
And so it all started with Batman Day. To celebrate Batman Day, the folks over at Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight put together this really cool behind-the-scenes video where they essentially shared some insights into the process of making the game, but with it, they revealed so much cool information, including this incredible little insight of the actual storyline itself with Bruce Wayne and Thomas Wayne.
Come on, Bruce, we'll be late for the movie.
We start with young Bruce Wayne in the grounds of Wayne Manor, excited to go to the movies.
Bruce!
I need my outfit.
Years later, we see him train with the League of Shadows and Nanda Parbat, and then return as a crime fighter to Gotham City.
So obviously that was pretty dang cool because they went ahead and actually confirmed that we would replay kind of the origin story that we see play out in Batman Begins, where we'll start out as a younger Bruce Wayne, then of course tragedy will strike, and then he would then go on and train with the League of Shadows, and then finally return to Gotham in order to become the Dark Knight, which is obviously pretty dang cool. And as someone who's a huge fan of the Nolan movies, I'm excited that they went this route. Now, the next thing I wanted to draw your guys' attention to are actually locations, because obviously if you were watching that little clip right there, you probably spotted that they confirmed some really cool, exciting stuff when it comes to locations that we'll get to visit. So first and foremost, we get our very first exterior shot of Max Shreck's building, or department store building, which of course is from the Batman Returns movie. So very cool to actually see the entire location in a full shot. So that'll be a building that we will be visiting. Speaking of buildings, they also gave us another really nice shot of the GCPD building in Tri-Corner for Gotham City. We also got another beautiful shot of the Ace Chemical building, which again, these are new shots, but these are locations that we were kind of aware of coming into this video. However, here is the stuff that was absolutely fantastic. First and foremost, we do have a shot of Wayne Manor, which looks massive. This place looks like an absolute castle. It is an impressive looking building, and it's very obvious that it will be a playable location that we will be able to visit throughout the story, and heck, maybe even return to as we explore Gotham City itself. So it looks absolutely stunning. In fact, when it comes to Wayne Manor, it's also very clear that there's this one shot where we specifically see Bruce inside the Batcave, or underneath Wayne Manor, and you can clearly tell that there's a stud on the floor. That confirms that that will be an area that we'll be able to march through or play through. So another really cool element is that not only will we have the top part of Wayne Manor, like the part that is on the surface, but we'll actually get to go below Wayne Manor and locate, of course, the Batcave. Then we also got this really cool teaser of the Iceberg Lounge, confirming that it will indeed be a location in the game that we will be able to visit, which looks absolutely freaking awesome. Can't wait to meet and run into the Penguin, probably have a bit of a brawl with him, but this will be an absolutely must-visit location in Gotham City. And speaking of Gotham City, they did also share with us so many beautiful shots of Gotham City itself, showcasing the rain effects, just a lot of the attention to detail that will be present with the city itself. But I feel like the most incredible one, honestly, are these two silly shots that I noticed, because first and foremost, I just love the fact that there's literally smoke coming up from the manhole covers here. Like, that is just the sort of attention to detail that we don't expect from Lego games, that is for certain. And then right here, this little poster, the fact that it's kind of like moving in the wind, just, again, unbelievable attention to detail on the locations within this game. And then there's one that's kind of somewhat controversial, but I'm curious to hear your guys' opinion, and that's why I kept it for last. But there's this one moment where Batman launches into the sky within the video itself, and then all the way out in the horizon, it looks like we can see a city that is almost like very bright and cheery looking, which makes me think, is that Metropolis in the horizon? Because holy moly, that is a pretty fantastic teaser and some wonderful world building. So now that we're done with locations, let's talk about vehicles, because this video actually did go ahead and share not one, not two, but 3 brand new vehicles with us. First and foremost, we got our very first look at the Batman 1966 Batmobile, aka the Adam West Batmobile, and it looks absolutely brilliant. A really, really nice brick-built design. Very cool, very excited to go ahead and take this classic Batmobile for a spin. Speaking of classic, I feel like this next Batmobile has now officially become classic because it's come out so long ago, and that is the big giant Finn, or at least that's what I call it. But this is of course the Batman Forever Batmobile, which we did know was going to be included, but we didn't see it in the game. This video actually gives us insight and lets us see what the Batmobile will actually look like from Batman Forever in this video game. So yet another Batmobile that we can expect to be able to zoom around the city with. And then on a bit more of a silly note, because I know that a lot of people were actually wondering about this, like, are all the vehicles going to be pretty much Batcycles, Batmobiles, and something that is very specific to characters? No, literally, here's Batman driving a forklift. So I feel like that confirms that there's going to 100% be some vehicles in this game that are more silly in nature and not quite as serious in terms of Batmobiles or Batcycles, or very like character-specific vehicles.
Did you know taking Zysol at night relieves allergies while you sleep?
so you wake refreshed. But fear not, if you wanted to have some more varied vehicles, that seems to be the case. So jumping away from the vehicles, let's talk about the suits. Everybody loves bat suits. Everybody's excited to find out what kind of bat suits are going to be included. And guess what? Over the course of this Batman Day, we got to go ahead and learn of a few more. So first and foremost, we do have to go along with the Batmobile that we just saw. We have the 1966 Adam West suit included in this video. Again, it's not a very clear shot, so of course over time we'll get more detailed images and gameplay for these suits, but no matter what, it's cool to see the homage to Adam West. I do know that people will probably have complaints with the cowl side of things, because I feel like because they're constantly using the same exact cowl, some of the bat suits don't look as great, because some bat suits require longer ears and some require shorter ears. So I feel like that will probably be a uniform complaint with a lot of these designs, unless if of course when the game releases they actually do patch that and we have a varied look to the cowls themselves. Then out of freaking left field, we have the serial suit Batman. This is one of those ones where I was like, not in a million years would I expect this one to be included, just because I feel like the vast majority of people have no idea what this costume is based on. But at the same time, it's incredibly exciting in the sense that if they're going this obscure with some of the suits, it means that we are probably going to end up with an unbelievable roster of costumes. Because I feel like all the main ones will be included, just because if they're going this obscure with the suits that are already being showcased, just imagine what the rest of the costumes will end up being. Fingers crossed for Batman Beyond. And to match the Batmobiles that we just looked at, we also do get the Batman Forever, or the Sonar suit, which looks absolutely spectacular. This is one of those suits that I know a lot of people like to make fun of, but I actually think it looks pretty dang cool in Lego form. And then last but certainly not least, one of my personal favorites has been officially confirmed, and that is the Batman animated series suit. I freaking love that show. It has held up over time. What an amazing, amazing piece of media in the history of Batman in general. And now it will continue to be celebrated in Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight with this brand new costume. Very cool. So now that we're done with suits, let's talk about characters, because there were a lot of really exciting character reveals as well. Kicking things off with our first complete look at Catwoman. Of course, I know that she appeared in the original first trailer, but that was just a very zoomed in shot in a cutscene. Here, we can actually see her in full glory. We can see the entirety of the character. We can also see her weapon, which of course is the whip. So kind of, I guess, of a showcase of her gadgets that will be available to her. So that's pretty dang cool. But I'm really excited to actually find out what other Catwoman outfits will be included, because obviously it seems like her default look is the Michelle Pfeiffer costume, but I feel like it's probably a safe bet to assume that she will get the Batman design as well, and then hopefully some other iconic looks, especially from the comics. I would love to see that, and maybe even the outfit from the Arkham series. That would be pretty dang cool as well. And then if you're a Bruce Wayne fan, buckle in, because there are a lot of playable versions of Bruce Wayne that have been confirmed to be playable in this game, because I feel like originally we all assumed that it would maybe be just that dapper version of Bruce Wayne and that would be it, or maybe they would give us the obviously playable version of him when he's training with the League of Shadows, but that would be it. Nope. We also have confirmation of course, the young Bruce Wayne with his awesome gray ghost costume, so that is pretty dang cool. Then we get the Batman Begins version. That is the one where, you know, he's heading out to train with the League of Shadows and slowly but surely becoming this new symbol and discovering what being Batman is going to be all about. Then we do have a confirmation of this very swanky, kind of dapper looking version of Bruce Wayne with his business attire and such. And then all of you who are fans of the Batman or the Robert Pattinson Batman, you'll be happy to know that even that version of Bruce Wayne has been confirmed to be included in this game as well. So that is a lot of Bruce Wayne. Not only are we getting a lot of bat suits, but we're also getting a lot of his alter ego of Bruce Wayne. So now that we talked about the good guys side of things, let's talk about bad guys or villains, and more importantly, their henchmen. Kicking things off with the classic goons. These are, of course, just the regular Gotham City thugs running around the city. It's so cool to always see that iconic classic design with the hat and the sunglasses. It's just one of that apps out and about, because up or the prison's different, and then it will be up to us as Batman and the rest of our players. Breeze henchmen showcased again. And these look really freaking cool. These are obviously the hockey thugs from Batman and Robin. The design for them is so freaking cool, and they definitely stand out compared to the other rogues or the other henchmen that we've seen up until this available. We have this kind of Joker gang where they live in green and so on and so rocking Joker colors, like, and which we got briefly, but in this video we actually get to see them in full-on action, and they look incredible. These are, of course, the henchmen that are based on the Dark Knight movie, the opening scene of that movie, you know, with all the different clowns when they're doing like the bank heist scene. Such a cool part of the film, and so cool to see that it's actually going to be paid an homage to in this upcoming Lego game. We got another shot of some cool henchmen from the Red Hood gang as well, which again would tie right back into the Joker. So if you're keeping track, seems like Joker's going to have at least 4 different types of factions available to him. And then last but certainly not least, we also got to see the Two-Face gang once again getting beat up by the Dark Knight, which is again super duper cool because this Two-Face design, or these henchman designs, are obviously from the Schumacher verse in terms of their color scheme and attires. But again, it's really cool that this game truly is going to span all the different Batman movies, the different shows, the comics, and really try to celebrate all of them in different ways, so that as many Bat fans could feel like this is kind of like a love letter to the character as a whole. So next up, we have a little bit of a, I guess, weird aside, but it was something that I had to speak about just because I'm really curious to hear what you guys think. But there's this one brief moment during the actual behind the scenes video where we can actually see Batman rocking the old school bat cowl. Now, this could be that it's just old footage during the development process where they were maybe using like assets from the previous Batman games and kind of reusing them and applying them accordingly. Or it could go back to the topic that we talked about just a little earlier in this very video, where I mentioned that, hey, I'm very curious to see if they will maintain the same cowl design all throughout the different suits, or would they actually consider adjusting them so that they look more accurate to have the longer ears or the shorter ears, or just a completely different look and shape in general. So hopefully this little, I guess, blurb here of video maybe, just maybe, confirms that they're thinking about it. And hopefully by the time that the game launches, they would consider including a few different cowls, just because I feel like that is going to be one of those things that would really help the suits look much more accurate and cooler if they're trying to go for as authentic of a look as possible. And speaking of possible, another thing that was confirmed via this video is the possibility of co-op. And I know what you're saying right now, Blitz, you're literally farming this video. We knew that co-op was already a thing. And it's like, yeah, you're right. We knew that co-op was a thing, but we never actually saw it. All the footage that has been shared so far for this school that the friend almost ends got the exciting confirmation that we have. The cool thing is that over on the left-hand side, you can spot a spray paint for Solomon Grundy. So this form specifically looking for a Firefly motivates Bruce to become Batman. Of course, I hope that you're motivated.
When City Market Pharmacy is on your side, our pharmacists help you find lower prices by accepting most discount cards for your prescription.
Listen, I think we can all agree that LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight has been absolutely incredible so far. I mean, whether it be the original trailer revealed or any of the follow-up announcements that they've made regarding any new characters, locations, so on and so forth, has been absolutely tremendously exciting. But I know, calm down, I know what you're saying already, because someone's down there in the comments to type in. You couldn't even whip cream about LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight has been, why, oh why, are there only 7 playable characters? I mean, overwhelmingly
Your whipped cream is
every
pretty
single
empty.
video that I make for LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight, that is the #1 occurring and recurring comment that I see is people complaining and questioning whether or not there will be more than 7 playable characters. Now, I expect when the game releases, when we go and buy the game physically or digitally, I do actually expect for there to be only 7 playable characters at launch. Now, the reason why I expect that is because it's kind of what they've told us through their FAQ. I mean, they pretty much hinted at the idea that that would be the 7 characters that we get. However, I also expect for there to be more playable characters added after the game releases. Now, I don't know if these are going to be paid characters, meaning paid DLC, or maybe they'll go the route of actually giving us some free content, which would be obviously pretty dang incredible as well. But regardless, I definitely do feel pretty comfortable to predict that we will have more playable characters as the game releases. And so with that being said, in today's video, we're going to go on ahead and discuss the top 5 characters that I would like to see added as playable characters in LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. Now,
no one cares. You have me perfect.
what's going on, everybody? My name is What's. Ladies and gentlemen, have I got some exciting news for you for LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. New York Comic Con has begun, and with it, we have got some exciting new reveals, including a few new Batmobiles, a golden Batmobiles coming to the game, a few new suits coming into the game, and in addition to that, did they just by mistake confirm the release date? Now, of course, before we dive into all of the news and break it all down in detail, please don't forget, guys, take a quick moment and batarang that like button. Okay, don't actually batarang the like button because you'll probably break your computer, but just simply clicking the like button would be very much appreciated. Thank you so very much for your kindness and your continued support. And of course, like always, without further ado, let's get into the news. So yes indeed, we kick things off with the announcement of the LEGO Batman Legendary Collection from the LEGO Group. Now I know what you're saying immediately, Blitz. Why are we talking about LEGO sets? You said that this would be a video about LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. Well, the reason it is also the most expensive of the sets that was announced, coming in at least in Canadian prices, $79.99, which I think will probably end up being like $55 in the US. It is a pretty cool looking set, but the most exciting thing about this set is actually the minifigure that we can go on ahead and see right here, which is the LEGO Golden Batman. Over to the playing instruction included in Legacy of the Dark Knight. Now, I know what you're also probably thinking at this point, but I'm starting to get worried. Does this mean that this will only be exclusively obtainable via the set? And my honest answer is I don't know. I did ask the official LEGO Batman DC account on Twitter to say, hey, do you guys know if this is going to be only available through this particular set or not? And they haven't responded yet, so if I ever do get a response of like, they're starting to collect, so there's really happening is, of course, once again, the previously mentioned gold variant, because able to go ahead and show any way $1 or $2 at the time of Nightman v game. Looks like for whatever thing stand out. But we just talked also unlock again collection Batmobile. That go ahead.
Order a foot-long in the app, and Subway Sub Club members get another for free.
That trailer actually does also give us our very first look at the gold Batmobile. These really fun in game for this, and I think here in Batman Legacy we need to talk. By the way, you can already pre-order all of the sets that we've been talking about so far. But if you visit on my big idea, like I would set up to you, or that into the somewhere night, where we see a new playable costume for Jim Gordon. This is actually the younger Officer Gordon variant, where he doesn't even have his mustache sporting, so that is definitely pretty dang cool. And the other thing that I love is the attention to detail with these things already shows you just how many cool Easter eggs you can expect in the game, because even on this tiny little Instagram post that they shared this new costume in, if you look at the bottom for the photo credit, it actually makes reference to Arnold Glass, who is one of the corrupt officers that works within the GCPD building. So I just love the fact that, again, the attention to detail in this game is going to be spectacular. And there you have it. I hope you guys enjoyed today's update. How do they keep this up? What's going on, everybody? My name is What's. Ladies and gentlemen, LEGO Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight continues to get super duper exciting updates from New York Comic Con 2025. We got not one, not two, but 3 total trailers showcasing the brand new Batmobile, so now we can actually see them in game, which is super duper exciting. We got a new look at the gold Batman design, yes, the actual in-game model, and much more to go ahead and talk about in today's video. Of course, if you guys do enjoy videos as well, the comment Batmobile the only wheel, which is super exciting. Not because I love parking lots, but because I think that this lends credibility to the idea that there might actually be some gameplay that we get to explore. But this next I can play. So I just wanted to draw your guys' attention to being driven below, attention to detail off. I also love that we got the Batmobiles, so that should be a fun traversal mechanic. And when I say Batmobiles, I mean all, but that's a really cool little element. And then the final detail that I wanted to bring up from the BVS Batmobile trailer of a cool East movie also starred in The Shining. And if you're like, Blitz, it's not a reference to that, you don't know what you actually had. Again, game launch. Yes indeed, we got Batmobile. Or it's to the Batmobile headlight cool boost. The incredible mobile, get it? Because of the tri-corner killer, probably gonna have. We've all time for my last Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark. Noticed them on the first viewing when I went ahead and did the last update. So first and foremost, one of the questions that I saw a few people bring up is why doesn't this Batmobile have a canopy? And I'm like, well, it's because that's how the design was in the movie, so that's what they went with. I'm not really sure. Like here, there may be a movie for the now waterfront floor. Yeah, a very interesting giant beyond that this. Not all. The counterintuitive for him to be running around in a bright gold costume, but as an additional fun unlock cost, you will realize the will be best and so you like fan. Absolutely fantastic rest of your day. We got ourselves another exciting update. What's going on, everybody? My name is Blitzmer. Ladies and gentlemen, Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight continues to be exceptionally awesome when it comes to sharing new stuff with us. We've got a brand new suit to look at. We've got a brand new teaser for Poison Ivy, so that's pretty dang exciting. We've got a brand new look at a few of the previously released costumes and much more to talk about. But of course, you guys know the drill. Before we get into the update itself, if you guys do enjoy today's video, please don't forget to scroll on down, smash that thumbs up button. Thank you guys so very much for hyping up the video. You guys are absolutely fan-flippin-tastic. Thank you so very much for your support. And without any more rambling, let's get into the update. And so we kick things off with the brand new Batsuit that has been officially revealed. This, of course, is the swashbuckling Batman, or as it is going to be officially titled in the game, it will be the Costume Party Suit. Of course, this is actually based on an official Batsuit that has appeared in a Batman comic all the way back in 1994, more specifically, the Detective Comics Annual number 7. So pretty dang cool that we get another new costume teased with the latest updates from Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. It's also interesting that there is an official Costume Party suit for James Gordon, which was revealed a while back, so I do feel like there's probably a very good chance that there's going to be some sort of a costume party scene that takes place during this game, where we probably unlock a lot of these costume party suits, because I feel like it's not a coincidence that they've now gotten a costume party outfit for James and a costume party for Bruce Wayne as well, or Batman. I am very, very curious to see if it maybe will be a recreation of the scene from Batman and Robin, maybe, you know, like the big giant party scene, or one of the ballroom dance scenes from the Tim Burton movies. But I think that there's definitely going to be some type of a costume party that takes place. And with that in mind, let me know down in the comment section below, which costume would you like to see some of the other playable characters wear? Next up, we got a really cool update from the official Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight Instagram page, where they went ahead and teased a bunch of cool stuff, including a brand new teaser for Poison Ivy's giant vine monsters. We'll get to that in just one sec. But first, the post itself kicks off with this little image right here of a GCPD officer, and I'm very curious. I wonder if this might be actually Barbara Gordon. Maybe she actually starts out as a police officer in this particular story, and then slowly but surely, obviously, is introduced to Batman and goes on to become Batgirl. We do know that she will be the Batgirl in this particular game. So I'm curious to see if maybe this is our first official teaser of Barbara Gordon. So that's kind of cool. Then we've got this really cool image of some costume clowns, mostly due to the fact that we get to finally see big design movie definitely draws their attention to the sewer explorable underground sections in this game, because I feel like they've drawn so much attention. We meet up. If you guys think teaser for Poison, something to that I guess look like
Not bad.
this is complete that term that there was they also find that the characters.
It's time for Scene in Gotham with yours truly, Popcorn Snob Sarah. This week's episode is a Halloween special breaking down my picks for movies to make you scream. My first pick is Bug Guy. Great sequel, and I swear I've seen that lead actor around Gotham City before.
Let's get nuts.
Next up, Revenge of the Brit Separator. That twist ending will get stuck in your brain for days. Looking for an instant classic? Check out Alien Conquest. I know some people wish there were aliens in Gotham City, but no thanks. Last but not least, we've got The Smiling. Creepy, classic, and another face I'm sure I've seen in Gotham City.
Wait till you get a load of him.
Huge shout out to the Tricorner Cinema for sponsoring this vid. It may not be the greatest part of town, but with the Bat Vigilante on the scene, you can feel safe going to the cinema. I'm Popcorn Snob Sarah, and I'll see you next time for another episode of Scene in Gotham.
So yes, we got this really cool new trailer that goes ahead and teases a bunch of the Lego Batman movie poster. Dark Knight. Oh, see, this you make connected. Also, there's going to be obviously without any clown makeup. Freaking there's 4 ways, and they look Pattinson suit. I'm just that one is going to go on ahead and be of the Dark Knight because the act has been updated, and it's cool that they have this. And I think that this month ways, and we'll actually force for the next Lego Batman.
Oreo Reese's Cookies prove some things do taste as good as they sound. And are. Duh.
It's Way Day at Wayfair. Score doorbuster deals like this area rug for $99.99.
It's that time again. What's going on, everybody? My name is Blitzonger. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back to a brand new Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight update video. And today we've got a lot of exciting stuff to talk about. The devs have gone ahead and dropped a brand new first look at Harvey Dent. We've got a new look at the Penguin, Poison Ivy for the very first time, which is absolutely fantastic. We've got a new teaser to drop, a new poster, and in addition to that, we've got to talk about the release date as well. Now, of course, before we dive into all of the details, let's just take a quick second, channel your inner Batman and battle and to the new for success. This is, of course, Oswald Cobblepot, probably better known as the Penguin. Now, I know where you're saying, Blitz, we've seen the Penguin. Why is this a big deal? Well, first and foremost, this time he shows up wearing a different outfit, a black and purple, very stylish outfit, might I add, looking like he's running off to like Gotham Fashion Week or something like that, if that's a thing in the game or in that universe. But outside of that, another really cool element with these reveals, outside of the visual change to the villains, we actually do get little character profiles with each one of the villains. So Cobblepot's version reads, from mob to mayor. Despite the allegations of flocking with the Falcone's crime family, Oswald Cobblepot is making a splash by waddling his way into the mayoral race. So yeah, it seems like in the context of this game's story, the Penguin is apparently going to try to become the mayor again. The reason why I say again is, of course, because he's been trying to become mayor in so many different mediums, in so many different shows, movies, and comics, that it's kind of hilarious that this is like his one golden pursuit. He's like that persistent bird or that one pigeon that continues to attack your window. That's the vibes from Penguin himself. The other reason why I did want to bring up this image as well is because I just think it's really cool that it seems like the focus of the game, at least early on, will actually be on the regular or just civilian, or I guess let's call him this one, respectable criminal businessman version of Oswald before he becomes a full-on rogue and goes by the name of Penguin. Next up, let's talk about Harvey Dent, the face of justice. Soon to be the two faces of justice. We finally get a nice, clean, pre-acid bath / burn marks version of Two-Face, and his character blurb is also interesting, letting us a little bit more insight into what role he might play in the story. Reading as follows: District Attorney Harvey Dent is tough on crime, but will he save face when it comes to supporting Gotham City's Bat-themed vigilante? So obviously the implication there, it looks, at least to me, that this screams kind of like year one energy as far as the idealistic, sort of has not been fully jaded version of Harvey Dent yet. So I do love that. But in addition to that, it also kind of teases that there might be a little bit of ruffled feathers, let's put it that way, even though we're talking about Dent now and not birds anymore. But it seems like there's definitely going to be some turmoil between Harvey Dent and Gotham's newly found vigilante known as Batman, who's of course the character that we will all be playing as we explore the story. Now, another thing that's really freaking cool so far, again, probably picking up on this, is that it does seem like we're probably going to see our villains progress in a similar capacity to Bruce Wayne. Essentially, we're going to go on ahead and see each one of them become from a regular civilian over to their, I don't even want to say supervillain, because technically most of Batman's rogues are not actually supervillains, they're just villains or...
Sorry, chat. Oh yeah, I can't. Because the game's it's probably gonna search this play this thing in chat. Not gonna lie.
just rogues, but I do really love that we're going to see this transformation of civilians into their villain or rogue counterparts alongside the story that we'll all be
I forget
experiencing
those
of Bruce
costumes.
becoming Batman and then slowly but surely